Only 5 minutes later than I planned to be, but that's okay. Give everybody a chance to get on in here. I'm just opening up one more thing. I'm going to be starting a pre-debate poll as to who, which side everybody is on. Um, let's get that going. Wow. All right, start that poll. Interesting facts, because we're just waiting on a couple more things backstage here. The oldest recorded use that we have for opium actually dates back to the 14th century BCE. In ancient Samaria, they called the opium poppy the joy plant, and that would have been back in 3400 BCE. And then in 1552 BCE, Egypt also used it to soothe crying children, interestingly enough. Then we saw the big boom, more recently with the drug OxyContin, and that was being handed out practically for paper cuts. We quickly saw it get taken away, and now we have this huge issue in our country where people are turning to heroin and other street drugs, but primarily heroin, because, like it or not, that's what most of these drugs are closest to. And then with all of the drugs coming in that are way too strong for most people to handle, we've had Narcan pop up. And Narcan has saved a lot of lives, but it's also really easily available. I know in the town near me, there's like a box store where they keep a whole bunch of just loose Narcans, and there's no lock on it. Anybody can take it. That shit was gone in an hour. I'm pretty sure the local teenagers cleaned it out. So the big question for this debate is, should Narcan only be possessed and administered by medical professionals? We do apologize for it getting pushed back. We apologize for the late start. Shit happens, and we're here tonight, and that's all that matters. Or at least Witchy and I are. Paige is coming. AVG is coming. She's finishing off her laundry. There I go, dead naming. I'm such an asshole. That's okay. She loves me. She'll forgive me. Hi, Witchy.
Hello.
We're hanging out for probably just another 5-10 minutes, guys. You just got to deal with us old biddies cackling away over here. That's not that bad. Did you know opium went back that far? Like documented?
So, one of the interesting facts about medicine in the United States, which isn't that old of a country to begin with, is that 80 to 90% of medicine for the first 100 years as a country contained opioids and cannabinoids
Don't
as
get into
primary
anything.
ingredients. Oh no, no, this has nothing to do with.
Okay, as long as it
We're
has nothing
talking
to do with the
here.
debate, we're good.
No, no.
I didn't.
As well as the cocaine. That was a very prominent
Cocaine
ingredient
used to.
in medicine.
Coca-Cola used to actually have cocaine in it.
Well, that came from like what they used to call snake oil salesmen. That's what the medical industry has dubbed them now, so that people see it as something underhanded. But most of those drugs you could buy from like traveling salesmen, and that's how you got drugs in those days. Medicine, drugs, kind of drugs, prescription drugs, was through these traveling salesmen, and a lot of it contained, the stuff that we later made illegal because pharmaceuticals wanted to make money is all I can say. But that's a whole nother subject. That would be a fun debate for someone to bring up. Uh, is cannabis only illegal because pharma hasn't been able to replicate it properly yet to patent it.
They tried, and the fake marijuana did so much bad shit to people.
They have a few
Like,
different versions that they've tried over the years, and some of them have done really horrible things.
oh my gosh, like I've never heard of someone having a seizure due to marijuana, and then the synthetic marijuana came out, and we started seeing seizures all over the place. But then
Well,
it's
there's
like on the
something. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, you first, because
There's something to be said about the fact that we're concentrating cannabis because the coca leaf wasn't that bad. Uh,
you can still get.
poppy tea, poppy tea wasn't that bad, but
I was
when
just gonna
it's
say you can still get coca leaves in South America. If you have a headache, that's what they do is they chew on coca leaves. And who was it? It was the guy Anthony Bourdain, no reservations. He was
yeah,
down
so
there, and they gave him some to chew on, and he said it's strange. He goes like, my tongue feels a little tingly, but he's like, I don't feel high. Am I acting high? So they still use it to in the place of aspirin if you have a headache.
well, I'm just saying that those things, when they weren't in concentrated forms, were great medicine. But then people started finding ways to concentrate them, and that's where you get into the extreme addictions and the overdoses, which we're going to talk about a bit today, and things like that, is from the concentration. And what you're seeing now in the cannabis industry is they're concentrating even in just the flower before you get to the distillates, which, oh my
Right.
God, the distillates have gone crazy. But just in the flower, they're concentrating the level of the psychotropic ingredients and elements to make it more potent. And the more we do that with things, the more you're going to start to see the adverse reactions. The things that are in nature the way they are, we do
Right.
okay and they help us quite often. But it's when we get into it and we think, well, oh, a little bit's good. We get that aholic, and not alcoholic, aholic or
Yeah.
addict mentality that humans get, where, oh, a little bit's good, so let's
Yeah.
concentrate it so I can get a lot more at once.
Right. I'm very big into herbal medicine, right? Like I make my own cough syrup, and I use a bunch of different stuff for, whatever. Before we go to NyQuil, we're using what mom's got first. And I'll spend all summer hiking and harvesting and whatnot, and drying and jarring and blah. And it's funny, my son was the worst about it when he was little. He found any excuse to make fun of me for it.
Oh,
Um,
my kids love
but
going.
boy,
My girls love going with.
he knew what to ask for though. And when he didn't feel good, he knew exactly what to ask for.
Yeah,
Um,
my girls. Well, they used to both like to come. The younger one still likes to, and she also goes, like, we live in the forest,
yeah,
so when we get a good range, she'll go looking around on her own. And there's a lot that grows on our property that's pretty holistically medicinal, just the way it is.
mine too, which is why I'm working on doing some shorts about weeds in your yard and how to use them. And a perfect
I did a few
example.
of those. They got me in some trouble, so you be careful with those. Don't make
Oh,
sure you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
give advice
Disclaimer,
on how to use them.
big disclaimer, not professional
That's
medical
not
advice.
enough. Just make sure you don't give any uses. I'm telling you, disclaimers aren't enough when it comes to that stuff typically.
Okay. Um,
Just be careful.
oh, believe me, I will. But like you see, like with dandelions, right? Dandelion leaves are a phenomenal diuretic. Uh, there's and what else is there? I mean, like the roots. That's just the leaves. There's even way more you can do with the roots. And if we were back in like older times, we would be eating dandelion salad damn near every day. In place of iceberg lettuce, which has absolutely no nutritional value, folks. None at all. It's just pure water.
So,
Um,
a lot of people had questions about what's behind me on the
oh, yeah,
last
yeah. While
debate,
we're
and
waiting,
and
please go
part
on.
of what's behind me uh, is a cabinet full of apothecary.
My closet is a full on apothecary. It's kind of funny.
So I do understand you. We dry things, we tincture things.
Yep.
My daughter's like, my youngest daughter especially likes to
Salves and
make
rub.
potions.
I'll go down to our local, it's called Green Star, and it's like the health food market, but a lot of local places will sell like their local honey and local beeswax, local maple syrup, that kind of thing. And I always go down there to get that stuff to help out with with the salves and rubs and shit that I make. GT Narcan is the medication that is used to override opioid overdose. It's not enough to end it completely in its tracks. It stops the receptors from receiving it temporarily, usually just long enough to get you to a hospital. Now then, with that, welcome AVG.
Hey, sorry
You're,
guys,
you're
laundry.
good. We're talking about dandelions and marijuana and
Oh, what does that have to do with Narcan?
Nothing. We didn't want to discuss the debate, so we had a witchy talk while we gave you time to. I'm not gonna try and what's
we
that word?
didn't.
Prime the audience. AVG. That wouldn't have been cool.
Was not.
That's
I
true.
said as soon as I brought her up, I said not talking about anything with the debate. We'll talk about anything else. The only thing that I did mention that is even close, I mentioned when I opened that I found that the oldest recorded uses of opium date back to like 3,400 BC with the Sumerians, and they called it the joy plant.
Yeah, it's an old substance.
Oh, sure.
It's
There's a
never
whole
been more potent than it is today.
And that's one thing that we were talking about more with marijuana, though, is the potency of different plants and herbs and how it. Now, with them playing with the potency, that's where we're starting to see far more problems.
Yeah,
Anyways,
potency for
I am.
everything is crazy these days.
Oh, it is. It is. As a teenager, I smoked pot all the time. I can't do it. It's totally legal in New York. I can't. No, I'll freaking nope, nope. I freak out. Um, but I don't want to keep you ladies any longer because I know this time we are going for a full hour for open discussion between these two ladies. So we said 10-minute openings, 1 hour discussion, 5-minute closings.
Yep.
Yes, just check. I'm double checking before we get going.
Also, sorry to my viewers. I had to adjust the screen, so they just saw me do a total. Oh, you guys can't hear me?
Oh, fix that first. That's really important. We can
Okay.
hang out and wait.
Get the tech stuff right. We're good.
We were struggling with our own tech stuff for a minute. So it's all good. Don't even worry.
Well, okay. Is there an echo now, guys?
Hello.
No, not with you. Like my viewers.
Making sure they're still listening.
Okay, is there an echo? Okay, good. Because sometimes there's an echo when I pull up StreamYard and OBS. Okay. Okay, we're good.
We're all good?
We're good.
All right. I've been running a pre-debate poll. I'm gonna go ahead and end that so that we don't have bleed over, but so far 54% say yes, it should only be administered by medical professionals. I will rerun the poll. Or excuse me, it's 57% say yes, 43% say no. I will rerun the poll at the end of the debate and we'll decide who wins. Witchy, you have the affirmative, so I'm going to let you go first. I will pop back up on screen when you have 1 minute left, okay? And then I'll do the same for you, ADG, okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm so excited. It's nice to have you both ladies, by the way.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
Good afternoon, evening, AVG, and everybody out there in the ether watching on all the channels. So AVG and I discussed a debate on Narcan, and I agreed to take the affirmative on the idea that Narcan should only be administered to people through medical professionals, and only the medical professionals should be in possession of it. So what that means isn't that we stop using Narcan, but that Narcan stops getting handed out freely on the street, or like Beth had mentioned before she brought anybody up about them being in dispensers out where people can just randomly take them, or that every time you get a opiate prescription in the United States, you're instantly, given Narcan, and if they don't have it on hand, they'll even hold your pain medication until they have Narcan to give you with it. Uh, I suspect AVG is going to maybe play a little bleeding heart, but the fact of the matter is we have no real numbers on what happens with Narcan that's self-administered because, well, there's no record. We hand it out, but we can't really. I mean, there's some self-reporting surveys, but they're not very clear. But the statistics are very clear on Narcan that's administered medically. And one of the most important things to know about Narcan that's administered medically or otherwise is it only gives about a 60 to 90-minute window of improvement before other medical care is most likely going to be necessary. And so in order for Narcan to truly be successful, even if it's administered without a professional, you need medical uh, treatment pretty quickly afterward. And it's shown that people who are medically revived with Narcan, within a year, 10 to 12% of them are reported passed away from OD anyway. And that's just the medical ones. Like I said, we don't really have much numbers. There's an apathy that's growing in our EMS services, especially here in the United States. I have some quotes we can talk about later where EMS are saying that they've Narcaned some people 12, 15 times. And most of the time, the result is they're angry because you took away their high and now it's going to take more for them to get high. And those people are even more likely to overdose more often because they keep needing more to get their high back once they're released after the Narcan has been given to them. The drug treatment programs put out statistics all the time that voluntary enrollment is typically a requirement for success in their programs. So going through the courts and forcing people into treatment isn't working. Handing them Narcan to use by themselves isn't working. And I really think that in order for Narcan to be a successful treatment, it needs to be administered by people who know what they're doing and how to give the medical treatment necessary afterwards. I also think that there should probably be a limit on Narcan. I don't think we should have people in our society who are getting 20 times Narcan by the same EMS to the point where they know each other by name. I think that there comes a point where if people aren't going to get the help that's available to them, we need to stop having a savior complex and pulling them back to a quality of life they obviously aren't happy with, since they're self-medicating so much that they OD on a regular basis. And I think that the biggest thing that I need to prove here, and I have a lot of statistics we can bring up later during the discussion, is that what's happening right now isn't working. It's not lowering the overdose rates. It's not taking away from the losses due to accidental overdose by high enough numbers to be worth handing it out the way it is. And it's not cheap. I didn't get into that yet, but I've got some numbers back there about the cost that's happening and a lot of fraud that's associated with that cost. So with that, I cede my time, and hopefully AVG's got her tech stuff figured out over there so she can be ready to respond.
Awesome. Yeah, you went really short. Thank you very much. While I'm resetting my timer, I need to say to Spin City, you said for $500, you asked me how much to make Snafu disappear. I said $500. You said I could make that happen. And then you expect me to censor my audience when you, sir, have not met your side of things. Stop acting like a diva and grow the fuck up already. I'm very sorry about that. Anyway,
Yes, hey.
I'm sorry. Dude. People come and
You
they're
gotta
like,
do the housekeeping. We're all ladies.
I
We
don't
do
like
that.
what people say
okay.
in your chat. I'm not coming on your panel. Well, you said you would pay me to get rid of them and you still haven't. What do you want, dude? So, hey, if it's not worth it to you, why should it be worth it to me? Just saying. Okay. So, sorry about that. AVG,
All right. Today's debate will require you, the audience, to contend with a series of controversial questions. Is the opioid problem in North America sustainable with our current tools? Is naloxone helping this problem? Is naloxone something we should be making available to the general public? I hope to settle your minds on these issues with my arguments today. Opioid usage affects over 9 million Americans every year, according to the National Center for Drug Abuse Statistics. We know this is a problem, not only because of these figures, but because in 2017, the White House declared the national opioid crisis a nationwide public health emergency. Naloxone, also known as Narcan, was invented in 1961 by Dr. Jack Fishman and Dr. Moses J. Lewinstein. The distribution of naloxone to the general public began in 1996 in Chicago and today occurs in many states and provinces. When administered, it prevents 93.5% of overdoses. This is life-saving medication, and it's available in both an inhalant and an injectable format. When the first format is administered, no formal training or medical skills are required, although free training courses are available through government sites. Narcan is highly portable, usually stocked free of charge at pharmacies, government buildings, and sites, and is currently the most accessible and efficient medication to use when someone is experiencing an opioid overdose. It is literally their only chance at living, at even making it to a hospital to seek the attention of a medical professional for further treatment, because overdoses lead to death so quickly after onset. Without a person who has misused an opioid even once, even by accident, would die on the streets, at a party, or in their own living room very easily once the fatal amount of opioids enters their bloodstream. My opponent's position would indicate that opioid addicts are lost causes, but opioid addicts are worth saving. 1.2 million Americans, according to the NIH, have recovered from opioid addiction. They are real humans with the potential to lead healthy lives, not lost causes. The true question here is whether making Narcan only available to be possessed by and administered by medical professionals will improve society. And the only feasible way I can see my opponent succeeding in establishing this is if she convinces you that opioid users are unredeemable, lesser humans that society ought pass on. That, ladies and gentlemen, would be an evil thought and not one any reasonable or moral person would condone. And with that, I yield my time.
look at you, ladies, jumping straight to everything. I'm sorry for yelling before you started your opening. I hope I didn't scare you out of it.
It's okay.
It's amazing. All right. I am going to go ahead and set the timer for 1 hour. If you ladies need to share anything, just say so. I'll be watching. I can either share your, well, sharing your screen will probably go faster than me pulling it up. But if you need me to pull it up, I can. Just let me know what you'd like to do. Pick your poison as you need to. And I shall be back here in the shadows, hiding in the bushes.
Wait. Before you start the timer, I have a little bit of housekeeping. Did
First,
Den's stream get cut off from
no,
the restream? Okay, 'cause I got a
I
message
see.
that it was.
AVG, did you want to restream or are you restreaming on your own?
OBS.
Oh, okay,
I'm
perfect.
an OBS girl now.
Yeah, no, Den is totally connected from this side. I see both of them. So, and they both got the green check marks, so I'm not sure what's going on. Also, ladies and gentlemen, while we're taking this minute, please do remember to support the channel, drop a tip. I clearly deal with all kinds of hoopla just for hosting debates like these. You know, Spin
What?
City. Spin City, you especially can send me $650 to get rid of Snafu. Okay? Because that's how it's going to work now, is I'm going to increase it each week. If he's that important to you, fine. Otherwise, seriously, sending me messages saying I can't come on your panel, say thank you to Snafu. Dude, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. See the women laughing at you right now? It's
I'm
embarrassing.
not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm just laughing at my chat. This is completely unrelated to the. I don't know what you're talking about, Beth.
It's so cute. Bless his heart. My channel's gonna fail without him coming on the panel. Damn.
He says it's likely on his end then, so proceed.
All right. Denizen, if you need to disconnect and reconnect, just whatever, I'll be backstage. All right.
Okay. So, Witchy, you made a statement that seemed to indicate something. You said that naloxone isn't helping the current problem. Are there other methods that you're aware of that are less than a cost of $1 per taxpayer a year to supply the entire country with naloxone? Is that something that you are privy to and I'm not?
The problem isn't that naloxone isn't working when administered correctly to revive people. It's that you're saying $1 per year per taxpayer for 1% of the population. Everybody else has got to pay that price. And to be realistic, that's actually probably not very accurate either, because most people who are labeled as taxpayers aren't taxpayers, especially in the United States, because they get tax taken from their checks like everyone else, but they get more, as much as was taken or more with refundable credits refunded back to them. And so in those studies, those people will still be counted as taxpayers because they file a tax return, but they're not technically taxpayers. So you're really looking at a higher cost to each minimum wage or minimum wage, or lower cost to each minimum wage family and a higher cost to each middle class family than that. So that's kind of misleading. And more importantly, the question isn't whether or not these are bad or horrible people, as you phrased it, and it's not even the cost that is incurred, because the numbers are pretty high on how much we've spent on that in a lot of states. The question is, what's the point if we're not seeing them take that getting off of naloxone and moving forward into rehabilitation? And the numbers show that people who are taking it in a controlled environment are more likely to be directed to the kind of help that stops them from just doing it again next week.
You're gish galloping. So you completely avoided the first part of my question. I'm sure you have a bunch of questions about the taxation element. I'm more than happy to get into that. But before we do, can you please answer my question? Do you have a better solution other than naloxone?
No, I just want it administered by the health professionals, not the general public.
I thought so. Okay, great. So let's talk about that $1, right? Do you think that an individual would contribute more to society than $1 in their lifetime if they're saved?
Okay, so you're talking about saved individuals, which really throws a weird aspect into this, because I didn't think we were going into the moral Christian viewpoint of it.
It prevents the overdose. It prevents 93.5%.
If they're saved from dying, if they're
you live
resuscitated from dying.
Correct.
If you were correct in your number being $1 for that dose of naloxone, yeah, it's probably worth it if they're saved, if they are going to go on and become a productive member of society. If they're going to continue to be the guy in the fent bins on the street waiting for his next dose of naloxone, no.
Did you, maybe I can get Beth to pull this up. Did you read the study that was done with respect to the potential for recovery for opioid addicts that I quoted from the NIH? It's called Recovery from Opioid Problems in the U.S. Population.
I did. Is there specific something you wanted to reference from it?
Yeah, the recovery members are actually better than you would think in terms of numbers. Considering the amount of people that actually use it, the amount that actually do recover is pretty impressive. And one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about opioids is that It does literally change the way that the brain chemistry works. It does this for years, right? It's not like alcohol where it's necessarily easier to quit. I mean, I'm sure everybody on this panel has seen the devastating effects, right, of the OxyContin crisis and how that was originally marketed as safe, and that was prescription medication, right? You need to keep in mind too that not everybody who needs naloxone is needing naloxone because they're street using heroin, right? They could be on a completely legal opioid prescription and it could just be prescribed wrong or utilized with other methods, and then that person's going to die, and they're not a junkie. They're just somebody that needed pain medication because they had a life altering physical ailment or mental ailment, right?
Well, if we didn't have medical professionals so busy dealing with what's going on currently with this crisis of people ODing over and over and over again, that person would get the treatment they needed anyway because our system wouldn't be so overtaxed. Are you aware that in the number of opioid addicts has increased dramatically since the release of naloxone handed out freely in the public? Are you aware that the number of ODs has still increased?
I would be
Since
curious to see how you
naloxone.
link that to naloxone, other than the fact that naloxone has been available since then. Do you have any statistics that would draw a direct correlation between the two, or is it just because society is, experiencing a drug use crisis and opioids are more prescribed now than ever?
Well, my point is using these drugs to supposedly help these people to recover. Not many of them are actually recovering if their numbers are rising, while the ODs are also rising. So that means that more people are actually still becoming addicted and not getting off of drugs, and more people are dying from the drugs since we supposedly put out this life-saving measure to the public. I think it kind of like your argument about birth control encouraging women to act out. I think naloxone in the pocket of every junkie encourages them to not care if they OD because their buddy's going to give them some of that and they're just going to hit it just as hard again tomorrow.
So, did you read my study on? It was from the University of Minnesota. It's about the greater availability of naloxone and the increases in witness overdoses can reduce opioid-related deaths, because those statistics disagree with it. Specifically, they say that a supply-based approach could reduce overdose deaths by about 6.3%, and a demand-based approach for naloxone could achieve an 8.8% reduction. So that
Could,
goes flies directly
could.
in the face.
But the numbers actually show that it hasn't. In
What numbers?
2017, we started in the US, we started handing it out on the street corners. Everybody's got it. My daughter went to a surgery, and when they gave her pain medications, we were sent home with it. In fact, we couldn't leave the building because they were out of it and had to have some shipped over from another pharmacy in order for her to get her pain medication after her surgery. That's an anecdotal thing, but I'm just saying it's just being handed out like crazy. And here's the thing, since then, we have not seen a decrease in overdoses. We have not seen a decrease in overdose deaths. We have not seen a decrease in new addicts. We haven't seen a decrease in long-term addicts. Uh, the statistics are still showing that it's growing in numbers. The having the fentanyl available is actually giving us more drug addicted people.
Naloxone?
Wait, let me finish. In our country, because of the way it's available, and then you throw the naloxone on top of that, and they've got fentanyl at $1 a pill and naloxone at, you're saying, $1 a dose. So we're just going to keep doping them up and saving them, and doping them up and saving them, because they're all prescription medications. All of these things come from big pharma, and big pharma is the one making money on both ends of this. So they're just there to let big pharma profit over and over again on one end for their overdose and on the other end for their revival?
So, with respect to again, you still haven't linked naloxone to increasing the amount of opioid-related deaths. I have statistics to say the contrary. You have no evidence that the people that are going to the hospital because they're junkies is actually interfering with people with prescription opioids to get help. I'm not seeing the correlation here, and you have no alternative. Like, you're just saying, "Oh, they're going to die on the streets." And I think you're missing the fact that when somebody gets administered naloxone, they have to seek medical attention. It's well known. It's not like they can just go and use again, right? And there's no other way for them to they can't get to a hospital when they're ODing. Not unless somebody drives
You
and
really
it
think
happens
you
seconds.
really think that people who are ODing on the streets have access to go get medical treatment after their buddy sprays naloxone up their nose a couple times?
Somebody's going to call an ambulance. You call an ambulance. Most of these people are using drugs in the open or at a party where somebody has a home, or they're using like their prescriptions at home.
Have you walked through the neighborhoods where these people are at night by and seen what's going on? These people OD, they fix themselves. The only time typically that someone is called is if they OD out away from their known haunts and the person being there is uncomfortable to the surroundings. And then the ambulances, like I said, the EMTs get there, and these people aren't grateful for the EMTs coming to save their freaking lives. They're pissed.
What does that have to do with whether or not they ought to be given a chance? These people don't have their faculties. They're ODing on a high level opioid.
Those are the kind of people we need to keep bringing back into our society and around our children and around our homes and around our businesses.
They can recover. They're not useless. They're not second-rate
The recovery rates are low. I did post recovery rates. Let me see if I can pull those up over here.
To me, the only question, I'll again bring up the statistic, but to me, the only thing that I'm concerned with is can they recover, and is there more of a 1% chance of them recovering? Because if that's so, that's worth it. And the fact that they're human alone, to me, is worth saving because they are created in God's image. So.
God, I am so not tech savvy, AVG. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Okay. Can we get Beth to help us out? Bethykins. Oh, you're on mute.
If you drop the link backstage, I can most certainly show whatever you're trying to show, sweetheart. Copy and paste.
I can share it once I get it open. I'm having issue. I put a lot of sources and I'm not finding the one that I want to be.
I hate that. I do that too.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so you don't need me. You got it.
I think maybe
I'm watching. I'm watching for the share screen.
People are just wondering about the after panel.
So, but yeah, after closing statements, I'm going to do questions one at a time this time, and then we will absolutely open the panel. But only one question, guys. If you're going to come up and ask a question, keep it to one and then hop back in line if you have more questions.
Okay, so if I do that and I go use
Peppers.
I can always add a couple minutes for this. Got it. All right.
So let's see.
This is from an addiction center website. Yeah.
American Addiction Centers. It's,
when you want it down, just say
data. Where? I'm not finding the numbers again, and they were here. The relapse rate for substance use disorders is between 40 and 60%. Somewhere right here it was.
It doesn't say they don't get better. It just says they have a relapse, right? That's pretty common with addictive substances, especially opioids.
Here we go. Only 23% actually receive treatment. That alone tells you that most people aren't getting treatment, and the majority of people who aren't getting treatment are going to be the ones out on the street. But I'm not finding. I know it was in this article. And is it the one? Let me look in my notes again, because I was going off of what I shared on Discord, and I probably opened.
If you want to proceed, I can see that there's probably, a high rate of relapse, and that there's a certain only percentage of people that seek treatment. But if we don't give them the Narcan, they'll never be able to seek treatment because they're going to die on the street.
I suppose that's.
Can I take a shower?
Children, sorry guys. I suppose that's something I'd have to see too. If they don't get the Narcan, they're ODing, they're not going to get the treatment. But the issue is that even if they get the Narcan, they're not getting the treatment, most of them. And even because we see Narcan use up, distribution. I have a distribution map in our notes. I could probably pull that up. Narcan distribution is up in the last 10 years, astronomically, and yet the OD rate, the fatality OD rate, is up. We don't even have numbers on the actual ODs because a lot of them aren't reported now because they're getting Narcan on their own, and then they're just going right back out and using. And these are what the reports show, that deaths are up since Narcan was introduced and spread out drastically, and the number of addicts is up, which means recovery rates aren't up. If we've got a lot of deaths and a lot of existent addicts, how can recovery rates be up under Narcan? Do you have statistics that show where, since Narcan was made available the way it is, that recovery rates have improved anywhere?
So there is no direct correlation between naloxone being available or Narcan and there actually being a increase in the amount of people that abuse it. You can't abuse Narcan. You can abuse opioids. It is true that if somebody uses Narcan and then proceeds to use opioids again, yes, they're likely going to OD. But if they don't have access to the naloxone, they OD either way. Basically, what we're entering into with your question is, okay, so there's going to be a problem where people don't seek the adequate treatment that they're supposed to after the Narcan's administered. I can see that, sure, right? But without the naloxone, none of them will. So they'll all die, right? There's no way, if there's an onset of an overdose, that they're going to be able to get to a medical professional unless a doctor or nurse with Narcan happens to be walking by a bad part of town, which is, I mean, that's going to be a very small percentage of happening, right? So, and you don't have an alternative, right? If naloxone isn't helping, as you're asserting, if there's been an increase in these problems since then, and that there's not an adequate recovery rate, which is counter
I
to
do
my
have an alternative, but you don't like it. My alternative is let them die.
let them die, right?
I'm very clear on that. If they cannot, with all of the services we have available in our system today for people in their situation, the very same people who are handing out naloxone to them are also offering them buses to detox. They're also offering them the ability to get counseling. They have services available to them. They don't take them. So what I'm telling you is, short of a medical professional getting this person into a medical setting to apply the naloxone, the outcomes aren't that great. We're spending this money, we're putting this effort, we're keeping these people on our streets where our children walk, where our businesses are run, where they're defecating and urinating in the streets. And I'm not talking about just homeless, I'm talking about addicts. And we're keeping them alive over and over again. We're not providing them a safe place to do it. We're not providing medical care for them after they get the naloxone and use it. A lot of them aren't even aware how the naloxone works, what the possible side effects to their body are if they use the naloxone and it stops their use and they use again, and how much, when that block ends, how much they're going to hit double at once. They're not given any kind of options for recovery or treatment for their addiction or their behaviors if they're able to give themselves an naloxone or their buddy can give it to them on the street. Not only that, but I thought you would focus on this more, so I kind of prepared for it. But we have the addicts out in the street, but you did mention, what about the little old lady on her pain meds, or a young kid like
Yeah,
my
your
daughter,
method
I
doesn't
use for
discriminate.
example,
Your
is
method doesn't affect her.
taking some pain medicine and can't get it. Well, here's the thing: if that somebody is responsible and has responsible people in their lives and has proper medical care in general, they're going to have access to it. You're going to call an ambulance and they're going to come. And here's the thing: the ambulance getting there is almost 90% of the time in time. Most ambulance drivers who come for an OD are able to administer naloxone in time to save these people. It's when the naloxone's not available or an ambulance isn't called that they would die. And I'm sorry, those people, that if your own friends don't even want to call an ambulance for you, your own family isn't taking care of you, and you're out there in the street ODing over and over again, we don't need you. You're a drain on society. They're not producing anything. What productive measures are they giving to society that we should be worrying about stopping them from doing what they're trying to do?
So, number one, I think you're making a huge gratuitous assumption here that everybody is aware of what to do, or aware of, like, okay, this is how to call an ambulance, or even able to be in a circumstance where they're not like out in the middle of nowhere where the ambulance is going to come in time, right? And the second one, that the second question that I would really pose to you is this, right? Do you know anybody who's recovered from opioid addiction? Do you know anybody who's recovered from drug addiction? Right? Is this just something you just are not familiar with, that it occurs, or?
So I was born addicted to heroin,
Mm-hmm. Of no fault of
and
your own.
my mother recovered from heroin addiction in my life. Um, naloxone didn't exist for her, so we won't even go there.
Right.
I myself am a member of a recovery program for alcohol. I am an alcoholic, a
Mm-hmm.
recovered alcoholic, gratefully recovered from a hopeless
Yeah.
state, but an alcoholic nonetheless, always and forever. I have lots of friends in recovery. I sponsor people in recovery and have a sponsor myself in recovery. So I'm well aware of how recovery works, and recovery only works for people who want to recover. We're talking about people out here who are not interested in the recovery, because those same people who are handing out the naloxone and handing out the clean needles and clean kits are the same people who are also offering recovery options and Christian therapy homes. My state funds a lot of that stuff, so I happen to be very well aware that the same people are going out handing out these life-saving measures are also offering true life-saving measures through recovery and through Christ, especially. That's a very big part of a lot of these groups, and there's those that are secular, for those turned off by the chip on their shoulder about God. But the fact of the matter is, these are people who are not availing themselves of recovery. So you really think those are the same people who just want to be high all the time and escape the world, who are then going to get the Narcan, and after they're already awake and starting to detox, they're going to go to the hospital and get the proper treatment and then what happens is 6 weeks later, I don't know about you guys because you have socialized medicine, so it's completely different than how it works here. But we have privatized medicine in the United States, and these people go to the hospitals and they're suffering from the effects of their drug overdose 2 weeks last week, and the next one, the other one 3 days ago, and their kidneys are failing, and they go in and they use these indigent funds. Well, how hospitals mostly fund these indigent funds is by raising the prices for the rest of us. And so if you don't have good insurance, you're paying more for your procedures to cover the procedures for those people who should have been left on their own, or administered the Narcan by a professional so that the treatment could have been given in time, so they're not on dialysis every week at the emergency room and I'm paying for it.
So we're going to talk about the cost on society in a bit, because I know you're itching to get towards that. And I feel like it's probably going to be one of the cruxes of your argument, and I would love to talk about that. But first off, I just want to recap a couple of things here, and I want to make sure that you're aware. Narcan is only for actual overdoses that are occurring, right? So if we fail to prevent the overdose, if we aren't able to get that person, regardless of what you think they want or don't want, the truth is you don't know what that person is actually thinking, right? If we don't get them that treatment, they won't survive. So they can't get any recovery. They can't get any treatment, regardless of your assumption of their state of mind. The second thing is you did admit that it is possible to be an addict of no fault of your own and to recover. And you've seen it happen on at least 2 cases that you've advised me, right? So we know it's possible. So after we've gotten those things through, unless I've misstated your position, let's talk about the cost to society. What would you like to make in terms of points on that? You said that they cost the emergency services quite a bit of money. Do you have any statistics on that, or where are we going with that?
So for starters, when you brought up the cost of Narcan, you said it's about $1 per
A year.
taxpayer
Yeah.
per year to provide Narcan for everybody who needs it. Can you show me those numbers? Can you pull them up? Because that doesn't match with how much I saw we were spending.
Yeah, I had it. I don't think I circulated this, but I can pull it back up. The Nalox, yeah, I think it was from the Guardian. They did a, yeah. Okay. Mhm, mhm. Okay, there was an exact cost here. I was gonna find it for you. That's so the direct cost. I know the direct cost is something around like um it's a bit higher, but like the cost per taxpayer because the government buys it in bulk. Yeah, this might be from Canada. Maybe it's different there. Do you know what the price is in the States?
So I do have some information. I found the one I was looking for earlier. I'm just going to open that real quick and we'll pull it up in a minute. But I do have some information on how much our government appropriates to combat the opioid epidemic, but I don't have. I could have swore I put the one that showed how much they were overcharging states and up to $400 a dose at the hospitals. But I'm not finding it. But I do have numbers that show $10.5 billion spent on the opioid crisis in the last 10 years, but that doesn't include. That's outside of the Narcan, and I thought I had shared the link there that gave the numbers for the Narcan, but I'm not finding it. I might be able to pull it up in a minute, but I did want to show you. This is a Columbia University Department of Psychiatry study that shows only 1% of opioid users are recovering based on statistical analysis.
Okay, we can like tolerate that first, and then I'll see if I can find you the exact. I know it costs. It's like something in the millions of dollars, like 20 million, but broken down per taxpayer it costs about $1 per taxpayer. It's nothing. It's negligible to save your neighbor, right? Who might save your life someday. You never know.
I don't think it should be done away with. I don't think that we should be like getting rid of naloxone and not using it. I just don't think we should be handing it out to addicts on the street as though it were their get out of jail free card to keep getting high all the time.
But it's not. It's not a get out of jail free card. It's helping them stay alive so that they can get treatment. And yeah, maybe they're going to use again. I can't tell you that they're never going to use because they have naloxone. There's no like double effect of naloxone that once you do it, it makes you no longer want to do heroin or fent or carfent or whatever you're on, right? or even sometimes, like I said, it can be completely accidental. We know that they put these types of opioids in other street level drugs, right?
Right.
So it's not always like you're painting this image of this person is doing like a fent walk or whatever every Tuesday near a playground, that they're just this second rate citizen that we ought not save. But like that's just simply not the reality. This is a crisis that affects everybody. Almost everyone knows somebody who's had a battle with opioids, be it through prescription or just their own recreational usage, unintentionally or intentionally. And
And yet
these
the
people,
families of those people have left them out on the streets. If their own families can't get them to come together and do something about actual recovery, like, what are we going to do? What, you give them the Narcan, and then what? What's the point of giving them the Narcan if we're just bringing them back to continue the cycle over and over again? Tell me what the point is. You think if we just save one of them, it's worth it?
yeah, I think if we can save one life, if we can get one person to treatment and maybe they find God too in the process, I think that's amazing. I would love to see that happen. And you might say, well, it's not as effective as I would like, but your alternative is death. And I don't think that these people deserve to die because you've labeled them like unredeemable just for virtue of having done opioids even once. I got people in my chat saying, I've been clean and sober 7 years. I'm a recovering addict. I'm a recovering addict. There's like tons of people in my chat that are saying this has happened to me. I am proof that this works. And I wonder if they didn't have Narcan, if they would still be alive today. I don't think so. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Witchy.
You muted accidentally.
You're not saving as many people as you think you are if the number of ODs is increasing since Narcan was. I think I copied the wrong article here, and I have the quote, but I don't have the right article. The Since Narcan was released actively to this population out in the streets who are getting high and overdosing on a regular basis to be administered by themselves, we have seen an increase in the numbers of addicted people and an increase in the number of people who die from overdose. So where are the people you're saving with this? The people you're saving eventually are dying of overdose, are staying as long-term users. That's why the numbers increase.
So two things on that. Number one, that number can be linked to other things. It doesn't necessarily mean it's due to Narcan. It could also be due to the fact that, like I said, there's opioids and more street level drugs than ever. Opioids are more potent and more prescribed than ever. The other consideration with respect to your assertions on their recovery is like I said, we can't get them recovered if they don't actually have access to the life-saving medication, unless you have something else for me. Unless you have a different medication that they can use, then great. But the problem is like there's no direct link between Narcan and the increased amount of overdose. It's just a reality. There's an opioid crisis, and this is right now. This is the only solution that I know of that gets them to a hospital, that gets them the treatment that they need. If you can prove to me that somebody doing Narcan makes them more likely to not recover, and that for some reason every single person who uses Narcan goes on to live a terrible and short rest of their existence hooked on opioids, then I still think that it's worth distributing, particularly because the cost is so low.
The cost isn't as low as you make it seem. You're attributing the cost over the entire country as opposed to giving exact measure, and you're attributing it to people who aren't necessarily taxpayers, because those are skewed statistics when you measure by the census taxpayer number as to where this money's getting spread out over. More importantly, it's not just the actual cost of the naloxone. So in my city currently, I don't know much about Canada, and in cities across the United States, business districts are having to close doors because the population of these people who are addicted living outside of their businesses prevents them from being able to do business. And you have the cost of the city for cleaning up after them, moving them around, trying to find places for them. You have the cost of the medical treatment that they are receiving, because a lot of these people end up with injuries that become infected because they don't go for medical treatment because they're high on drugs, so they don't feel it. And by the time they do something about it, it's a serious issue. And those costs are passed on not to the taxpayer. No. Most of those costs are passed on through through raised costs to the individual to cover the indigent funds that a lot of private and state hospitals are required to have in place for these people. So that cost just gets passed on to the people who can afford to pay, to our insurance companies, who then raise our rates. Like, if you look at those costs, then there's the social costs, where most of our parks in the city I live in, I can't take my kids to play in the park anymore like I did when I was a kid because they're camping there. There's needles there. There's people sitting out there with foil. I don't know if you know much about fentanyl use, but freebasers are a big portion of the fentanyl users these days. And there's used foil with fentanyl on it that if my child accidentally picks up could take out my child lying in the streets, because we have these addicts who are not getting sufficient care after being resuscitated. And the numbers show it. I've seen, I don't know how many street interviews where user after user admits to multiple times of being resuscitated. The article I shared about EMT stories, these EMTs they have what they call frequent flyers, AVG, who they're out there all the time. Somebody calls them because they administered Narcan off the side of the street, and they've got to come out there and check on this person there. And these people are told they need to get to a hospital, and they refuse to go to a hospital. And it happens over and over again. Like, I get that you have a soft heart for, there might be that one addict who is then later my converted ortho Christian husband. I'm joking. That was a joke, honey. There's that one good guy that's going to come out of this and become some sort of, viable moral participant in society. But the vast majority of them are not. And the numbers show that. What we're seeing, though, is an increase of the number of actual addicts because so many of them are surviving longer. And at the same time, an increase in ODs, which means Narcan isn't helping us solve the opioid crisis. All it's doing is putting a Band-Aid over a gaping wound. And as long as people in positions of power think that Band-Aid is sufficient, they're not going to look for more. They're going to be, we gave them Narcan. And then we're still going to have these people on our streets, sleeping on our streets, defecating on our streets, drug using on our streets, having copulation in the middle of the street because they're high and they don't care, in front of our children, in front of our elderly. The services that our elderly need are being usurped, especially since a lot of our elderly fall into the lower income brackets. Their services are being usurped by these people who will never contribute, even if you can get a lot of them clean and sober. Even if you could. The majority of them have lifelong health issues and mental health issues associated just with the use itself over prolonged periods. What sort of productive citizen are they going to be? They're constantly going to need the support of society. Yes, I say let them die. And if that makes me a cold-hearted witch, well, we all know I am one anyway, so I'm okay with that. Sorry, I've been a little bit under the weather, guys, so forgive me if I get a little raspy.
Yeah. All right. So you said a lot there. I thought it was interesting that, and very not in my backyard of you, all of those points. But I thought it was interesting that you raised the point of perhaps like the child stepping on the needle, right, or coming into contact with the Narcan, with the fentanyl, in which case you would want the Narcan available. But my concern from your position is this. Okay. You are saying because this person might cost more than they're worth, and you're, I would call it an immoral assessment. I'm not saying you're immoral. That assessment is rather immoral. Where does that end? Like, where's the bright line rule? Like the elderly, you brought up the elderly cost society quite a bit and they contribute very little. Can we just Soylent Green them? Disabled people who maybe haven't worked a day in their lives, they cost the government hundreds of thousands of dollars. Should we just Soylent Green them too? Like, do we just Soylent Green the fuck out of these people because they're just they're just costing us too darn much money, screw life at that point, right? It's a very
So
dark.
my feelings on that, AVG. We've had that debate before when it comes to the disabled. I'm not the Soylent Green. I'm not going that far, but
Don't want
definitely
to.
the eugenics to prevent them from being born. I'm on board with that. And as far as the elderly, they have contributed, most of them, and now need the care of society. I'm talking about these people who are the vast majority of them. I'm going to go look it up because I know I had the article. I'm not finding it in my notes, and I'll pull it up for you to look at. But I know for a fact that this article that I had, and there'll be other articles if I don't find that one, less than 1%, less than 1% of opiate addicts recovered as compared to 12% of alcoholics when given treatment in detox and treatment centers. Thought it was Columbia University. So I'm going to go look for this article while we talk, but I just want to understood that the statistics really do show about that most addicts don't recover.
Is that because
Opioid
rehab centers
addicts.
are really expensive too? Could that be something to do with it? Maybe the government should also make that available on a more wide basis.
Well, we have that here. I told you that, AVG, right here in my hometown, because I've participated in helping in these places. I've ran AA meetings in these treatment centers that are free to the public, provided by our government in my state and in most states. That I've worked in these places with people. They're free. You can get in. All you have to do is when the bus comes around, the same bus, and it's a city-run bus, the one I'm talking about. The city here owns it. They provide this stuff. They come around with these kits. It's a little, it looks like a little makeup bag, and it has clean needles. It has uh what are those cuffs to create
Rubber
pressure,
bands.
rubber cuffs
It's a
for
tie. It's a tie that you put on so you can
yes,
administer
that
it.
thing. It has those. It has Narcan in it. It has um alcohol wipes, and a little thing of isopropyl alcohol sometimes in them for safe using. Those same people can literally load you on the bus rather than give you a kit and take you to a detox. From detox, they'll put you into a bed in a treatment center, or they'll get you into outpatient treatment if they can get you placed with a family member. A lot of times family members don't come forward for these people, and I've worked with these people, a lot of them, ABG, and I'm not, this is still anecdotal because my state is one of the worst for drug abuse and one of the best for offering solutions. So there are places they may not offer that, but everywhere that I know of, you can go and get help, and they come to you and offer you, please come with us, we will help you, and they don't want to go. The majority of these people, and I don't, and you can quote me on these people because that's going to offend some people. The majority of these people have chosen a life that they're in.
But what
Where
about
I
the
come
people who
from, it's a
didn't?
very community and family oriented culture here. I'm from an area where it's mostly Native American and Hispanics, which are very family oriented cultures. And yet these people are out on the streets because their own families have gotten to the point where I can't take him home with me. He steals from me. He goes in his little sister's room and takes her piggy bank. And they won't go to treatment, or they get into treatment. And as soon as they're released from treatment, they stop showing up. I sponsored, you have no idea how many people I've sponsored that I get them from treatment. And as soon as they're done with treatment, I can't get them to a meeting. I can't get them to their therapist that the state is paying for them. The resources are there and they're not using them. And yes, I firmly believe let them die in the street, cremate their bodies, and be done with it. We do not need to save everyone. Not everyone is worth saving.
Even the person that has contributed to society their entire life, and then at the age of 50, they get a horrible back injury at their job site, right? And then they are prescribed OxyContin and they get addicted to OxyContin. And then when that doctor stops writing them scripts, they turn to heroin. And then that person, by no fault of their own, is now on a very serious drug. And you would look at them on the street and you'd be like, oh, that person's doing the fentanyl, they're a junkie, right? But this is a person that's just, for shit luck in life, has landed themselves in that position. And your method makes no distinction. That's the problem with
It absolutely does. That person's going to have access. That person's going to have access to medical care. That person, like you said, was prescribed this drug, so that person could be prescribed a nurse to come and administer that drug so that they don't overdose.
No, they.
And if they're off of it and they're already addicted to heroin instead, they could have, when they realized that they were having withdrawal symptoms after getting off of their prescribed pain medication, could have reached out to their medical professionals and gotten help for the, look, I'm going through withdrawals here. This stuff got me addicted, and they could have been placed in treatment then if they're willing to get the treatment. But if they're not willing to get the treatment and the treatment's available to them, no, let them die. If you're not willing to help yourself, we don't need to help you. There's no obligation to help someone who doesn't help themselves. And I'm talking about adults here. I'm not even going to get into, oh, well, you have to care for children until they're old enough and feed them and nurture them. We all know that. I'm talking about adults who are making adult decisions. And here's the thing. The majority of people who benefit from having Narcan available without the proper medical professional are people who OD more than once. We're not talking about a guy who very rarely is the guy who's at home with his pain medication ODing, not going to get Narcan from the ambulance or even have someone there to give him the Narcan. The people who are getting it are these people on the streets. These are people who are, and you can say they aren't, they're a drain. They cause a lot of issues. They make use of all of the taxpayer funded programming that should be available to low income people who are actually trying to do something for themselves. They take advantage of our medical system, and they're a nuisance. They're a nuisance on business. My own town, what used to be known as part of the downtown district, is becoming a ghost town. Businesses are going out of business because you can't get customers to come in because they have to wade through these zombified junkies in the front.
So I want to ask you a question. I wasn't sure whether or not I really want to go down this route, but I'm just gonna tolerate it just for the purposes of demonstrating something. So if Narcan, right, when it's used, it doesn't technically prevent the overdose. They do need to seek medical attention, right? If the person, like, you're concerned that they're just going to use again, right? They're gonna die anyway. So it's perfect. It's perfect for your analogy. The people that are willing to get the help will go to the hospital, right? And seek medical attention. And we should give that to them because they have hope. And the people that don't, well, they're just going to die on the street anyway. So
anecdotally here, I have a close association with a firefighter EMT in my family. And one of the things he'll say is they'll go 2 or 3 times in a night to the same person. And that person will keep using Narcan and keep getting high because the fentanyl's cheap. And it happens on a regular basis. These are people they know by name. They won't go into the hospital and get treatment, but some passerby will see them laid out and think that they need help and give them Narcan and then call the ambulance. Because when you're given Narcan and told you can administer it to someone else, they tell you give them the Narcan but still call the ambulance, right? So they call the ambulance, and the ambulance is called back to the same corner, to the same guy, and the guy's like, I'm not going with you. And he goes and gets more. He's not even giving himself the Narcan, man, mind you. Good Samaritans are giving him the Narcan. And it happens over and over. And then after 3-4 weeks of this happening, the guy shows up in the ER because he's got blood in his urine. And now we're paying for a bunch of tests to figure out why his organs are failing on him because he keeps getting resuscitated.
Yeah, so that's an anecdotal, and I don't think the exception makes the rule unless you can prove to me that it's happening on a majority basis. I really think it's a red herring. It's a non-factor in my assessment. on whether or not we should make Narcan available to the public. I want you to, because you've been doing a lot of anecdotes, and so I want to make this like something that's close to home for you. If one of your children who you love, right, got addicted to opioids, right, through no fault of their own, and they were out somewhere where they couldn't get an ambulance in time, and Narcan would be the only thing that would save them, would you want Narcan to be available to your child?
No.
Wow, I don't even know what to say to that. That is rough, man. Oh wow.
I don't think that just because it's my child, if they're making the wrong life choices, that's not. Narcan wasn't available when I was younger, and a lot of my friends did die from OD. I'm a recovering alcoholic. A lot of the people I hung out with were addicts and alcoholics. I mean, that's just a reality. And I'm sorry, I don't. I believe Narcan should be available by a medical professional. If I live in the middle of nowhere, if my adult child came home and OD'd in my house, one of the things about the United States, Canada is a little bit different than here, is I've got a even in the middle of nowhere, I've got a fire station within 10 minutes of my house, and the EMTs can get here and administer Narcan. And typically speaking, that's plenty of time.
Depends
So
on
to
whether
be
it's interacted with other drugs, right?
typically speaking, it would take me that long to realize he's ODing and figure out the Narcan and everything else. Just to be fair, I have adult children, and if my adult children were in that situation, though, my move wouldn't be to give them Narcan so that they are ODing, they can come back. My move would be to be as proactive as I could as in getting them into real recovery. And if they didn't want recovery, then there's nothing I could do. Saving them or not saving them isn't up to me, it's up to them. That's one of the things that people forget, is we're not responsible for everybody else's decisions. We're not God. It's not up to me to make that decision, but playing God and having a martyr complex is as common as the weaponized victimhood in our society. People think it's my responsibility, and I don't mean me, but the proverbial my responsibility to save everybody else. And it's not. It's just not. Some people, here's a question for you.
Mhm.
You profess to be a Christian, yes? And I'm not
That's correct.
attacking your Christianity here. I won't do that.
Oh,
Um,
you can do that. I'll see. But it'll make
how do
me
you
kind of
how do you feel about people who pass away and are brought back medically? You don't think that that's going against God?
so only God can tell us what his intent is, right? If somebody has a DNR, right, that's their personal choice. The question of whether or not a DNR goes against God's will is something that's been long debated by apologists everywhere. But the fact of the matter is, from what I understand, it's not really up to us to say this is what God would want, this is what God would not want. I do know one thing though. I know that God values life, right? God values his creation. And so I would assume, based on that principle and that teaching of the church, that he would want everybody to live, including the person that you would say, this is a lost cause. This person's going to use, opioids again. I think God would want that person to get better and live and to not die having been, in a drug-in state where they were closer to Satan's desires than they ever would have wanted to be in
So
those
you
final
said
moments.
God would have to tell me his
I said,
desires
"Oh,
on that,
God
right?
knows." You're saying, "What would
R-
God want?" Right? And I'm
Right,
telling
right.
you,
Didn't he write a book telling us what he wanted in regards to these sort of things?
so I'm Orthodox. I'm not sola scriptura. I don't believe that the Bible is the be all end all. The church existed prior to the Bible. The Bible is utilized within church teachings, but it's not the be all end all. That's what Protestants believe.
Even if you go
Most
back to
Protestants.
early teachings, God spoke to the apostles through Jesus and in other ways to tell them his prescription for what behaviors we should align ourselves with, to give us this moral code that you follow, correct?
In part, yeah, the Bible is a tool. Yeah.
And that moral code includes the fact that should you fall into disrepute, you fall out of the light that God is shining, right?
Actually, I've been told by my priest that there isn't a sin that you cannot be redeemed from. Even the greatest sin of blasphemy, I'm told that it can be redeemed. I know
Yeah, but how do you
individuals.
get redeemed?
How do you get redeemed? Well, only Jesus can be and God. Jesus is God, right? The final deciding
You
factor in
have
that.
to seek redemption, right?
Yeah, you repent, you fast, you attend church, you do
You repent.
confession.
That's enough of the word. You don't have to give this the prescription how to repent. You repent.
That's typically
These
how I
people
understand it
are not
occurs.
repentant. The
How can you be the
non-repentant,
judge of
how are
that?
they our problem?
Witchy, how can you decide when they will or won't? If assuming that they're not repentant when they're high on fent, are maybe they're repentant like a day after, maybe they're repentant later on in life, right? If there's plenty of people that have a bad, time of life for a short period, and then they do redeem themselves and they do find God. Like we just don't know that. We don't know who is and it's not repentant. We don't have the ability to mind read. Since we're talking about my Christianity and morals, where do you get your morals from?
Well, you brought it to morality. Oh, honestly, so to be fair, I'm what they call spiritually eclectic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have taken the time in my life to devote uh, a decent period of time to all of the different versions of dogma around worship and spirituality and God and whatnot. And I have taken from them the one truth that all of them carry, and it carries over no matter which humans are trying to interpret it, is God is love.
And you
And
reach
that's
that
where I get my
conclusion.
morals from. You love everyone.
And you've reached that conclusion using your own thought. This isn't something that exists outside of your mind, right?
It's in every single scripture. The God puts us here to love ourselves and one another. Like he literally tells us to love each other like we love ourselves. In every type of belief that you come to, the higher power that is inherent speaks to treat others like you treat yourself. Live in love.
But don't save the person that is overdosing on an opioid. That person's different. They're not worthy of love.
Saving them from the position they put themselves in isn't love.
Based on your subjective interpretation.
Well, of course, it's always based on someone's subjective interpretation. You may prefer your priest's or your church's interpretation, but I prefer my own.
Yeah, your subjective interpretation. It only exists. You're using the interpretation inside your mind, so it's not objective. So there's no way to determine on an objective scale that
There
your
is no
morality is right.
objective determination of God. It's all subjective.
But, okay, so do you know the difference between subjective and objective?
Yes, and objective means can be proven and is an object that exists. You cannot prove anything about God, and you can't disprove anything about God, so it's all subjective.
So when we're talking about morality, that definition is slightly different. So objective morality is that the morality, like the truths and whatnot, that they exist outside of our mind, right? Whereas subjective is something that exists within your own interpretation. It's something that exists within the mind. It's unable to be scrutinized because everybody who has a subjective interpretation interprets morality differently. Okay. So that's why it's problematic when there is a moral code that exists outside of one's mind, such as the moral code that exists within the church and especially within the one true church, right? The Orthodox Church, right? That can be measured, that can be tested. We can define who that is, not just based on an individual's interpretation of morality. That's why it's so strong. Subjective morality is like the lowest tier. There's everybody can, like, for instance, the Cum warriors of Papua New Guinea, right? The Sambari tribe. They think it's moral to force young boys to ingest seminal fluid. It's how they become men, and that's fine. It's consensual in their tribe. That is subjectively okay because they have been raised right within this framework that says it's okay to do this. Do you think it's okay for an older man to force a young boy to ingest his seminal fluid?
I don't know. I don't know the ritual. I don't think it's okay to consume the body and blood of your god. So you're it's just as disgusting to me. So you're
Okay.
asking me to condemn somebody else's morals when the ones that you represent are no better.
You don't know the ritual? You don't know what fellatio is?
That's
You
not
never
what they
performed
do.
fellatio
Oh,
on anybody?
that's not what they do.
That's not what how do you know? You said you didn't know what
How
they
do you know
do.
it is? How do you just said it was a ritual?
It's basically a ritual where the young boy performs fellatio on the older male member of the tribe.
That's not what you said. You said he makes them consume semen. Now
How
you're changing. You're
but
moving
do
the
you think they
goalpost.
pour it in a tin cup and, like, spoon feed it to them?
Well, that's how they give you your god's body and blood.
Good lord. That's an entirely different that's a false correlative. We're
It's a
talking
whole
about
nother ritual that
little boys
you're comparing
coming
apples to
down on
oranges, or
older
you're
men.
trying to tell me to about somebody's ritual and I'm supposed to condemn it, and I don't even know what the ritual is or how it's being used or what for. Beth, are we out of time, dear? You're
You're
muted,
muted,
babe.
Beth. Save us from this discussion.
You got like 30 seconds left. Paige AVG was trying to put it as tactfully as she can.
Right, but here's the thing: is their morals look wrong to you, but you sitting there talking about eating the body of Christ and drinking the blood of Christ is going to look bad to somebody else's morals. They're not objective. They
Not
are
the
always
same.
subjective. You do not get to say your morals are objectively right while other people's are not. Morals vary person to person, which makes them subjective. Period. Even within your church, some of the people in your church would argue that what you do coming up here and arguing on these channels, sometimes calling people names, would be immoral. Other people in your church would argue that there's nothing wrong with it. And that's within one church. You
I
cannot
haven't
say
heard
that
that.
morals are ever objective.
I have never heard that. I've literally never heard anybody other than like non-denom Christians and people who are atheists or people that aren't even Christian criticize the actions of someone like Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer or any apologist online. It's just it hasn't happened. Most of the dissenters are people who literally know nothing about the true faith. They're just haters. They're just hater
I'm
think-
haters.
saying,
Sorry.
go ahead, Beth.
I thought we were kind of done. I mean, like the Eucharist talk is like off subject, anyways. But I think what she's trying to say is that, like, to people who aren't Christian or aren't familiar with it, if that's what they hear, then they'd be like, "Oh my God, you're cannibals," you know? Which
And I say to those people, don't get my
Those
faith
aren't-
out your mouth unless you know about it.
so, and that's the thing is,
You're
they wouldn't
talking
typically be
shit about
people who are
somebody
on the
else's faith
internet
out
to
your
see
mouth
it
that you
anyway.
don't know about.
They are exactly, and it's not like these would probably be like little tribes living out in the mountains who have no idea what the internet even is, right? So they never would be there to even.
It's
condemn
highly
it.
documented.
But
That's all.
I'm saying anyone who
Look it up
has
at your own
the Eucharist.
peril.
That's all. And I mean, and in all fairness, by the way, an interesting thing, like even though like I was raised in a Christian household, like I was taught my whole life growing up that that was something that idol worshippers did. Like dead serious. So like that was something I didn't fully learn about till I was much older. Just interesting little thing. But if y'all want to get to your closings, and then we can start taking some questions.
After
Which you
closings,
went
I'm going to
first?
need a break, guys. After closing,
Oh,
I'm going to need a 5-minute break because I have to go tinkle.
absolutely. Do you want to do that
Okay.
first before?
No, we could do closings, and then while you figure out who's going to come up and whatnot, I'm going to skedaddle
Okie
for a minute.
dokie.
I will also
Fabulous.
use blue.
So she went first in openings. Does she go first in closings, or do you?
I think I would, right? She went
Yeah,
first
I
in
think-
openings. I think I go first in closings. All right.
I
Let
mean,
me know when
unless you want the last word, AVG.
that's yours, girl. All right. Let me know when I can go, Beth.
What the hell? Why is my? Okay, hang on. You know what? Go ahead. Sorry.
All right. I'm going to be pretty concise with this. Witchy said a lot about her position in some cases, a bit too much, as my audience was raging throughout the entire debate. Truly, I mean, the key crux of her argument is this: is that these people aren't worth saving, and everybody knows my position. If you can save one of these individuals, it's worth it to me. It's not too expensive. There's other parts of society who are, a drain on that society at some point in their lives, and we save those people. We keep those people alive. A human life has value. Okay, human life has value from conception, in my position, and I don't think that we should be the ultimate arbiters of whether or not somebody can be redeemed or recover. The fact that Witchy would take this so far as to even not have that benefit of Narcan for her own family, to me was particularly jarring. But I mean, it's not really a surprise considering her position. I only hope that Narcan continues to be available to individuals so that we can address this highly epidemic crisis and maybe just maybe save some people and get them off the streets. There's currently no other alternative. Witchy didn't have one. And I don't see how anybody is able to get treatment if they're dead. So with that, I see my time. Thank you, Beth, for having me. And thank you, Witchy, for a spirited debate once again.
Awesome. And thanks again for second debate here. You guys are great. I love having you both on. Whenever you're ready to start, Witchy, have at it.
Thanks, AVG, and thanks, Beth. So she stated it pretty clearly, and I didn't argue it, and I stated it clearly myself. Some people cannot be saved. The martyr complex that comes out in people when they say something like, if even one can be saved, God will save them. That's not my job. I am not God. I can't save them. I can't fix them. You can give them Narcan, but it's not going to do any good if you can't get them into treatment. And the statistics show that people who are administered Narcan by a medical professional in a medical setting have a way higher chance of getting into actual treatment. The EMTs have come out, and I said it earlier, the EMTs have come out and said they're getting fatigue with what they're calling frequent flyers for being Narcan. They show up, they take their vitals, and they refuse medical treatment. They leave. 2 hours later, they're called back by another do-gooder who thinks they're saving somebody and gets to go home feeling good. That's what Narcan does. It gives the people who are do-gooders a feel-good that they did something, and it places a Band-Aid on a gaping wound and allows us to ignore the gaping wound. We're not pushing the proper treatment. We're not forcing people into situations where it's bad enough that they actually want to get treatment, because we're giving them a soft landing every time, and it's got to stop. Yes, some people are not worth saving. And again, thank you, AVG, and thank you, Beth.
Awesome. If you ladies want to drop the link on your individual, well, Denizen, if you want to drop it on yours, AVG on yours as well.
It's in the back, Beth?
Oh shit, that's right. You can't see it, can you?
Before you stop that, before you bring anybody else up, drop the closing poll so that it's not based on what some of these people are going to come up here and say, because some of them are going to be very angry at me. And if they want to come up and yell at me, Beth, they better pay you.
Yeah.
Be right
I'm
back.
definitely doing a grift break because this has been an absolutely painful fucking debate for me. I was trying so hard to pay attention, and I had a very moody man in the back who couldn't control his emotions. Look, there's one thing about my channel that I take a lot of pride in. Dusty, I see you. You're first, babe. I take a lot of pride in the fact that nobody is banned from my channel. Okay? Now, if you pick beef with somebody and you bring it to my channel and then you say, get up here, and they come up and you don't like what they have to say, that's not my fault. That's yours. So, yo, this is stupid. Stop it. That whole debate. I was, yeah. Don't play with me, Dusty. I'm in a mood right now.
I mean, I can't believe that you just jinxed the fuck out of that pride point. Like, you really were just like, hey, everybody, please come fuck with this and try to get banned.
That's a good one.
Tactical blunder, ma'am.
Not a bad idea. But then, I mean,
But no, I didn't hear any of the debate. I don't know if you've got a format or something. I just saw the link there, and I know that last time y'all were talking about, these two were talking about whatever they're talking about. It just infuriated the whole internet for a minute.
yeah, last time it was about eugenics. Tonight, the prompt was, should Narcan only be possessed and administered by medical professionals? And Witchy says yes, AVG says no.
Because AVG believes in saving the people, saving each soul, and Witchy says we should not be saving each soul.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty much. So the only thing
Grid banned me. Grid's coming up here trying to get some of that.
Nikki says send them all to their maker and he'll sort them out.
You're right.
Well,
right.
So, but my question would be, why is Nikki proactively preventing do-gooders from doing good if they wish to do good? Like, I kind of when you said that, what was he said? Something about people saying it, even one life, like that. I felt that resonated with me. There's a cringe amount of like pearl clutching virtue signaling if you could save just one life. But like, why would you actually, if somebody wants to be out there doing good, why would you go out of your way to inhibit that?
Because it's a deflection at this point. We're spending a bunch of money and a bunch of effort and a bunch of promotion that, Narcan saves lives, when in reality it doesn't get people into treatment and it doesn't actually save their lives. I put the numbers up in our back chat about how many more ODs we've had since Narcan was addressed, and how many annually, and how many more addicts we have annually, based on the statistics that the government puts out. We're not seeing Narcan having any effect on lasting treatment for anybody. So I'm not saying they should all just die. The ones who want to get treatment, we have that available. It's the Narcan itself is unfortunately, it's like the zombie renewal drug. Oh, we lost one zombie. Oh, damn it. He got revived.
Well, it's doing the wrong thing. You're trying to use a golf club like a hammer. Narcan doesn't cure people of addiction; it just keeps them alive, right? So it actually, if we've got more instances of overdose and more addicts, it would actually be an indicator that the Narcan is working for.
No, overdose fatalities. We don't have statistics on actual just overdoses, only on fatalities, because a lot of those overdoses are happening outside of medical care.
Narcan?
What's that?
We have more fatalities post Narcan.
We have more overdose fatalities annually post Narcan.
How closely does the timeline there overlap with us leaving Afghanistan, which spurred the fent epidemic? Because there's a lot of moving parts at play here.
It's all right in 2017, so it's the same fucking shit. It's definitely a correlation for both of that.
Right.
No causation proved on any of this, just correlation.
Last chance on the poll on my side. Are you running one on yours, AVG? You're still muted, AVG, just so you know.
Well, she said she was going to take a break, too.
I like the male-female ratio here. This is a rare treat in the Panelverse. What's up, ladies? Don't let any dudes up here. Fuck them.
Good Lord.
Dusty is outnumbered.
I had a feeling you would like.
He's sad about that.
Dusty, thank you for the subscription, by the way. I appreciate that.
Sure. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Yes, I did grid one. I did cook for everybody at the
You did grid one? Somebody clip that.
Pause.
You got it, Tootie Bug. That one's yours.
Oh my God. I'm having a moment. Yeah, I cooked for everybody in Nashville. Okay. Yes. That's what I was saying.
But I guess back to the topic a little bit. I see Witchy's point for not having programs where we're out there. Like, I don't think that people are entitled to Narcan, but if AVG and her church group want to go out and save some souls, on Sunday morning in the alleys, I don't know why you would actually use resources to prevent them from doing what they want to do in that case, because it takes resources to enforce laws as well.
Right, I can see where you're coming from on that, Dusty, and I can't completely argue it, but I can partially argue it in that, you said AVG and her church ladies, but I'm going to leave her out of it. Just say a group of church ladies is not going to have the medical knowledge to even know what they're ODing on in the first place. So they might not save somebody. They might just end up traumatized by giving somebody who's ODing on meth a bunch of Narcan and thinking they're going to be God and save them.
Well, what probably would be a more realistic scenario is that they distribute Narcan to people who could use it, and junkies know how to find a vein, right? Like they will know how to use it. Church ladies might not.
Most Narcan is the nasal kind anyway, so you don't have to find a vein. It's more
I've been out of
knowing.
the drug game for quite a while now, but
the Narcan now is a nasal spray. Anybody could
it's not
administer
like in
it. They're
Pulp
not hard to
Fiction where
use.
they're not stabbing a spike into
Well,
someone's
that's
chest.
adrenaline.
That's
Or
that's what
epinephrine.
we,
That was
that's what we
epinephrine,
really should
wasn't it?
be using to.
Oh,
God damn it!
My
Get out
son
of here!
just
Randy.
my son who's in that age group that he's got friends who carry Narcan, was telling me that the injectable, you don't even have to find a vein. It's like an EpiPen. You just stab it somewhere with fatty tissue.
Mm.
Oh my God. We put, like I was saying at the start of this, at like the Dollar General, they put in boxes full of Narcan doses, and within a couple of hours, they were all gone. And I'm telling you, it was the kids running around snatching them up. I cannot imagine for 1 second what kind of absolute shenanigans they'd get into with a bunch of injectable Narcan.
Well, I mean, I don't think Narcan's recreational.
Yeah, I know,
Yes,
but yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is teenagers do, come on. Teenagers.
Yeah, you're right. Teenagers.
I mean,
some
we
some
used
teenagers
to
will
robo,
do
for
it.
heaven's sake. I mean,
Oh, we got
Robo was
AVG
fun,
for
Tootie.
it.
I'm surprised AVG didn't bring that up in the debate. The thing you said about kids having a bunch of Narcan. One of the cool things about Narcan is there are no known serious side effects. Even if you take a bunch of it, it doesn't get
Sorry,
you
Danny.
high in any way. And
Yeah.
so it's not like a danger. The Narcan itself, in and of itself, isn't a danger having it running loose in society. The danger is we're putting a Band-Aid on this gaping wound and pretending that we've done something. And so if we don't remove that Band-Aid and actually tend to the wound, we're doing a greater harm to these addicts than good.
So I did raise that. Remember when
I mean,
I
that's a. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll be quick, promise. When I did say to you, I said, considering that there's no actual issue with it, that they just need to get a hospital, and then if they don't and they continue to use, right, they're going to be dead anyway. What's the harm, right?
No, what I meant is for somebody who doesn't need it. Like, say some kids got a hold of it and they thought, kids get a hold of Benadryl these days, they're going to take it. And
Why
that
are-
can cause harm.
What the
But if
fuck
kids
are you
got a hold of
talking
some
about? Well, how about
Narcan
Narcan,
and took it, it's not going to cause harm to them if they're not ODing. That was my point. That
Yeah, I
didn't
just don't see
brought
that
up.
happening. I've
I
actually
forgot we're
never
going to
heard of that
that.
happening, and I live in a pretty wide area where
Right, because
Narcan is
it
available.
doesn't get you high. That's what I'm saying. It's not the product itself is not dangerous in and of itself.
Yeah, of course. I thought
I
that was
knew
stated.
I knew people who used to get the caffeine pills from the gas station, crush them up, and snort them.
Oh, I used to crush them up and sell them and tell you it was Coke.
No dose. Oh my god, I haven't seen those in years.
Fucking degen,
Wow.
man.
White
Caffeine
crosses.
pill?
Can't believe you, Dusty.
You call it DJ, and I say I'm an entrepreneur.
Capitalism,
I'm a proud and happy
You're gonna
degenerate.
realize.
Live a happy degenerate life, and it makes me feel good.
I don't know.
I agree with that. I just don't know why you want to proactively take steps to kill the people just because it's not curing them of their addiction.
I don't want to proactively take steps to kill them. They're already killing themselves. I want the steps to be taken away for them to be constantly revived. I absolutely do not want you to go out and just kill people. They're killing themselves. It's the same argument with resuscitating and reviving people who have attempted self-deletion. If they're doing it to themselves, who are we to stop them? And why do we feel this need as a martyr to go out and save even just one life? Like, where does that come from?
If you're drowned, if you can't swim, let's just say you're black, and you're drowning in a pool, and I'm standing on the edge, spinning like the floaty raft on my fingers, just watching you drown, I could probably get charged for that. In that case, you are actively going out of your way to withhold what could save somebody. I think that counts as killing in my book.
If you don't have the floaty though, can you be charged?
But in this case, you're trying to make floaties illegal.
No, I want to take the floaty away from anybody who doesn't know how to use the floaty and the treatment that's necessary after the floaty gets used. Because if you use the floaty and you pull that person out and you don't know how to clear the fluid from their lungs, what the fuck good did you do by giving them the floaty?
The floaty doesn't teach them swimming lessons. The floaty just gets them out of the pool right now.
Right, but they've already inhaled so much water, and you don't know how to pump the water out of somebody to revive them. I mean, so what good did the floaty do?
If you fuck up pumping the water out of them, the worst that could happen is exactly what would happen if you don't pull them out, right? Like, you can't. All you can do is better at that point. But you're putting too much on the Narcan, right? The Narcan's got a very simple, short term. It solves one problem. It doesn't solve all the problems. It's not going to revive or rehab them. It's not going to teach them to be financially responsible. It's not going to fix their little codependency relationships or any of that shit. Get them off probation. You're doing too much. It doesn't make sense why you would put so much more on one little part of the whole process. Why are you dragging other things into that part? Like, yes, there were addicts before. There'll be addicts after the Narcan. But that has nothing to do with the Narcan intervention. In that the Narcan works.
So in my personal experience, day to day, having to wade through the fentanyl zombies in the street, most of whom have had Narcan multiple times, I want them gone. And
You're tired of these motherfuckers hanging out in your lawn.
Not on my lawn, but in front of the grocery store when I have to walk in. The fact of the matter is, I can't go to the bathroom at a gas station in the city I live in because so many people have OD'd in their damn bathrooms that they just don't let customers use them anymore. They don't even, like, they have locks on a lot of them. But a lot of them, they just put up an out of order sign in front of their bathrooms after 7 p.m. because they've had so many people OD in them. I'm all for letting them call themselves. I'm not saying we need to go out and call them, but let them call themselves from the herd.
There's been so many ODs in the gas station bathrooms here that they are not open to the public, period. They are all closed in every single gas station down in the city. But on that note, I mean, like, I want to give Dark Deaconess a chance to give some pushback, but I did also, and after her, there's something I wanted to point out. But she was up here first. I want to, by all means, you had something you wanted to share?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So I do have let me back over here. Let me pop it out. Okay.
God
you
damn
have a study here from.
Hey,
it was released in 2026.
AVG on. Real quick before we go any further, the poll on my side is currently. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. In fact, actually, shit,
Is it closed out yet?
Unpin that.
It's gone. It's like just.
Oh, it was still there. It was a matter of the StreamYard link got put over the top of it. 64% AVG. I'm gonna give it just another minute because I didn't realize that it may have gotten.
What did you put as the end poll? Did you put the question again, or did you
I just put who won? Should I have put the question back in there, or I just simply left it?
Well, it doesn't give us a change in who might have convinced anybody of anything, but AVG wants the who won, so make sure that poll is perfectly fine.
Emmett, I'm very, very sorry, sir. 10 minutes. Dusty is enjoying
Yeah.
his male to female
I'm
ratio.
not. I ain't having these young fellows move in on my
Well,
harem.
and if you keep him up here, Deaconess won't get a chance because Emmett wants to attack me. I knew he would watch. He said yesterday, I might not even watch your debate. I'm like, bullshit. You'll be there. Go
Emmett
go
loves
ahead,
to lose.
Deaconess. Come at me.
Well, I'm not gonna like come at you, but I have some information that I would like to share with you. So Beth, I
Yeah.
shared it. If
Coming right up. Sorry,
yep,
I was
You're good.
closing out the poll.
It's okay.
Real quick, so I don't have to write it down. AVG won with the poll with 62%, 38% to Witchy.
So
That's closer than I expected.
Same with
Yeah,
the last
this
debate we
is-
did.
this is a KFF.org article. The opioid overdose deaths, national trends and variations by demographics and states. If you're literate in here, you can read that, and I'm going to show you the date. So this article was published on February 24th of 2026. Most of the data, I believe, was gathered up to 2024 or 2024. I'm actually not going to read through all of this because right down here, there are the key takeaways from the up of there. So overall trends, opioid overdose deaths fell sharply from 2023 to 2024, 79,358 to 54,045, driven largely by decreases in fentanyl-involved overdose. Even after these declines, deaths remained above 2019, the year before opioid deaths increased sharply during the pandemic. So the opioid epidemic, the emergency was 2017, I believe, is when that was declared. So down here, demographic variation. So in 2024, opioid death rates were the highest among those aged 26 to 64. You've got Asian, Black people, and males. All demographic groups saw declines in opioid death rates from 2023 to 2024. However, most groups still had higher rates in 2024 than in 2019. So state variations, you have these specific states. You see what they've done with their per capita here. Range from 3.3 per 100,000 in Nebraska to 38.6 per 100,000 in West Virginia. And then from 2023 to 2024, opioid death rates fell across all states, with the largest drops in Virginia going down 44%, in Wisconsin going down 44%, and West Virginia going down 46%. About half of states remained above 2019 levels, which may reflect differences in the timing of fentanyl spread in state policy. So I want you to tell me where in here you're seeing that the opioid overdose deaths are increasing everywhere. That's not the data that I see.
Okay, so in your article, you're talking about the changes between 2023 and 2024. When I discussed this, I went back to 2017 when Narcan was first becoming as readily available as it is now. Let me finish. Don't cut me off. Let you talk. Be respectful. So in 2017, the number of opioid-related overdose deaths was around 54,000, whereas in 2024 it was around 72,000. So from when they were released until the height of the opioid epidemic, for those 10 years, Narcan's been available, and yet there showed an increase in the number of deaths related to opioid overdose. And I can pull those up.
I understand that but you said that they didn't decline when in fact they did.
They've only declined due to Narcan, because Narcan's been available for 10 years and it was on a steady increase until the last year.
When a lot of areas have made Narcan a lot more available, have they not?
We were talking about it becoming available over the counter without a medical professional having to administer it. And that was at the end of 2016, beginning of 2017, that the legislation was passed so that it could be administered without a medical professional. I'm not saying that Narcan is a bad thing. I'm saying that it should be administered by the medical professionals like it was before.
So do you think that all of the lives that were saved and that those individuals were saved, you don't care that those people were saved? I didn't want to do a morality thing, but do you not care that those people were saved?
I do care. I wish they weren't. I care a lot. I wish they weren't.
Okay, I didn't. Okay, I'll stop sharing because this. I guess the fact that rates do decrease, even though they may go back up, even though they decrease, that means nothing to you. So this is.
But they've only decreased in the last year, not over the whole period where Narcan was available. What's happened in the last year to decrease it is Trump blew up a bunch of fucking fentanyl in the middle of the ocean, dude. So we got less of it available.
No,
That
that's
is
not-
not the
that's
only
not-
reason. That is a horrible reach, Witchy. That's a horrible reach.
yeah.
The
We have a
hold on a minute. The access to a drug that can reverse withdrawal or that can reverse overdose has something to do with the rates that were declining because they became accessible. The Narcan became accessible in areas that were impacted at a greater level. They became more accessible. I know you guys don't like these vending machine Narcan machines, but
Yeah.
that's the type
I
of
do.
access that areas they didn't used to have access, they got access. West Virginia is one of the
Yeah.
most horrible states for the opioid epidemic. Did you see 44 fucking percent, Witchy, in 1
Excuse me.
year?
Real quick, Dusty, I'm so very sorry, dear, but you got 10-minute timeout. Someone
Yes, make that money.
for it. I see it. Thank you.
No.
I'm gonna get spanked for that later. Thank you so very much.
I want to know what goes
As
on.
much as I don't like the dispensers, I actually agree with you. And I worked in healthcare for a long time. I've known a lot of people who are on medications, and I've watched people. Oh, and Emmett, you're back up too. Sorry, dear. People who have been on pain medications, gotten cut off by their providers, and then ended up going to heroin or, other. You got it. Dusty has
Richie,
revived himself.
Richie, do you think that I'm a waste of space? Do you think I'm a wasted life saved?
You personally,
I think it's too
I don't
easy.
know you enough to say if you are or not.
There are people
You
with
don't know
injuries.
those people. Hold on. You don't know those people either, and you call them a waste of life. I am sitting in front of you, a fully recovered opioid addict. Was I a waste of saving?
Emmett,
Was I
Danny,
a waste
sorry
to
guys.
save?
Yell at Dusty. Sorry, gentlemen.
Big bank's gonna take little bank, boys.
I'm not taking
There,
it
I moved
personally,
you.
but I'm asking you.
Did you get?
think
Were you
Does it
given
matter?
Narcan? Were you given Narcan by a
Does it
friend
matter?
or
Does it
someone off
matter?
the street?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does. Because my
No,
point
actually,
is
it
that
doesn't.
not everybody can be saved from
I
opioids.
want to point.
Say
Hang
the
on.
can't be
You
saved.
don't know
Not
where my
able to
addiction
save a
took
hoe.
me.
Ladies.
You don't know where my addiction took me, Witchy. So you
Excuse
don't
me,
know.
ladies. There's something else I just wanted to finish pointing
You're
out.
echoing, Beth.
I didn't hear you, but hang on, Judy.
You were
I-
echoing.
Oh, it was echoing. Well, I don't
There
know
you go.
why. I
There you
don't
go.
care. As long as I'm not now. I agree with you because here's the thing too: is when you look at people who have chronic pain issues, sometimes it's really easy to take a dose of medication, lay down for a nap because you're in fucking horrific
Yeah.
pain. You wake up and you're in blinding pain, and you don't realize it's only been an hour. You take another one. I've
Yeah.
known lots of people that's happened to.
That's
So
why they
freaking
give
out.
Narcan. That's why they give Narcan with opiates,
They
Witchy.
do.
Because opioids can build up in your system and you can and after a surgery, like she said, if you don't
Holy
have
shit.
someone else there that can remind you, hey, I know you're in a lot of pain, but you just took a pill 4 hours ago
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you
When
need
I
to
had
wait 6. There's a reason that you're supposed to wait that many hours. It's to avoid the buildup that when you go to sleep, your respiratory system is being suppressed by this drug. You
Ooh,
go to
that's
sleep and it slows down even more, and then you just stop breathing. And because you just had a surgery and was prescribed a prescription drug to keep you from the pain, you took it as prescribed and then woke up 5 hours in pain before you should have taken it. You take it, you go back to sleep, and then you die. Is that
Yeah, who's going to give you the Narcan then? You just said there's nobody there to help you watch your dosing on your opiates.
thing
So
is
who's going to give you the Narcan? Just because you have it doesn't mean you're going to use it. If you OD,
tell
you're
you
going to give yourself the Narcan.
no. They give you instruction. they instruct you on, if this happens and this is how you start to feel, this is when you take the Narcan. They don't just hand you fucking Narcan, Witchy. Like, I'm so grateful.
Really? Because I just recently got it and nobody
No,
gave
no.
me any instructions on what to do with it.
So, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. But here's the thing: is
If you took the extra pill and you laid that
Wait, no.
you're not going to give yourself Narcan.
Given a
Here, y'all.
prescription of Narcan,
there's an
with a
echo.
prescription of-
Somebody.
Perhaps that's my next debate.
Were you given a prescription of
No.
Narcan with a prescription of an opiate?
Yes.
Did you decline to speak with the fucking pharmacist?
No, they made me wait 45 minutes while they brought some Narcan over from the other store, and they didn't even bother to explain it to me at all. She goes, "Oh, I got the Narcan."
No, that's illegal, and your pharmacist will get in trouble. They have to offer you the opportunity to speak to the pharmacist. If you sign the little sign or the line that says that I refuse, I don't want to speak to the pharmacist, then you have done that to yourself.
Never got offered to speak to a pharmacist, but I'm not going to get into anecdotal argument with you. What I'm going to say is, Deaconess.
Pharmacy board. Oh my God! You understand that that's a violation of the board of pharmacy.
They violate shit all the time. I'm not going to argue with you about that. What I'm going to offer is, Deaconess, what you have given me as my next position on my next debate is that opiates should only be administered by medical professionals.
All right, excuse me, Money Talks. Emmett is back up, and he has a $10 insurance. And Dusty, sweetie, your name's getting changed.
To what? By who?
I just want to say real quick, Dusty.
Hey,
what does it feel to be-
Emmett, hold on. I'm going to filibuster. I'm going to filibuster you until I can move the money over.
You are not the only one that has to deal with.
I'm the
dumbasses on
only
your side.
one.
You're not the only one. You
I'm
have to
the
deal with
only
dumbasses
fucking
on your
one,
side.
Emmett.
Okay, you have to deal with dumbasses on your side too. Oh, by the way, which
Yeah,
I said that I
that's
was probably
funny.
not gonna come to the, but I will watch it. Absolutely, will watch this debate. I just said
Hi,
I was
Emmett.
probably not gonna come on panel.
Emmett, how's the toe sucking going lately?
Oh, it's a lot better than whatever the fuck is happening right now on your side, huh? Oh my God, so fucking stupid. Oh no.
Wait. Who's on Dusty's side? Because AVG isn't on Dusty's side, and I'm not on Dusty's side. So
Oh no!
About what?
I was telling him
What-
that he has to deal with the stupid people like you. That is on
Which
his
side?
side.
What is
That's
the
what I'm
controversy
saying.
we're choosing
Okay?
sides on?
Remember when you come and you're telling me, "Oh well, what do you think about a person who has been redacted?" And you have to deal with him being a dumbass. Well, apparently you also have to deal with dumbasses, which I find funny.
I don't. Okay, can you be specific and not use these generalities?
No, I cannot be that specific.
Okay, then you know what, Beth? I'm just sitting here. Get rid of his credit and him.
Yeah.
wait, Dusty, when did I become one of your disciples? I don't even fucking hardly know you.
I don't even know what position we're.
Okay, do you want?
Yeah, fuck off, Taco Boy.
Oh Lord.
You about to fuck around and find out.
I just want to clarify the foot sucking thing was a rumor created by somebody who clearly likes feet more than they should. Okay, because only a person who has a foot fetish. would think
AVG, have you ever had your toe
it's a rumor.
sucked?
Sorry?
Have you ever had your toe sucked?
Lord, no. I don't even like the only time I take off my socks is for when I have a shower. I don't want to see my own feet. I don't want to see other people's feet. I don't want people to see my feet. I don't want to look at my feet. I don't want to look at other people's feet. I like to keep my feet covered at all times. I have a foot anti-fetish. I am adverse to feet.
Your feet are nasty, aren't they?
No, actually, they're fine, but they're feet.
What the?
There's something wrong with feet. Also,
There's
did you know
nothing
that
wrong with feet.
Okay, I'm not going to get into foot facts. Everybody knows my foot fact information.
I do know your foot fact.
Poor Danny.
Anyway, Deaconess, I don't know if you want to maybe even be the person I challenge for this. I think my next debate
Good.
on the affirmative that opiates
Thank you, Grid.
also need to
You're
only be
intended.
administered by medical professionals.
Administered?
You're ridiculous.
Like you've got to
Yes,
go to
and
I
you
would
wouldn't-
never take that debate because it's ridiculous.
Wishy,
Fucking retarded.
what about would you ban chemotherapy?
Would I ban chemotherapy? Absolutely.
Really?
Having been through it, I will never do it again. I'll die before I do that shit again.
Would you ban penicillin?
No.
Why? Why would you save people from infection?
Doctors already have to administer that because chemotherapy does as much damage to your body as
I get a
it does good in
prescription and
fighting
I
cancer,
admit
and
it. I
sometimes
administer
more
it.
damage to your body than it does good in fighting cancer.
I'm trying to figure. What I'm trying to figure out is, are you trying? Does your position circle around to any good, or are you just actively pursuing bad? You might just actively be pursuing things that conventionally considered bad.
No, I honestly believe that opiates should be administered by medical professionals. Everybody here just
Why?
told me you might accidentally take a wrong dose if you're not supervised when you're taking them. Or people become addicted because they're misusing opiates that are prescribed to them. Yeah. So perhaps what we need to do in order to fight the opioid epidemic is make it so that you have to show up, just like the methadone people have to show up to the clinic. If you're on pain meds, you got to show up to the clinic to get your meds every day.
If I break this jar, I could accidentally cut my wrists and bleed out. If I am not responsible with this lighter, the whole house could burn down.
Right. So these are absurd. To provide you with butterfly stitches in case you accidentally cut yourself.
What I want is
the government provide you with Narcan in case you accidentally.
I want is a fully trained nurse to come and pour water in my mouth for me.
You're literally comparing apples to oranges, because the fact of the matter is these guys are sitting here telling me that they need the Narcan in case somebody accidentally overdoses. Well, you could accidentally cut your hand on that glass. I'm not responsible for that anymore than you accidentally overdosing yourself.
Let me come at you from a different perspective as a mother.
There's that card.
Teenage kids, right?
She already came at me as a mother and
I
gave the answer.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it.
I already answered that to me, and everybody knows my answer. It's the same answer I give all the time when I talk about eugenics. What if it were you and your kids? Oh, well.
Okay, if it was your kid and you had Narcan in your purse and they were overdosing in front of you, would you give it to them?
If I had Narcan in my purse, why wouldn't I? But I don't think I should have Narcan in my purse.
Well, why would you give it to them even if you had it? If you thought
there's nothing wrong with having Narcan. There's nothing wrong with using Narcan.
There's no reason to save your kid if you have the Narcan. They're just a waste of space like every other junkie, witchy.
See, here's the thing. If you're talking about if Narcan were not able to be possessed except for by a medical professional, I had it, I'm already doing something wrong.
Would you give Narcan to a stranger if you had it in your purse and you walked over?
Absolutely not.
Oh, what makes them different from your child, witchy?
Because there's liability associated with, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, and it's a medical procedure. Oh, I'd probably call 911, but I'm not going to give them Narcan.
Good Samaritan laws.
So you would give it to your child if they were overdosing and you had it in your purse.
Yes, because as their adult parent.
No, you don't have no liability is the same.
Treatment to my children, don't to a stranger. It's just like I have CPR, and if I walk past a stranger in the street who needs CPR, I'm not giving it to them.
I can't understand.
There is a difference, though. I mean, like
There's not. She said that every other junkie is a waste of space and doesn't deserve Narcan. If it's her child, her child is a junkie too. So.
And if my rules were passed, I wouldn't have the Narcan to give to my kid.
I don't know how far down.
I wouldn't give it to them. That's
down your rock bottom was, lady, but it obviously wasn't far enough.
Or it might have been too far.
Yeah, I don't know.
And here come the outcome. Bring it.
All your compassion for individuals who suffer from the same thing you do, but it's fucking weird. It's fucking
I've lost my compassion for people who suffer. I have lost my tolerance for people who don't want to fix anything in their lives and who keep getting handed out
How long were you an active alcoholic? How long were you an active alcoholic?
Let's see, the first time for 12 years, then I got clean for 5 years and sober, and then after that for another almost 20 years.
I'm so glad that nobody thought that somebody, at least some fucking body, one person, thought of you as something other than a wasted fucking wino. You know what I'm
nobody
saying?
did shit for me.
Really? So you're telling me that you got sober without any help from anyone or anything else?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying nobody got me sober but me and God.
Oh, you didn't have
no human being had the power. If a human being had the power, I could have done it myself.
Oh. Oh, so
That's what I'm saying is no human being has the power to get anybody else clean and
ended
sober.
it the first time you relapsed. That's what your logic is. You
Yeah.
Oh, I
should've
probably
ended
should
it.
have. I probably should have, but that's a whole nother conversation.
From your
You know-
logic, that's what you're saying.
I
You
never
can't
OD'd
get
on
better.
alcohol. I never OD'd
You
on
never
alcohol
blacked
for anybody to have
You
to
never
save me.
blacked out. You never blacked out. You're
I
an
never
alcoholic
OD'd
for
when
that long.
somebody had to save me.
You never blacked out on alcohol, Witchy?
I did, but nobody came with a miracle drug to try and save me.
That's an
Did you ever go to the hospital for alcohol poisoning?
Woo!
No.
Yeah.
You think you're better than
You're muted.
wino? Better than junkies because you're a wino? What the fuck is wrong with you, lady?
No, I had to save myself, and anybody addicted has to save themselves. You cannot Captain Save-A-Ho
Wait,
over here, honey. You
wait
can't
a
save
second.
anybody.
But wait a second. Now, even I'm going to push back some because there are situations where, quite frankly, there is no saving yourself. It becomes a the circumstances can become such that you cannot function without having that crutch there. Not because you're looking to get high, because after time, the meds don't even get you high anymore. It's strictly for management of nerve pain, bone pain, cancer pain. Like, there's 1,000 things that land people on pain meds, on opioids for the rest of their fucking lives.
And I want to
All the
stress that
time.
And
if you
I
talk
pray
to
to God that we find something different for you.
if you talk to anybody
Give her
who's
some benzos. That's a miserable come
you guys
down.
not hear me? You guys not hear me? Am I?
We
not
hear
coming-
you.
Yeah, go ahead,
Sorry,
AVG.
Valkyrie.
Okay.
Sorry, all the ex-addicts are all freaking out around here.
There is no hierarchy of addicts in my view. Like,
Actually, that's false. There's yeah, there
okay,
is.
well, let me explain.
Yeah, Dubsy will tell you.
Because
Yeah.
everybody knows. Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna say like, yeah, the junkie that's like, like doing crack on the side of the alleyway.
Proper
Different than-
alcoholics and benzos are at the top. Like physical alcoholics and benzos are the top ones.
Okay, but if you talk to anybody who's a functioning addict, i.e., somebody, apparently there's functioning math heads. There's a lot of people like I'm not going to name any names, but like obviously I have a decent amount of friends. I've known people before where they've been functioning tchotchke heads, and they'll tell you that the only difference between them and the person
What's
on the street, tchotchkes is another name for the booger sugar.
Oh.
They'll- Yeah,
Must be
they'll
some
tell-
Canadian shit.
it's Canadian slang. They'll tell you that there's very little
First I
difference.
hear of it.
They will tell you that there's very little difference between them and the homeless crack addict on the street. The only difference is that they have access to a better drug, they have money, they have a job. For some reason, they handle the substance better than other people, and they also have a support network. To separate yourself in any circumstance of addiction from somebody who you think is lesser or addicted to something that you find distasteful is a grave mistake, and one that I think karma will address at some point in your life.
Well, and here's where you're wrong, though, is I'm not separating myself. If I were to become in that position, I wouldn't want somebody to be giving me Narcan either. So that's
I
where
would give you Narcan just to spite you.
So you don't value your own
Thank you,
life.
Dusty.
You don't value your own life.
I don't think that life is this end all be all. Why are you people so afraid of death? I thought you were
I'm
going
not
to
afraid
God
of
when
death.
you die.
I'm not afraid of
Not
death,
humorous.
but I definitely don't want to go out because I did something to cause it, like purposely, or if there was
Then
a
you
way to
don't do
avoid
it.
Accidentally.
Then don't do it.
Most
So
people
I don't,
who
Beth,
over
hold on, Beth. I want to say something to you real quick. A physiological addiction to a pain medication is not the same as somebody who's eating 15 fucking Oxycontins a day. Okay, you are not like that. You do it because it helps you, because your doctor gives it to you. You take it responsibly. You don't misuse and you don't abuse it. You are not an addict in the way that we are talking. You are.
I don't know. You haven't seen her when she comes up with that spoon there.
You are physiologically addicted to a substance because it's treating something. For
Let's
you.
just roll back here. You just said that you try to tell me I'm no better than that drug addict, but now Beth, who uses
No,
drugs
but
on a regular basis, you're trying to defend her from
she's
feeling
not
that
making.
she's
You're
that.
right.
the vast majority of people who overdose do it accidentally under doctor
I understand, but
supervision.
I want
That's what I'm
you.
telling
Not true.
Okay. Yes, it is. Yes, the fuck it is.
Let me know when I can talk, okay?
And
Man, I've been trying to drop you down all night.
Eventually, I'll get
Stop it, Dusty.
I won't
Thank
go with
God.
that.
Yet.
I really like the hostile female energy. Now all
I
these
bring it
fuck nuts are
everywhere
down
I
here.
go with a smile on my face,
So
Dusty. You
at
can
least
follow me
talk
around.
Got them
they
all
call me
riled
the
up
one who
here.
hates everybody.
It's
I
good
like to
loot.
use an ad hom. I don't yell at
When you
them.
don't value your
But
own
I'm the
life,
meanie.
when you don't value your own life, you definitely project that shit onto other people, and you don't value your own life. And that's sad.
What about life? Are you asking me if I value just the life itself? I'm a quality over quantity person. Life itself is not
I can tell
innately
you right now that I've
valuable on its own.
experienced some pretty bad shit, but I can tell you I've experienced more good shit than bad shit, and so have you. So have
Dark
you.
side. Dark side, don't you think that your response is kind of reinforcing her lack of value of self?
Like, how do you mean? And maybe I'm being stupid, but how do you mean?
Because you're her position, which doesn't value the things that you value, is offensive enough to you that you're attacking her in a way that would indicate that you agree with her that she's not valuable. See, it's kind of
no.
That's
I
kind
know
of
that's not what you're, I know that's not what you're explicitly saying,
No.
but it can be deduced from sort of
From
attitudes.
the way that I'm speaking, my tone.
I'm just saying, Dusty,
Oh,
they
my
dig their
tone.
own graves. You don't have to warn her. Let her
This
keep
tone
digging her
follows
grave.
me everywhere, so I don't know what
These
to say.
people speak with hatred and ad
Do I
hom,
look like
and
I
they
have
try and
hatred?
tell me I'm gonna let my kids
I
die.
feel fucking
And
sorry
Emmett calls
for
me a
you, lady.
baby
I
killer.
feel sorry for
I'm
you.
the one with hate in my heart, Dusty.
I feel
Hey,
sorry for you.
Yes, Dusty, show which is the way, Dusty.
I need to go before Greg comes in.
I am gonna go. I have taken probably double my time, and I appreciate you, Beth, for that. But I'm gonna drop off. Let somebody come up.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
more than
fine.
welcome. I mean, there's still more room if you want to stick around.
I'll stay. I'll just shut up.
You're not stopping anybody, and I'm
I'll
glad
shut
you came
up.
up. You've had your
No,
hand
this
up.
isn't my show.
I do have a question, which is interesting. Witchy, do you believe in EpiPens?
Do I believe in EpiPens? What the fuck kind
Yeah,
of
do you
question
believe
is
that
that?
everybody
They
could have
exist.
one of
I
those,
don't need
like,
to believe in
I have
them.
one of those.
EpiPens are conspiracy theory.
Do you
For when
think
somebody
everybody-
gets an allergic reaction to a bee sting.
I don't believe in EpiPens. They don't exist.
No, I mean, do you believe that people should have access to them freely?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the problem with Narcan? It's the exact
I delineated it very clearly. The majority
No,
of
you
people
did
getting
not.
the Narcan are
You
not
did
people
not.
who are seeking to improve their situation. People who need an EpiPen aren't people who are going out and eating shrimp that they know they're allergic to so they can get a fucking EpiPen and eat shrimp again.
EpiPen has a much stronger
hold
reaction on you than that.
It's also more
Hold on,
expensive.
Hold on. That's not true, first of all. And second, even if it were true, the number of people who get accidentally poisoned by fentanyl is on the rise. And without Narcan being freely available, those people do something that we call dying. And it's bad.
Everybody dies.
But the Narcan doesn't work on the fentanyl. It only works on the other opiates that are mixed with it.
That's true too. But
let's just be perfectly clear here, Fred. I get what you're asking me, and let me answer your veiled question. Let me answer your veiled question, okay?
It's not a
Let me
veiled
answer
question.
your
It's a
veiled
very
question
direct
here.
question.
I don't think that everybody in the world should be carrying around an EpiPen in their pocket just because somebody might have an allergic reaction.
Nobody's talking about everybody carrying a.
That's what we're doing now.
Narcan.
Fentanyl's being handed out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You don't give EpiPens to everybody to carry around just in case they run into somebody who's having an allergic reaction.
No,
And that's what we're
you have
doing
to
with
buy.
Narcan.
You have to buy the EpiPens. Here in Canada, they're anywhere from $300 to $400 a pen.
My daughter's EpiPens cost like $900 a piece.
The pharmacy usually only hands out Narcan to people with prescriptions for opioid
The
pain.
pharmacy, but we have. You
Except
just
for
said you have
these new boxes, I was
dispensers.
talking- Hang on. But in all actuality, if somebody was looking for a good time, you'll have a better time on an EpiPen than you will a Narcan.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about here. You say that they put a dispenser in the fucking Family Dollar for Narcan. You're walking around the street, Joe Schmo, handing them out to people every day in this country. We don't do that with EpiPens. You don't have people carrying an EpiPen in their purse if they're not allergic to anything. Just in case when they're at walking down the street, they might see somebody who's having an allergic reaction.
But you're the only one saying that everybody on the block is going to have a Narcan. can.
They do. Do you know how much fucking Narcan is out there? My mom's
How
my
many
late mother.
EpiPens are out
Does
there?
anybody on the panel have Narcan? Hold on. Does anybody on the panel have Narcan on them right now?
I do not.
I probably
have a
have an
Narcan in my
expired
Not
one
Narcan,
somewhere.
but I got the other stuff, naloxone.
I've got some
expired.
fentanyl test strips, but no Narcan.
This stuff here.
I've
That-
got
that's
Benadryl.
Narcan, Danny. Danny,
Yeah,
that's
I've got
Narcan.
He's got
Benadryl.
naloxone. I've got
Okay.
Narcan. Beth's got
One third-
Narcan.
1/3 of the
I
panel has Narcan.
Mine is
Our
expired,
clean,
but I
our
have
clean
it.
injection sites here give out meth pipes too, which is weird.
Yeah, they give those in those little kits I was talking
You
about.
can get those
Yeah,
at the
like-
fucking gas station, Dusty.
That's
Come on.
that's not preventing anything. That's just a party pack at this point.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
The
but we're not
Narcan
talking
isn't
about
preventing anything. It's
Narcan.
just
So why do you hate
party pack
partying?
now.
Partying's awesome.
I'm not against partying. I'm against fucking dealing with people who are zombified because their partying is affecting other people around them now. Go party all you want.
And why don't you practice
We could
one
go
of
and do
those
it all we
12
want.
steps and go out there and spread the message of recovery? Isn't that one of your steps, Witchy? Spreading
I
the
do.
message of
I
recovery?
do. How many-
This is not
many-
spreading the message
many
of
rehab-
fucking recovery, dude. Not
How
at
many
all.
rehabs? How many
I hope
rehabs
it's
have you
not.
led a meeting in?
I hope,
How many
I
rehabs
fucking
have you
worked
led
in
a
the
meeting in?
industry. I worked in the industry.
How
I lived
many
in the
rehabs?
life.
How many rehabs have you led a meeting in? How many outreach programs have you been on? How many times
I
have you
worked
had
in
to
the
take 12 steps?
industry, lady. I lived the life. I worked in the industry. What the fuck are you saying?
She
The
said
rehab industry or the like.
Yeah,
which
wait,
side of
I'm
the-
asking you. You're
I
telling me that I
worked in
haven't
the
done it.
rehab,
I'm asking you. That's the
alcohol
difference.
rehab industry.
I'm gonna get out of here, but before I go, I want to congratulate Paige on once again dressing very nicely for a debate,
Thank you.
which I think is something that needs to be a theme instead of like not.
When we get in that poll,
Sorry.
Thank you, Greg.
He's just changing the subject, man. What,
Yeah,
you
it's
didn't
just
catch that?
You look very
Yeah.
nice, AVG.
Just
Thank
as
you.
a way
At any
to
rate,
say-
Good
I'm gonna
good
run.
is
You
known
guys
for
have a great
throwing
rest of
water
your
on
night.
fire.
Narcan-
Enjoy your very strange ass argument, and I will.
Thanks,
I'll see you guys
Greg.
later.
Bye.
Yeah, Grit is
Thanks
known
for
for
coming.
throwing water on fires. That's his MO. He likes to cool the
I
room.
have up to this point successfully recovered from my addictions to substances. And I definitely don't go around telling other people who have suffered the same thing that they are wastes of space and they should just die. I definitely don't do that. And I never
Don't go
said
around
that to an
telling anybody
individual.
that.
I never.
We're talking about a group, not individuals. See, this is where you guys mess up. Is
A
that
group
we're
is made
talking
up of
about a
individuals.
broad idea, and you take it down to the individual.
You
The
just
people that I
tried-
deal with in
you
recovery
tried
are
to
people
dis-
who want to recover.
You
I don't just go
tried
to the
to
bar and
say
start
that
picking up
you
drunk.
have done more. How many meetings have you held? How
I
many
didn't
rooms
say I've
have
done
you
more. I
walked
never
into?
said I
hold
did
on.
more. I never even implied I did more. I asked you
Are
about
you
yours.
sending-
Wilchie,
Ladies.
hold on,
Members
Wilchie,
of AA
you're
watching right now, what message is this woman sending to you? People who are in recovery, what message is this woman sending you right now? Is she sending you a message of recovery, or is she sending you a message of there is no hope?
I mean, I don't know that I'm dependent on her message. Like it's.
I understand that. I understand. But in the 12 steps,
Yeah.
one of your responsibilities is to go out and spread the message of recovery and to share this opportunity with other people, which is not what she is doing right now at all. At all.
That is true. She's going against Big Book.
How is it going against Big Book? Big Book actually says that if somebody shows up and they tell me they want to go drink, to buy them a drink. It's literally in the Big Book.
What?
The Big Book doesn't say I can save anyone. The Big Book says God saves people. And all
Well,
I can
that
do
wa-
is hold God's hand long enough, and
Do you know
hopefully
why it
somebody
says
else will
that?
take my
You know
hand.
why
Hang
it
on,
says that?
Dusty's been trying to speak.
It's okay. They're
Okay.
gonna like. I
Okay.
don't want to like. They got this.
Okay, Dusty, do you know why the book puts it that way? Do you know why it tells them to do that?
I
Because
don't.
what-
You have to
okay,
want
what
it.
what it does is it's another way of extending your ear to the person to listen. You're telling that person that you are willing to sit down and have a conversation with them, even if that means keeping you right there with them, means giving them a beer. They may not even drink it, my sister. They may not even touch it.
This is why
That's
I
why
think I
this
didn't like the
isn't
12
at all
steps
what it
because it's
says.
too like feely or something for me. I don't know.
Hi,
I will
Denizen.
say-
Sorry about that.
My chat would like to know what page in the Bible you're referring to, Witchy. Are you able to provide an exact reference?
What page in the Bible? What? We're talking about the big book.
Yeah,
the big book
that's
is in
not the
Bible.
big book that Dusty was referring to. He was
That is
referring to
not the big book, honey. We're not talking about the Bible.
The AA big book,
of
Alcohol
Alcoholics
Anonymous.
Oh, is
Yes,
that what you
AA
mean,
big
Leah?
book.
Yeah,
Okay, what page is that in the AA book?
I don't
What
fucking
page is
know.
what?
Hold on.
I have no
Your-
idea what you're
the reference
asking.
for your
What page
statement.
does it tell you to give him a beer?
I just want to say real quickly that Narcan does work on Fent.
Hey, Diddy.
It's working.
It was my
it's
understanding Narcan worked on Fent as
It's
well.
in the
That's what
it's
I
in the
said, but I was
chapter
like,
working. It's in the
It
chapter
takes-
working with others.
It takes
I thought
more
I can't give you
I'm
an
gonna-
exact page number.
just
I've never
make
been to
sure.
I
AA.
have every
You have to have
page of the
more.
big book memorized. I don't
Why
know
not?
many people who do.
Yeah, just tell them to Google the fucking phrase and figure it out. I don't know. Nobody knows. I quit going to meetings after I got out of rehab. Fuck that.
All I'm saying is, in the big book, it's very clear the concept that you have to want it. In AA, we even say you're a member because you want to quit, not because you can quit, but because you want to quit. The desire is
You
important.
realize
Without
that the desire doesn't mean recovery, right?
By
right,
the
but
way,
without the desire, there is no recovery.
Desire's not
Period.
fixed either.
by
Okay,
the
hey,
way,
where did
Narcan
this
does
thing?
work on fentanyl.
We heard, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did this thing about quitting come into the situation? First of all, okay, you stop and think about it. What if it's an accidental overdose? Somebody that doesn't usually take it and is being administered this by another individual? Are you going to administer it to them if you got it in your pocket? I would.
Let me polish your halo for you.
I'm not doing any kind of medical treatment on anybody I don't know ever. I'm not a medical doctor.
It doesn't
Have you ever
require
But it's
CPR.
not a
Would that
medical
include-
treatment
Have you ever been
unless.
CPR certified?
Absolutely is a medical treatment.
Have you ever
It
been
doesn't require
CPR
training.
No,
certified?
no.
Would that
I need you to
include?
check for a
hang on,
hernia.
No,
hang on. Would that include
Person is
administering
bleeding.
an
I wouldn't touch
EpiPen
it.
if they needed it? Would you consider EpiPen along the
I don't know them. I'm not, even if they hand me an EpiPen and their face is swelling, I'm handing it to somebody else. I'm not even taking it. I'm not getting involved in somebody else's medical emergency.
Good Samaritan laws would protect.
That's even more dangerous, Beth.
Yeah, she would let them
Would you
die.
check me for a hernia?
Arguably, the EpiPen can do way more damage than the Narcan.
Yeah, I know.
Denizen, your mic is a little bit hot as fuck.
I got it. I'm gonna turn you down.
Okay.
I don't think so, Arby, man. I don't think she would give someone CPR either. Would you?
Oh, hell
No,
no.
I wouldn't. I already answered that. I was asked if I would give someone CPR, and I said no.
Yeah.
I would not
I mean-
administer a single medical procedure on somebody I do not know ever. There's too much liability involved with
No,
that.
there isn't. There's
I need
good Samaritan
Denizen to talk
laws.
for a second. I need Denizen to talk for a second. Sing me a song, Den.
A song?
What
Yeah,
would
he's a
you
piano
say
man.
if I sang out of tune? Would you stand
Much
up
better,
and
thank you.
walk out?
So
And
bad.
Dark Side,
Okay,
just so
that
you
was
know,
enough.
you are muted.
Yeah, she's,
Enjoy
I think she's
hanging out
doing
with your
that on
friends.
purpose.
Yeah, I get it. Sometimes I have to mute as well. Otherwise, I'll just freaking start. I got it. I can understand though. I've seen people get sued just for doing CPR. So, like,
I gotta say,
The only
I am.
way that you can get sued for CPR is if you're CPR certified.
that's
And you-
interesting.
Yeah, and you either
And-
refuse.
In my state, if you hold
Oh, really?
any
I'm
medical
CPR
professional
certified.
license, right down to just being like a CNA or a home health care aide, and you do not stop at an accident, or you do not offer to help assist aid at an accident, you can get in huge trouble.
Huh.
Well,
thought
I
the
mean,
Good
if you
Samaritan
have
laws
the ability to
extended
do so,
You
should
should.
you not be obligated to do so?
I agree.
No.
It's right in their
Not in our
course.
society,
Yeah,
you are not
doctors should be
obligated.
obligated to save your life.
I don't
And
want
if
to
it's
put
a
my
medical
mouth on the
profession, I
mouth
don't
of
want them
somebody
touching
who's
me
Doctors
either.
dying.
aren't obligated
you
to
a
save
little,
your
like,
life.
You know, in CPR, because I'm CPR certified. I have like life saving. I have we call it Red Cross here. I don't know if it's the same in the States. And they give you a little mouth guard that you can put on, so you actually don't have to worry about
A mouth
getting,
condom for
No,
the
it's in-
corpse that you're going to be blowing on.
It's in every
and
car
you cannot
emergency kit.
be charged for not giving CPR to someone who is not in your charge. Now, if they're in your charge, yes, but you can't be charged just because you drove by an accident scene. The cops don't even want you stopping. They'll tell you we got the ambulance on the way.
If you do stop and you are CPR certified and you do not give them CPR, you will be held liable.
I'd like you to show me a case. Bring up a case. This is good. Bring me a case of somebody who got sued for not administering
I'll find you one
CPR.
right now. It's happened in my
charge. She didn't even say sued. She said charged. Show me this criminal charge for not administering CPR on someone. Just
I'll
random.
hook you right up.
If it's anything like an environmental course,
this legislation.
If it's anything like an environmental course, yes, you can be charged because it's right in the course when you learn the law part of it.
Yep. The Hippocratic Oath requires you to give them.
You don't take a Hippocratic Oath just because you got CPR training.
Trainer. Yeah, like when I'm reading it now, like
fucked up the Hippocratic Oath. That has nothing to do with getting CPR training. You can get CPR training just because you have children and you want to know it. You can get it at your local YMCA and you don't sign no fucking Hippocratic Oath.
I don't think you even heard me correctly, but okay. Like
in Ontario, you can't be charged even if you have CPR training if you don't perform it because of the Good Samaritan laws. That's the one Canadian example I can find.
You can't be charged, you said?
You can't.
Yeah, you cannot be charged for failing to administer medical aid if you're not a medical professional.
Yeah, the only instance where, so like NIH has a study and it says like Good Samaritan laws typically do not provide legal protection for on-duty doctors. That would be the exception.
Yeah, on duty. You have to have a duty of care to the person to be charged for not administering medical aid. I don't have a duty of care to any of you fuckers. I do have a duty of care to my children. And that's why I said if I have the means and my children need it, I'm going to do it because I have a duty of care to them. I don't have a duty of care to any of you guys.
Good Samaritan
You
laws.
have a duty to donate to me sometimes, though.
States.
I have. Even though you made a horrible video about me, I've donated to you, Dusty.
Because you were talking shit.
What was the video?
You started that.
I did, and I apologize.
Yeah, and I didn't make any more videos about you.
Exactly. So we're good. I'm just saying, but I ain't got no problem. I've donated to Best. I've donated to AVG, I think, on her stream once. I've donated to Emmett. I've donated to N.
People. I just wanted to I just wanted to reaffirm that obligation.
I'm actually everybody. You people better donate out there. Donate and
to me before any of these people on YouTube.
Donate too.
Hey, I'll take as much turf as you'll let me take. Yeah, and you got obligated to, make sure that my socks are matched and all that shit too.
Yeah, I think me and Katie might have to battle for that position. She might kick my ass if I started organizing your sock drawer, bro.
She'd probably be like, thank God she's here doing the socks. Because I actually do like my socks matched because I'm a little bit autistic about like the seam on the toes being the same.
Yeah, if they're out of the same pack, I don't care if the colors match, but they have to be out of the same pack. I'm with you, Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about off subject, guys. Come on.
Okay, Danny.
I'm waiting for you to drop me again.
Nah. I'm fighting a losing battle. There's too many dudes around here trying to rush the scene.
Here's the thing, Dusty, for me. A lot of people try to figure me out, and they want to know where I'm coming from, and they think they understand me because they prescribe if-then theories to me. And I am not like what most people think. People, when we had the eugenics debate, people were like, well, what if you were the one not allowed to breed? And I'll tell you, first and foremost, I should have never been allowed to breed based on the circumstances I was in when I had my children. And here's the thing. I am not a do-gooder. I am not a fucking
You're
goody-goody.
miserable at the world, aren't you?
I don't think I have the moral high ground on anybody, and I'm okay with that because I'm not God. I'm just a human being trying to get through this life. So I don't need to judge other people, and if you guys want to judge me, that's great because none of you fuck me, feed me, or finance me. And when you start doing one of those things, I'll give a fuck what you say.
So I actually agree with what you just said there. However, with specifically with this topic, you're not just not being responsible for people. You're actively proposing intervention in other people being responsible for each other. That would, in a way, that would have nothing to do with you.
I suppose you could say that, but we do that in our society already. If you don't have a medical license, you can't go do open heart surgery on somebody.
I get that we do it in our society already. I'm trying to figure out, because I think that people tend to write you off, like when they can't figure out or don't agree with you to, oh, she's just a this or that, right? And I think that you probably have some sort of illogical, I think that you've got some sort of thought process or something. Some silly logic, right? What is that?
While your own accord, what
Carotid artery
of
bleeding,
yours if other
and it
people say each
distracts
other?
from people actually doing something to fix things because they think, oh, we've already given everybody Narcan, we've washed our hands of it, and that's what's happening. You're not seeing the kind of shit we need happening, and more importantly, without Narcan, we've already seen the number of fatalities from opioids rise between 2017 and 2024, I think, or 2025, because in 25 to 26 it gave a little bit of
prescriptions way harder to get.
And they made prescriptions way harder to get. And here's the thing: beyond that, we have the Narcan. And still having all these deaths, what that means is without the Narcan, we'd have a lot more deaths and we'd have a truer picture of the crisis that we're at. And people might actually make a better effort to do something about it. And I'm sorry if some people gotta die. People are going to die. At this point where I live, we don't even have enough fucking water for the people here. There's a huge water battle going on between New Mexico and Texas, and we're losing. And we're dying.
This is just a quick search.
I was just looking that up.
States with duty to rescue are Vermont, Minnesota, Rhode Island. Duty to notify law enforcement is California, Florida, Hawaii, Massachusetts.
Look how few those are.
And
it doesn't matter. It still exists.
It still exists. Where
who's been charged? Okay, you show me the statute. Show me somebody actually charged.
All right. I will take.
It's also not required that you give medical
bring
treatment.
Bring that back up
That's
while
a
you're looking, if you
misunderstanding
can,
of the law
for a second, because I just want
in Rhode Island, you either have to in an emergency situation, you either have to administer or summon help, which means you either have to administer CPR yourself or you have to call 911. You have to do one of the two. I don't know if you have to
only
do both.
if you're directly involved in the accident.
No, it's not.
Call. Failing to provide or call. I just said I would dial 911.
That's only Rhode Island. That's specifically Rhode Island. That's
that's at the top. States with a duty to rescue. Failing to provide or call for reasonable. That's on
I have it pulled up.
Three
in
of
Vermont, failing to assist can result in a fine of up to $100. In
wow! I'll pay
that. Failing to provide reasonable assistance. Failing to provide reasonable assistance and is a petty misdemeanor in the state of Minnesota. Like, these are
New York used to be that way.
Who's been convicted? I want to see
look up sodomy laws. What states still have sodomy laws on the books?
Reasonable assistance is not medical treatment.
Okay, reasonable assistance is CPR if they need it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. We could argue that in court and see who wins.
If you don't know how to administer it.
You are certified to administer CPR. You can't, and the person needs CPR. Yep. You can provide reasonable assistance because you have the training to do so.
So there's way more states that will not let you butt fuck than will make you administer assistance.
Thank you, Dusty.
And I've butt fucked in at least 2 of those states. So
New York used to be one of those that required you would lose your medical professional license and could be criminally charged if you did not offer assistance. AVG, I see your message. No problem. I appreciate you very much. Although I don't know how. Well, shit, that was a hot minute ago, so it's right about that 5 minutes. So whenever you gotta go, I appreciate you. This has been awesome. I love having
you, AVG.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Beth. Witchy, pleasure debating you as always. The rest of you fine panel folk, lovely to see you and to chat with you. I did promise my chat I'd do a quick after panel of just the people that didn't want to contend with the haters and they just wanted to air their
people that need their safe space. Shout out to the safe space princesses.
We don't know that. just like we don't know.
We know that. No, we know that. You basically
Where's my
just
buddy
said that.
Slifer?
We already suspected it, and you just said it
Do you
explicitly.
think they gotta
Trying to
have their
say-
echo chambers? It makes
I
them
know
feel
they gotta,
safe.
you know. It's
What-
probably
Nice
all
going,
men too.
Dusty.
It's probably all men that need to rub each other's vaginas.
Wait, Dusty, the funny part is,
definitely
Dude, I didn't know that
even
was
the
a
way
thing.
you're
Can you rub my
questioning me,
vagina?
Dusty, even the way you questioned me, everybody's kind of against me on this panel, so this
Dusty's
must be their
going
safe
first.
space.
I actually, and I disagree with you, but I'm not like, I'm not really worked up about your position because it doesn't
No,
necessarily.
I get it.
I don't
But
really
like I say,
care.
even you're
it's
against me.
just not,
Everybody here disagrees with me, and they still don't feel safe enough to come up here. I love you, AVG. I'm just teasing. You got to feed the drama, right?
I think
I
honestly,
think
they
maybe a
just
good
wanna-
team
I'll
building
come up
exercise.
and get some anytime.
Hang on a second.
Let me see
Just
if we can do.
Oh,
Is that you, Josh? Real quick.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You
Thank
know
you.
I'm up here.
Thank you. Thank
Dark
I
side.
think-
If you could. Sorry. Go ahead, Paige.
can I make an outro?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just want to hate on me for not being mean enough again. That's why they want to hate on me. I also have to read my super chats and stuff. I'm not going to do that on Best Stream. So thank you so much for having me. Hope you guys have a great night, and God bless.
Good night, Paige. God bless.
Nobody's hating on you.
Okay, do
Dark
it
side.
again.
If
I'm
you
sorry, you're gonna
could
make my
choose,
time much longer if I keep deading.
Witchy Bitchy doesn't like the junkies wandering around her neighborhood. If you could choose one demographic of people to have the meteorite hit, who are you going to take out?
People who abuse the welfare state.
Wow.
I think
That-
there's
Hey, she's
that's
taking
the
away
one-
my junkies too.
welfare
That's-
and Social Security. I'm
If
with
they,
you.
Hold on, why?
If they have, why?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they make it more difficult for the people that actually need it to get it.
They do.
But junkies don't.
And that's
And then the people that
part of
fall
my
on
argument on these
Hold
junkies.
on a minute. Hold
That's
on.
part of my argument on these junkies, and I said it. We spend so much on giving them food stamps and
Hold on a
Narcan.
minute.
and
Not everybody
shit.
on using the welfare state is on drugs. First of all,
But most of the people who are high
No,
on
even
drugs are
implied
using
that.
the welfare
But ladies,
state.
Nobody
Can't
even
we-
implied that.
Can't we see that both of you have a group of
That's
people
it.
that you want to murk, right? Like you guys
I
are
would-
not that different.
I
It's
would
just
like them to not be here. I don't know
Well,
that I
there's-
would go out and take their lives away from them.
Well, I'm not going to do it myself either. I just
That's
want them to
exactly
do it.
what
you guys
Nikki is
want
saying
somebody-
about.
you guys want somebody like
and
Josh
they're
to do it.
cross-sectional. Our groups are even cross-sectional. We have more in common than you think.
I would prefer people who that think like you get some help. That's what I would prefer. Because
What kind of help, please? Tell me.
I don't give a fuck what you have done. There is some part of you that is worth saving. There is a part of you that's worth saving.
What help?
You would
Please
not
tell
have-
me. Advise me what help I need. You say I need help. You're so sure of it. Advise me what help I need.
God, you need Jesus.
Jesus.
I'm not kidding. There are some really awful individuals out there in this world. I don't care what the fuck they have done or who the fuck they have harmed. I really hope they find Jesus. And I hope they don't leave this world until they have the opportunity to do so, lady.
So if they find Jesus, they're suddenly going to have your save-a-ho mentality?
I don't think it's save-a-ho mentality. I think some people come to realizations later than others. That's all. That's all. And I really do pray that you get to a point where you can love all of humanity without wishing to wipe out a specific population of them.
I'm not wishing to wipe them out. They wipe themselves out on a daily basis. I just want to stop bringing them back.
Will you agree to allow us to wipe out that part of civilization if we throw a Jesus cross and some holy water on them before they're on their right before we offer them?
Absolutely.
Oh,
not.
Josh, that was perfect.
Absolutely not.
Here's Jesus.
No.
See you later.
I would-
I'm not saying
It doesn't have anything to do with
that I
Jesus.
would murder individuals that are abusing the welfare state. I would prefer that individuals don't abuse the welfare state. So I would prefer that they didn't exist.
I would take out people who play scratchers tickets
Well,
because
I
they're always
just say
clogging
get
up
rid
the
of the
counter.
It was an
at the
asteroid.
gas station.
You wish the asteroid would hit the welfare abusers.
The only way to get rid of people
We all
who
heard it.
abuse the welfare state is to get rid of the welfare state, which is also something I'm totally fucking down for.
Then,
So then you're
who's gonna pay for your free
sentencing
Narcan?
everybody that's on it, right?
I'd be fine with getting rid of the welfare state, but since it's here, I'm also fine with people abusing it.
Wait. Her argument for the meteor hitting the people on the welfare state is it make it harder for other people to get it. But now her argument is just to remove the whole thing, which is going to make it even harder for those other people to get it. Beautiful.
Yeah, no.
And there'll be nobody to pay
yeah,
for all
because
that free Narcan we're giving out in bathrooms and shit.
So I'm not talking about wiping out the welfare state and leaving the economy in its current fucking form, you dum-dum. That would
Is the free Narcan we're giving
That
out
would
not
be
part of that
retarded.
welfare state?
No,
Is the
see,
free Narcan we're giving
my
out not part of that welfare
My
state?
prescription for that whole thing is bring things back to your fucking local community. Stop letting some dum-dum in Washington, D.C. tell you how to live in fucking Minnesota. Like, stop that.
So we're for the
It's not
welfare
the
city, not
Narcan.
the
Is the
welfare
free
state.
Narcan? Is the free Narcan? Is the free Narcan part of the welfare state?
More likely to in your own community than you are someone outside your community. There's a fucking.
Okay, let's get back to the topic here. Is the free Narcan part of the welfare state?
There is no welfare. There is.
You
no
just said they take advantage of the welfare system.
But I'm also talking about if the welfare system were to be removed, another system would come in place of it.
Is getting Narcan 25 times taking advantage of the welfare state?
I'm so retarded that I would actually suggest getting rid of the welfare state without some kind of fucking economy reform.
You just suggested it. Nobody said anything about an economy reform. What I'm saying is,
very much underestimate me, lady. Very much so. I'm just not that.
Really, you just admitted that you want to get rid of people who take advantage of the welfare state. Are not people who get Narcan multiple times at taxpayer expenses taking advantage of the welfare state?
Other people are a part of the welfare state that do not abuse drugs.
Right, but these people who are getting the Narcan, back to the topic, these people who are getting the Narcan 20 times for free, are they taking advantage of the welfare state?
Well, yeah.
So then you agree. The meteor can hit them too. We agree. Thank you.
Did I, first of all, when I said that, I said not everyone that is abusing the welfare state is on drugs.
Yeah,
but
you want to kill more people.
There are those.
Yeah, you want to kill more people than me.
Shut up and let me finish, lady. Jesus Christ.
Dusty, you can post the link on your
I'll never let anybody finish. Why do I need to let you?
I don't exclude.
I'm the only one who finishes every time.
Yeah, I'm not excluding people that are on drugs. I'm literally not excluding people.
That's my new policy.
I never excluded them when I made my original statement. So to make it look like I did is fucking weird.
I didn't say you did. I'm saying that.
No, logically you did. And you just conceded to it literally 40 seconds ago.
People on Narcan abusing the welfare state, I never said they weren't. And I also included them in my original statement. So that's why.
Well, it depends. Are they receiving private or public Narcan? Is it charity Narcan or is it?
Jesus.
Is it public?
Yeah, any Narcan you guys pay for is charity Narcan.
Also part of the welfare state since they get tax exemption. OG.
I might apologize for yelling.
What did you say?
I gotta go. I might apologize for yelling, but whenever you interact with me on a fucking panel, this is probably.
Don't apologize for yelling.
No, I'm not. I'm a yeller. I'm
entertaining.
No,
I'm enjoying having you.
I'm a yeller.
Stand in your square.
Actually,
all you want.
if anything, we could use more name calling and we could use more name calling out of you. I think probably.
I'm just saying a warning. If you see me on a panel, you probably have to turn your volume down a little bit. I'm not apologizing like I'm going to.
I had to turn you up.
Probably not.
Yeah, no, we deal with Denison regularly. We're used to loud mics.
You're not familiar with this space, are you, darling?
I'm not.
You like my loud mic?
I'm familiar with
used to loud sex
in general. I'm familiar with Beth. I'm familiar with not many of these people other than chat right now on the panel as far as interacting outside of YouTube. But I'm pretty familiar with the space. But Beth, I do got to go. I got to go over to AVG. Thanks for letting me come up. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure. I hope to see you again. Have a great night.
Yeah. What did you say? What did you say with you when first came up? What now?
You said, is it private or public Narcan that they're getting? And I said, even those private quote unquote charities, are they not also part of the welfare state since they are exempt from tax by being charities? So our tax dollars are going to them because we're not taxing them on their income.
Well, no. There's a difference between tax dollars going to and them just not being taxed.
That's a lot of tax money we're missing out on by
I mean, it's not really.
It's the same. It's almost the same as
mathematically,
billions, tens of billions of dollars for churches.
I'm not saying I want more taxes for anything ever at all. Ever.
Oh, me either. But I'm just throwing out.
But yeah,
certainly would pay for all the Narcan.
A tax exemption or a refund, it's functionally the same thing, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. If they're getting an exemption, then there's tax dollars.
Well, are you giving out charity Narcan, darling? Are you giving out charity Narcan?
I'm not giving out
New York does it all.
No, she wants them to be cold.
It's everywhere in New York.
That's kind of where you like. I want to agree with you, but when you make the argument about if their family don't like them or if their community don't like them, people will backstab you over the fucking slightest bullshit. That's not a good argument for that. Now, if they can, if they refuse to seek help or be better, that's a better argument.
That's what I said. I said
that's a
that
majority of people
are at the point that even their own family has given up because they refuse to change.
I mean, you're sort of like creating a narrative to justify whatever it is you're proposing, right? Because
all I'm proposing is
the narrative that the storyline that you're assigning to people is so simplistic and generic. It probably doesn't really fit one person, right? It's just a blanket dismissal of the group. Yeah, okay.
That is not true.
I know it's not true, David. Shut the fuck up.
You gotta teach me how to surf these boundaries of your bullshit, Flo.
I don't even know how they work.
No.
I'm way too. You know me. I'm way too fucking autistic.
I don't know how they work.
Fucking literal for this shit.
Just tell him he's retarded and fuck off and argue with him in good faith.
Okay, yeah, but your narrative that I've heard several times about the Narcan people isn't. It's a dismissal action, right? It's not.
Yes,
it's a majority of the people who are standing around leaning up against nothing, fucking on sidewalks, shitting on sidewalks. They literally just, it takes them longer to kill themselves when you don't give them the Narcan. That's almost all the people we're talking about. And as soon as you go and seek help anywhere, you automatically fall out of the definition of her argument.
Most addicts don't end up dying of overdoses.
Correct.
So
they also wouldn't take Narcan. They just keep going on using their drugs. They know how to handle it.
Addicts are bad people.
I think we should legalize all drugs, and everybody should go on using whatever drugs they want, and we don't need to have all this chaos about should we do this for them? No, just let them do their thing, right?
Yeah, I would think she's for that too. Yeah,
I'm for that too.
I gotta say, I rarely ever get convinced in a debate. But I was pro Narcan for everyone until this debate. Because the arguments against her position were so horrible.
Wait,
Clay, you're up next. Go ahead,
now
Clay.
all of a sudden I'm the minority here, right? Because I want to off the user and the seller at the same time.
Hang on, Josh. Clay, go ahead. Sorry. And welcome. You've been waiting a hot second.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate
Not as long as I have.
This was a debate that went actually the exact opposite direction that I expected. I expected the opposite position, so that was very interesting. But since Witchy is here, I was going to ask you, so your position is, just trying to make sure that because these people seem to have a problem with getting clean, that their cause is essentially less.
Did you watch the debate?
Yeah. Well, okay. It's a medical debate. So
you watched the debate and you still coming with this question?
Yeah. Well,
okay.
I just want to clarify if that's.
Give him a chance.
Okay, so if you're trying to walk me into corner, let me answer your question so we can get walking. So the premise I'm saying is people who are repeatedly revived from OD status should not continue to be revived, and that in order to revive someone from OD status, you should have to be a medical professional.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No. It's exactly the position I thought it was. So there's a lot of people who do very dangerous, crazy, chaotic stunts. And when it comes to the medical help they need, when they like break arms or get stabbed in the face with a soldering iron because they did something really stupid, should they also receive lack of medical care for that?
You know, I've heard this statement a bunch of
They
times.
do if they can't afford it. They do if they can't afford it. We don't give that shit for free. We just give Narcan for free.
I work around
But she didn't
soldering
even
irons
argue that we
constantly.
shouldn't
I've
give
never
medical.
seen nobody
Hold on,
stabbed
That's
for
not
something.
true. That's
Hold
not
on.
true. Wait a second. People will do dumb shit, hurt themselves, go to the hospital, and stiff them on the bill all the time.
Yeah, the emergency
not around
So
here.
it's not the argument.
Okay, here's the
The
argument.
argument isn't to deny medical treatment to people who OD. So what you're
I'm not
saying is
gonna set
fucking
your arm.
irrelevant.
I'm not going to set your arm, Clay. If you're one of those idiots who goes out and does parkour and you break your arm, I'm not going to see you on the
So,
side of the road and set
how do
your
you feel
arm. I'm
about
going
the
to call
Hippocratic
911.
Clay is a world-class parkourer.
How do you feel about the Hippocratic Oath?
I'm just saying,
You feel like
I'm
the
going to call
Hippocratic Oath-
911. I'm not going to set your arm.
Do
Money
you feel like
talk.
the Hippocratic Oath is bullshit?
Money talks. Tootie Bug, you got 10 minutes.
What did you say, Clay?
Who the
Yeah,
fuck kicked
yes.
Tootie? Oh, the panel's
Yes.
full. Never mind.
The Hippocratic Oath is bullshit. It is largely not an actual thing. In
Well,
medical,
Here's
like,
the thing,
for
Clay.
doctors.
I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a medical
Alright,
professional.
well,
If you break
my-
your arm and I see you laying on the ground with a broken arm, I'm going to call 911. I'm not going to set your arm.
so-
Same
as-
thing if I see a guy
as you
ODing,
should.
I'm not going to give him
So a
Narcan. I'm going
person's
to call
word-
911
so a person
and let the
word-
medical professionals give him medical treatment.
So a person's
As
word
you
means
as you
nothing?
should.
So a person's word means nothing anymore. Essentially, is
What
what,
do
you're
you
saying.
mean? What do you mean their word means nothing?
Their word means nothing. So if somebody says, "Hey, I'm in this profession to essentially save
What the
lives,"
fuck are you talking about?
He's talking
Nobody
about
is
the
saying that we
hypocritical
deny
oath
medical
that,
treatment.
Are you
if I
really
talk
asking
about the
somebody
oath
Nobody
that
is
medical
saying. See, this is
experts
why
like
my
medical
mic needs to be
professionals
turned
still
up.
get to
Right
administer
here.
the shit?
if I go
Too
into an
many
emergency
mouths at
room,
the same time, man.
I'm expecting that those people can at least try to help me.
Nobody is
That's what
saying
we
to deny
said.
medical
They should
treatment
go
to
to a medical
anybody.
professional. Restart.
Hold on. Clay, do you think the Hippocratic Oath is like something doctors have to take as like part of their profession?
the
It
AMA,
doesn't
yeah.
matter. We're not saying they can't go to
AMA,
the
yes.
fucking doctor. We're saying they should go to the fucking doctor.
Yes, the
What
AMA
Nikki is trying to say is
pretty
that
much any
people
hospital
that
you
are
work in
random
the US
people
will
should
require
not be applying this
Yeah. If
medication
you go overseas,
regardless.
and you're like,
Even though it's
on, like, a
completely
mission,
harmful
as
from
a
what they
doctor,
say.
they will make
And now
you-
he's talking about the fucking Hippocratic Oath. This,
And
shit-
about
this is
whether or
why I
not
changed
you
my
should
mind.
get
What he
medical
was talking about from the
treatment.
get-go.
This
dude.
is why
Talk
I'm
about whether
pro
you should
not
get
giving
medical treatment. I
Narcan out
never said
anymore.
these people shouldn't get medical
I'm
treatment.
just
I said what they
asking
need
if
is
the
medical
person's
treatment.
word
The
is worthwhile.
Hippocratic Oath is not required in the United States, Clay.
So
It doesn't even matter. It's
Yeah,
totally
but you still have a lot of
AMA
doctors and
Nothing
nurses
to
that
do with
take
the
it,
topic of
OG.
conversation.
because they're taking it so fucking far away from the point.
No, what I'm
I
saying-
said, shut up, OG.
Oh,
First
damn,
off,
Nikki.
it ain't me talking.
Listen to
got
me,
some
Clay.
bitchy Nikki
Listen to
now.
me.
It's Clay.
Let me be very
Just
fucking clear,
asking.
Clay.
You don't have
Let me
to
be very
so
fucking clear.
emotional. You're
Let me be
emotional
very fucking
because it's-
clear,
Hey,
Clay.
no, I'm just saying, don't
Because
talk to me
everybody's
like
talking
She's
over
emotional
everybody.
because you're
You don't have
talking
to be
over her and you're
She
not
turned into
listening.
witchy
Well, it's
bitchy. You
actually-
just
No,
gotta
she
deal with
doesn't.
it
She
now.
doesn't
She
have
can't
to be
get-
emotional.
And
I'm
you
just
all
explaining
wanted
to you what she
answer
is.
for her. You all
You're
wanted to
deliberately
listen for her.
filibustering.
Bro,
You're being an
I have
asshole.
gotten little of what she actually has said because I can't hear her over your
Okay,
stupid
so then
ass
shut the fuck up
It's
and
because you
listen.
didn't pay attention to anything.
No, it's because you keep talking over her.
All right,
I'm talking over her with exactly what you need to listen to, which is that the position has no. You can't. Can you hear what I'm saying right now while you're talking? Can you hear what I'm saying to you while you're talking?
Yes, Denizen, you're over.
This is audio madness right
You think
now.
he can hear me? Can he hear me? Because I'm going to say it again for the 8th time.
Yeah.
She
You're the
never
loudest
said to
voice,
deny
dude.
medical treatment to people who OD. Can you get that through your thick skull?
The debater. You wanted to answer.
And we heard every bit of that.
Can you get it through your thick skull that she never said to deny medical treatment to anyone?
I asked this to Witchy Bishy and not to Dennis.
Is it through your thick skull that she never said to deny medical treatment to anyone?
You
All
have
right,
to be
hang
retarded.
on.
You're the retard.
You are retarded.
It's past your bedtime.
Bro, it's
You need to go take a nap. Go get a juice in a sippy cup.
Stop being a retard.
You don't know how to listen to English words.
Suck my dick.
No, exactly. There we go.
Suck my dick.
All right, Beth. This is where everybody's.
Thank you for your
always telling you
contribution to the
step in.
panel.
Can I get
hang on
Richie
a second,
Fishy's
please.
answer?
I got a lot going on at
instead of
once
somebody
here.
else's?
Drop
You
one
can't.
of them.
You don't know how to
lecture they
listen. You
ass,
keep
tell
talking
them how
over
the
her.
shit
Next on the
goes.
next panel.
Hang on. Hang
Okay, on
on.
the next panel.
Please. I got some work to do.
Don't say please when it comes to your panel. Just tell them what the fuck to do, Beth.
I'd love
Shut
to.
the
if
fuck
people
up,
could
Dub.
hear me. If
He
people
did,
could
and you're
hear
still
me.
talking.
Down and do the business. Then bring us back.
That's exactly what I was working on doing. Well, I was letting you guys go at it for a little bit because the loosh, right, Dusty?
Danny.
What? Why did you say my name?
They're
You
yelling
told
at
me
me
shut the
for
fuck
not
up. I told you
making
to
them
shut
all
up.
shut up.
I don't give a
I'm
fuck.
not yelling
Deal
at
with
you.
it.
And they couldn't hear me.
Okay.
No, I was just pointing out that's why people be bitching at you not taking control of the
I mean, do
panel.
you
That
have
was the
something to
moment
do, or are we
so.
just going to talk about talking?
Beth
So,
had business,
all
and you
I'm
guys
saying-
keep talking over her. Shut the fuck up
I don't-
already.
I
Yeah.
took care of it. Or well,
Okay.
Did you?
So let me answer Clay. Let me answer Clay real quick. He keeps trying to say that I'm denying somebody medical care. In fact, what I said was they should have to seek medical care as opposed to denying them medical care. I'm denying the average Joe Schmo should be setting somebody's arm on the side of the street instead of calling an ambulance.
now, real quick, as far as me controlling my panel, taking control of my panel, there's going to be times where, yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm going to let y'all eat each other for a couple of minutes. Why? Because whether or not anybody wants to admit it, they like to watch that shit. So I'll let you eat each other for a few minutes and be little fucking cannibals. Okay? And then, when I'm ready to start dropping you, and I start getting my finger over the button, and y'all start getting control of yourselves, I'll leave you alone some more.
I wasn't criticizing you, Beth. I was just pointing out that somebody later probably will.
Yeah, they will. But if I had done it different, if I had started dropping everybody, fucking, then I would have gotten criticized for
Somebody's
that.
gonna bitch and complain no matter what you do.
Exactly. To the person who just sent me a Cash App, Clay left the panel, so I cannot make that name change. Text me and tell me what dono clip you'd like to see, though, and I'm happy to play that. There's like
Or if there's somebody else you'd like their name changed.
yeah, or that too. I can change somebody else's name. There's lots of funny clips I've got, including the new Marte one, which is actually pretty fucking funny, in my opinion.
Oh, I made you a little money. Somebody paid to change my name. Yay, I just saw that.
Yeah, so AVG too. She ended up being Valkyrie. You became that Soylent Green solution had me dying over here. Holy shit.
What I don't get is they always go to that I'm actually talking about me going out and killing somebody or you going out and killing somebody on my behalf. These people are dying anyway.
No.
Quit reviving
because
them.
no, they're not. These people are living,
dead.
and you are taking proactive steps to prevent them from living
No,
through that
they're
incident.
doing
That's
that.
not true.
They're
Yes, it
taking
is true.
the
They're
proactive
dead.
steps to prevent
They
themselves from
OD.
being.
They have to
No,
OD
right.
first.
You OD, and then you get revived. That's the status quo. She's proposing
They get
that-
revived by the Narcan.
that they not get revived by the Narcan. She's
No.
yeah,
Correct.
Yeah.
That they
she's
say.
intervening.
They already killed
right.
themselves.
She's intervening on the intervention.
Yeah.
her position
I want
is
to
that
stop
the
the
Narcan.
intervention.
Yes, exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna say that. Okay. I'm gonna say this fucking much, and then I'm gonna leave my argument out of this. They say addiction is a mental health issue, so basically, people that have mental health, we should just fucking off them too and let them fucking die.
No,
They
they're
can't get their
offing
mental health straight.
themselves.
Only if they off themselves.
So
Exile.
okay, then we shouldn't speak against suicide of people that are depressed going through mental
No,
issues.
you can
then.
speak against people offing themselves. No one said that.
We just
Your
don't have to
arguments
stop them.
fucking
I
suck.
agree with
This
you.
is so
Well, I mean,
infuriating.
no,
I
if
agree.
your argument is let them go ahead and kill themselves because they're already fucking dead, well, if somebody's mentally and emotionally dead, fuck it, let them kill their goddamn self. They're already
Yeah,
dead.
let
No,
'em.
no, no.
Let
We're
'em kill
saying
Same
don't bring
fucking
them back
stupid
to life
argument
after
y'all
they already
making.
did kill themselves.
No, I agree, Exiled. If somebody tries, if it's not with an OD, but somebody is actively trying to self-delete, let them.
Yeah, I think people that got opinions like that, y'all should start self-deleting.
I don't
That's
want
what
to
I feel.
self-delete.
But you should,
Again,
because y'all are
another
the real
retarded
issue.
statement.
No, y'all are the
They
real
want to kill other
issue.
people. I
Lack of
no.
empathy. Lack of
Nikki is the
empathy is
reason
the
why people are
lack of
fence addicted
empathy
in
is the
OD.
reason the world is the way it is. Lack of fucking empathy. So you motherfuckers with lack of empathy need to get the fuck off the planet, and the planet will be a better fucking place.
Here's the thing: you are the one who wants
Fuck
to end
outta
other
here.
people. I just want to let people end themselves. Who's
Bye,
morally
OD.
more wrong here? You actually want to end people like me. I don't want to end anybody. I just want to let them end themselves.
Right, but the
Because people
status,
like you are the ones that help
technically
put people
the status
fucked
quo
up
right now,
mindsets.
and this is what's driving me nuts with Witchy and Dozen, is the status quo right now is that people are not ending up dead. You are proactively intervening in the status quo to change it so that people end up dead who otherwise would not. But you're trying to say, I'm not trying to make people end up dead, but
no,
you
we're
are.
not. No, we're not. They do end up dead. They just get revived.
Okay, at the end of the whole incident, are they still alive?
Sometimes, yes.
Yes. And you would propose that at the end of the incident, they not be alive.
For a little while longer until they OD again and again
No, we don't
and
know.
again
We have no
and
idea.
again and again.
Some of them live for long times.
Yes,
I'm a
well,
quality
they
over quantity
piss and
person
shit and
anyway,
fuck in the street.
What I'm pointing out is that you are in fact trying to prevent or to actively prevent them from continuing to live. You're making an active intervention.
Because they can still get it from a medical professional. I'm saying we need to limit.
Right. You're putting a big barrier to entry there because you want more people to not end up alive.
Yes.
Yes. So you're making it harder for people to live through intentional actions. That's the same thing as going out of your way to kill more people.
No, it's not.
What's not intentional actions?
You're just
do
dressing
nothing.
it up.
I got a thing. Get some people start getting all fucked up, and we could put this bitch with some no Narcan and or someone with Narcan and let you stop it and see how that works. Because the fact you're like saying all the diabetic people, let's fucking not give them insulin, and just because
See what
some
I mean?
of them fucking follow their
It's
diet,
a fucking
some of them are
circus flood of retards and retarded arguments. This is embarrassing.
But what you're trying to say
First
is
it's
let's
EpiPens,
fucking kill
then it's
people. You're like saying
insulin.
let's add to killing people. They're absolutely
But
alive,
people who need
and they're
insulin
not
aren't trying to
self-deleting
kill
because they're doing
themselves.
drugs. Most people who do drugs escape pain. Okay, they're not self-deleting. Self-deleting is like eating 30, 40 pills at one time. People who usually overdose don't expect overdose.
If they OD'd, then they did self-delete. If
No, they didn't. You're a dumb bitch.
Then they
Self-deleting is like me taking 30 pills. Hey, no, self-deleting is me taking 30 pills or something, wanting to kill myself. But like, if I'm trying to get high, and I get some bad shit or something happens, or I fucking take a little too much, but I have no intentions of wanting to kill myself. I just want to get high for whatever addicted reasons or mental reasons or whatever it is, chronic pain, you name it. The fact is, your dumb bitch wants to kill people, and you're making a lie. They're not self-deleting themselves. They're not. They're not. There's no
I'm not saying you
self-deletion.
can't get that treatment from a medical professional. You should get medical treatment from a medical professional.
You are the most dumbest
What,
bitch.
the only reason you're saying from a medical professional is to make it harder for people to access it.
Yeah, you don't need a medical professional to administer Tylenol and shit. It's a non-harmful drug.
Tylenol doesn't bring people back from the dead.
But Narcan is also a non-harmful drug.
Witchy,
they're not dead. If they are brought to life, they never will be
The
dead.
only reason for a medical professional to administer a medication is because the medication has a danger to it. Jesus, do y'all read fucking medical
Yeah,
books?
the danger would be the perpetuation of people who routinely OD on narcotics and opioids.
You know how many people
Obviously, they got mental issues.
Hey, you know how many cops have had to use Narcan on themselves because they touched bad fent?
Facts.
Because they got a hold of bad
professional.
fentanyl, like doing pat downs and shit. And next thing you know,
People
they're
that took
fucking
random
dropping.
notes off their car and they're fucking dead because there was
Use it on
fucking
themselves.
Dude, so
fentanyl on the
Narcan
letter.
honestly is a lifesaver for even for the innocent,
How do you
dude.
use Narcan on yourself?
You
Yeah, I'd
don't
love to
know
see how that works.
You got the kind you can pull the tip off if you're starting to feel like you're gonna
Yeah.
OD and snip
Yeah, if
that
people
shit. I've
feeling it,
seen
they
fucking
do it right
fentanyl
away. Yeah.
junkies do so.
Hang on.
If their
Hold
heart starts
on.
beating fast, I've seen people.
Hold on. Snafu, hold on. So here's the thing is like if you take someone who is on regular maintenance medication and they forgot they took their meds and retake them too soon, like they will notice. And that's the people who can
Dude,
take
druggies notice when they take too much. They're like, fuck, dude, I might have fucking overdid
I'm
it
about
this
to
time.
die.
Or,
Yeah, you
know.
hear them saying, "Oh fuck, I think I'm gonna die."
Yeah,
Maybe
this bitch wants to fucking be like Canada, man. She should just do the MAIDS program out there. Say, go to Canada and say, I want to be part of the MAIDS program and fucking deny Narcan. Like this bitch is crazy.
Stop it. Hold on. Let me. If let's say we implement Witchy into his position, right?
It's not my position.
Okay, it's not. It's just Witchy's position then. Why wouldn't we just do it properly? Because that's not actually solving the problem in the way that you would have it solved. Why don't we just get proactive with the people who are addicts? That's true.
Now you're talking.
Well, here, how about this, Bishy?
Hold on. What the fuck you talking about? Handing out machine guns and send them out in the street?
Tootie hasn't said a goddamn thing. She's been up here forever. She's been quiet. Let Tootie fucking talk for a minute, dude.
Wah. Crazy bitch is crying.
I had a very good question for you. Yeah, Witchy doesn't want to answer the question.
Stop it.
I didn't hear a question. You were all talking over each other, and Tootie was trying to say something that's against my position too.
Can you get rid of this fucking clown?
You guys are the ones advocating for.
I'm the only one. Don't you guys any fucking body.
Denizen did too.
No, I just shat on all of your
He
arguments
just advocates for
because
people
they
to be
suck.
more. He just advocates
No,
for
you're
people to be.
delusional.
I definitely heard Denizen say we should let them die.
Tootie ask her question, please. Snafu, I'll bring you back up after Tootie gets to ask her question and get an answer. Calm your ass down. Tootie.
Best stern voice. Oh my god.
That's Mama is in the house.
She wagged a finger.
I think you're gonna have to put me and Tootie one-on-one if she's gonna get to ask me a question.
Okay, now. By your logic of thinking, right? If my kids or anybody's, doesn't matter if they accidentally get overdosed by touching fentanyl or whatever the fuck maybe they accidentally get ingested, right? Why should I give any more fucks about you and your situation that's going on with your water? If you don't give a fuck about anybody else, if they might accidentally get OD'd and need the Narcan, why should anybody give any fucks about you and your water situation?
Okay,
That's
so
how you're going to be about it.
So to be fair, Tootie, it's not my water situation. This is a global water situation, which is being exacerbated in my local state. But I have a well, and it's got another 180 feet of water, according to the last time we checked the sticks. So I'm not talking about my position there. And you cannot give a fuck or give a fuck about whoever you want.
Why should anybody else give a fuck about?
Here's the thing,
what's
Tootie.
going
I'm
on
not
with you
saying that
you
your
don't give a
child
fuck
shouldn't
about
get
anybody
medical
else.
They shouldn't.
if they suffer an
That's
OD.
the answer.
And can I please answer?
Yeah,
I'm not
Dan.
saying, Tootie, that your child shouldn't get medical treatment if they suffer an OD. I'm saying that Joe Schmo on the street shouldn't be carrying around Narcan just in case. Just like I'm not carrying an EpiPen in case your kid has the first ever allergic reaction to something. That's not my duty. We don't have a duty.
I do. I carry an EpiPen for. I carry an EpiPen.
Happens to have a Narcan right there, and my child might need it, and I'm not there.
I carry an EpiPen myself because I'm allergic to bees.
I can possibly give him for saving my child's
Yeah,
fucking
'cause
life.
you're
You have
allergic.
that.
Yeah, but my thing is, let me see somebody else is having an allergic reaction that can use that EpiPen. I'm gonna use
I
my
really
You
EpiPen
can
for them.
kill them if you
Tootie's
use the
gonna get her
EpiPen
point
on
off.
them.
You need to just put me and her one-on-one for a second so she can get her point.
No, it depends, Dennis. And if
I
I
didn't
walk
hear
up and
half
this
of it.
lady's like, my husband has shellfish and he's allergic, I know that the EpiPen's gonna work for him.
No,
I
you
think
don't.
Beth is reading something and not hearing me, Tootie. I'm sorry.
Hang on, guys. I'm not sure
No.
who I have backstage, so I'm throwing up a banner real quick. So we can all find out together.
Sorry, Tootie. Tootie, if you'd
You're
like
okay.
another
Bye.
time,
Would you
I
rather be a
will
Kung
address
Fu
that.
cohort accelerationist or a neo-libertarian phalangist? Neo-libertarian phalangism.
I knew it was gonna be him.
Is that a bad
Sounds like
thing?
Prime.
He's not going to
No,
porn bomb you.
that's
He's just going to do that
Imperious.
shit.
Just gonna
Yeah.
do that nonstop?
Yep.
Okay, never mind. Fuck that. I'm not dealing with that shit.
Don't
Mike,
blame you.
Mike, is that a yes or a no on that?
So, why would you stop? Your Narcan solution really seems to be like half of a fix. What would stop you from wanting to do the whole fix and be proactive about the people who are the problem?
Nothing stops me from that. I'm absolutely, what I want is if we stop putting a Band-Aid on this gaping wound, you have to look at the fucking wound and start addressing it.
Okay, like with wood chippers or like
Yeah, how do you expect them to heal, first of all? And if the wound's not healed, well, they're going to die, and you won't be able to help them.
How did America heal over the wound of alcohol since Prohibition?
I'm going to ask you a question in return, Dusty. To answer your question, I'm going to ask you a question. If your foot is rotting off and the doctor tells you leaving it attached will lead to sepsis that will kill you, are you going to let him cut your foot off?
Yes, but I don't think that's a good
Yo,
analogy.
that's a little too
terrible
close.
analogy.
Hold the fuck on. That's a little too close to home, Nikki. Are you trying to insult people on the fucking panel?
But that's an awful analogy because
I'm saying we got to cut the infected foot off, Dusty.
But you're not going to get rid of people problems, right? Addiction is a
Glad
people
you think it's funny about people dying, bitch.
But there is no
died?
solution to that.
Coon Handler just died of sepsis.
I didn't even know that.
I know somebody who almost died of it. Ironically, it was from
I
shooting
thought you
up
were talking about
bong
Rick
water.
Rude losing his foot.
My bad,
and
my
not
bad,
dying.
then, Nikki. I thought that was intentional
No.
towards.
I was
my
more
bad.
referring to like Rick Rude, who lost his foot and didn't die.
And it was all his fault too.
Yeah,
it was all
like he
Coon's
literally
fault, too.
But again,
As much as I hate to say
that
it.
analogy doesn't really work at all. It just doesn't
These
work.
people are the rotten foot that we need to cut off from society.
You cannot cut off people who have problems from society. People are problems.
Well, you can if you implement eugenics at the same time, which we all know I want to do too. So I don't see why you don't get where I'm going with this.
Well,
Or are you
people
just
have
getting
been
me
trying.
to say it again.
People have been trying
And
to do.
I would also
to do this
push
sort of
back
thing.
on the idea that the people who are overdosing on fent over and over again are like representative of normal people problems.
I mean, I bet over half the people on this panel have had substance abuse problems. I think.
Yeah,
some
we're not
addiction
talking
problems
about
at some
substance
point-
abuse problems.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not. We're talking about the few rare extreme cases where people are pissing and shitting and fucking in the street and getting
No, we're not.
revived by strangers because they use fent so much.
Those are the majority of the people who are going to be affected by taking Narcan and taking it back to a medical professional.
There are lots and
When
lots and lots
Narcan
of
was
people-
available by a medical professional, these kids that you're talking about who actually get a hold of grandma's medicine, these people who are taking prescribed drugs on a regular basis and accidentally OD, those people have had Narcan available to them through their medical professionals and emergency services.
No,
and
that's
it does
wrong.
happen.
You have a big time. The time crunch. Time crunch is the problem. So there's lots of kids that take grandma's meds that would, in fact, definitely die if they had to go to a medical professional.
How many kids have been saved from taking grandma's meds by Narcan? Give me some numbers, somebody.
I don't
You
have
guys
any
wanna
fucking
throw that
numbers.
out
Why
as
you
an
want numbers?
example.
I'm too old for the opiate epidemic. That was my little brother's generation shit. I don't know, but what's the point?
It's coming down
just
to
an
that. If
example.
even just one life is saved, fucking
No, it's not.
martyr
No, it's not.
Literally, those
syndrome
words were
bullshit.
used in the
No, it's not.
fucking debate.
It's not. Like
It's coming back to that. How many?
You're
tell me- show me
dismissing.
Show me some statistics, Dusty, that prove that having Narcan available has saved more
You know what? Why don't you quote the statistics that proved me wrong since you prepped for this debate and I didn't?
I did bring out statistics showing that the
Okay.
OD rate is higher
No,
now.
I want
than
the
it
statistics
was
showing. I want the
before
statistics
Narcan
showing
was put out.
that only the undesirable, streetwalkers are the ones dying, and that other people who would pull through are not dying. I want those statistics. You prep for this debate. I'm just a panelist. Go ahead.
What statistics now? Be more clear.
You want me to prove that we're using statistics that, grandma's kid and all, people who are not the homeless dregs on the streets, that they're dying at higher rates. I'm saying I didn't prep for this debate. You did. So why don't you give me the statistics that prove me wrong instead of me trying to find statistics that I don't have?
Well, I didn't go look for statistics to prove AVG's side of the debate. That wasn't my job.
Neither of us have statistics. Why don't we just apply common sense? We understand
we
understand what drug overdoses are, and we understand that they're time sensitive, and that if you have to take Timmy to the hospital and get him in front of a doctor, that's a whole long process. Timmy might die.
Why don't we just get
Wait, you want to use common sense, Dusty? Let's use your example. Or no, it was someone else's example earlier of the EpiPen. Okay,
I see.
Let's say I don't know that my child has an allergy to something, or they've never had it before and they suddenly develop one, and I've never had an EpiPen in the house because nobody in my house carries allergies. My child has a sudden allergic reaction. That's a very time-sensitive matter, too. I have to wait for emergency services to come because an EpiPen isn't handed out for free to every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
Because they are
So
dangerous.
how is your child having an accidental OD by getting into grandma's medication that you didn't keep her away from? More important than my child. So why doesn't everybody have to carry a fucking EpiPen
It's not
around?
a matter of more important. It's a matter of the negative harms that come from misusing the thing. If you use an EpiPen wrong, that is fatal too. If you use Narcan wrong, there's no issue.
Yeah.
No, they still die of the overdose.
Well, no.
No, they won't.
If you use Narcan wrong?
Well, it's kind
If
of
you
hard.
administer it to somebody who doesn't need it.
Yeah.
It's
If
not.
you administer an EpiPen to someone who doesn't need it, they're not necessarily going to die either, given proper medical.
EpiPens present a danger. Narcan does not.
A larger danger than Narcan by far.
You can buy generic EpiPens
Even
over
with that given, how is it any different though to say that to pull up a what if this child accidentally gets something? Shit accidentally happens in the world. We don't always have a fucking EMT next to us because something accidental happened.
That's why you want it in your first aid kit. That's
And
why
nobody-
people
and
should
nobody-
have access to
But
it.
it's you should.
Right.
You can
Nobody's
buy
saying
generic.
no.
You can buy generic EpiPens over the counter. The EpiPen brand is stronger than the generic and could pose a legal problem. But the generic brands are almost as effective, and you can buy them and put them in fucking first aid kits. Why the fuck do you want to take something that's first aid away from the people? Like, I agree with every argument you make, except for like, there are accidents that happen. There are medical problems that you can't foresee. It is a first aid thing. There are ways to get around it without taking away Narcan from a fucking first aid kit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because the Band-Aid prolongs the inevitable problem.
It's not an inevitable problem, though.
Yeah, well, there are. Well, see, I'm on Witchy's side, probably almost, maybe worse than her, right? But the concept is ultimately what's not being said is the elimination of certain groups of people.
Yeah. Right, but you guys are presenting it in a way that's untrue. In fact, most
I'm all
people.
for that, Josh. Josh, you're not
definitely not.
I'm all for the elimination of certain.
You're the one presenting it as something untrue, like it's saving a bunch of fucking kids.
Most people who have drug addictions do not die of an overdose.
Yeah, they don't get Narcan.
No,
I'm not
Most
against
people
drug
just
addicts.
do drugs. They do the proper amount of
against
drugs to get high.
Class of drug addict that is destroying the fabric of our society as I watch.
You are so dramatic. They are not destroying the fabric of society.
I can't even go to a restaurant to eat.
Where do you live?
I live in New Mexico. I live near the city of Albuquerque. Look up the
Okay,
statistics.
well,
Have you seen
don't believe me.
That city's had issues for fucking decades, Nikki.
Y'all gotta move to Kansas
Yes, but
City.
it's
It's
worse.
nice here.
Oh, it's been happening
worse
a
in the
long
last
time,
10 years.
therefore it's
It's worse in the last 10 years since they stopped letting them die.
Oh my God.
I knew something happened.
I think that there's a lot of people who just don't have any real problems, and the other ones who are like, we need to round up the homeless people. Blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, you had to see somebody at the intersection on your way to work. You know, it's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm speculating a bit, but I just assume that probably junkies are not that big of a problem in your life. You're probably not finding them in your garage and shit. You know, you probably just
I had to
kind of
leave
don't
the
like
city
them.
so that I wasn't. I had to leave the city so that I wasn't. Flo, and I lived in a fairly decent neighborhood. I had to move myself out into the mountains away from the city because it was to the point where on 3 different occasions within 2 or 3 weeks, on 3 different occasions I had fucking cops in SWAT with fucking AKs crossing through my backyard chasing junkies.
What? Why are SWATs with ARs chasing junkies? Something here doesn't make sense.
Because they're out here committing violent crime on a daily basis.
I hope you had the popcorn ready.
No, there's some sort of
No,
disconnect.
see, the real problem there is the police. We should just do away with the police, and then you wouldn't have that problem in your backyard. See how that works?
That's fine too, because then I could just take the junkies out myself, and I don't have to worry about
if you
waiting
have
for them
cops
to kill
doing that
themselves.
shit because somebody's high, that's a cop problem more than anything.
To be fair,
Well, no, they get high and then they steal shit to continue to get high.
You mean cops do? You're right.
No, yeah, that too.
No, the cops don't even get high. They just like stealing.
Cops
do. I challenge you, Dusty.
They get high off the stealing.
I'm about to say, what do you think? They steal the drugs and get high off the drugs they steal.
Somebody's saying my name.
challenge you.
I am.
I challenge
I
you.
am. I'm
I
trying
challenge
to
you, Dusty. I
There's
want to
true.
bring up.
saying
I want to
Dusty.
bring up a couple of videos of people. Like Nick Fuentes or somebody, because he did it, and I think Cam Higby did it. I'm going to bring you up videos of people walking through the streets in the city I live in broad daylight, and what they encountered.
Right. No, I've seen those
I live
videos.
in one of those places too.
Yeah.
I get it.
And you know what? I don't care. They're not affecting my life. I'm amused by them. We all love those videos. If I see them wandering on the street, I kind of laugh at them. You know, like,
It's
I'm
to the
fine with
point
it.
businesses are shutting down in my city. It's,
Oh my
it's to
God,
the point
the
that actors
business.
things off of Amazon. It's to the
Nikki,
point
what
that
are you
when I go
complaining
to
about?
buy-
I can't
when I
go to the
buy my
gas station without
groceries,
being asked for my
somebody's got to
spare
come unlock the
change.
fucking meat.
Excuse me, if they
It'll
just
be
whacked
alright.
them with a broom, they'd go away. It's that
Yeah.
simple. But Dusty,
It's not
I sent
that
you a link.
simple.
I sent
You
you a
It's
link.
not that
Dusty.
simple.
Okay. Where?
Make sure you get some lead in the end of that room.
I sent it several days ago with some cops who got caught stealing people's shit.
Lalas.
You should watch it.
Alright.
It's fucking wild.
I would love it if
The cops actually got
hitting with them with a broom does something. So let me give you a personal anecdote here, okay? My youngest daughter, her father worked security in the downtown region. He was actually a manager until recently because he got arrested because this homeless guy who has come in and hit them, who has tried to stab them with a pen, who has beat on them. He's a drug addict and an alcoholic, and he's multiple times been arrested. Came in one day and they ended up just letting him have what he was asking for, and they all ended up with battery charges on it because this poor homeless guy who's sitting there telling him, "I'm going to grape your daughter."
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I took the 17 months battery charges. I beat the shit out of him. Bet he wouldn't do it again.
That's kind of annoying.
They did beat the shit out of him, XL. That's what
I
I'm
bet
telling
he
you.
don't
And
do
they
it again.
went to jail, and he's back on the street, beat up again by somebody else. He took a wine bottle to
you heard
liquor
that
store
key
worker's
word,
head.
somebody else. And after that somebody else, I bet
Okay,
you don't
and
go
so-
back to that place.
So how does that whole situation tie back to Narcan?
Because this guy's a junkie who's been Narcaned a bunch of times with a bunch of his buddies who
Are
don't give
you
a fuck
sure,
about
or
their
are you
own lives, so they don't give
speculating?
a fuck about yours. They've seen him be Narcan downtown. It's in the testimony for the case.
I just think that eliminating Narcan except for at the
I
hospital.
don't want to eliminate Narcan.
Yeah, I know
and
you
not
say you
just
don't
at
want to
the
eliminate Narcan.
hospital.
You just,
Not just
yeah,
at
you
the
just-
hospital. The
look,
EMTs can carry
the
it.
benefit of Narcan is that it's a fast, easy solution to have on hand. Speed is the important factor here, and you're stomping on the critical component.
It's not a solution. It's a temporary Band-Aid. And if you don't
And
get
there-
medical treatment after you've had it,
what
it
would
can actually cause you
hold
to
on.
be more likely to get an
What
OD.
is what does a solution look like?
We've already told you that. You let them kill themselves off so they're gone. And
Okay,
you
but
continue
there's
to let
going to
them
be
kill
more
themselves
junkies.
off.
That's not going to get rid of junkies.
No, it's going to get rid of the overabundance of them. There's always going to be junkies, but we never had this many of them to the point where they affect my life. That's
So you just
what
like we need more hunting permits. You know, is that's
I'd go for that too.
We got too many deer. We need to cull the deer. Okay.
You're saying that like it doesn't work.
I'm totally for culling the population here, Dusty. You're
Shout
talking
out
to
to
somebody
hunting
who's
and
a proponent of eugenics. I definitely think the population needs culling. You're not saying something I haven't already.
That was the
put in
one part of
charge
her
of-
argument that worked on me.
Yeah. I guess you let it sort itself out.
Well,
That is a little
ultimately,
bit-
that is my argument, but they didn't want to argue that with me because I seeded it right away. So everybody wanted to argue with me the
That's
moral
weird.
bullshit.
Yeah, and like all these ad hominems that weren't even relevant to the fucking position you took.
Oh, I get those all the time. I mean, that's the thing is people don't want to have an actual discussion with me because they just assume things about me. I kept asking questions of people like I asked Ms. Deacon, have you chaired meetings yourself? Because she's accusing me of not doing outreach, and then in the same moment isn't willing to answer a question about her own outreach. Like, I don't assume anything about any of you people because you may have one stance on this particular issue, but tomorrow when we discuss another issue, we may be entirely in line on that issue because I don't assume that just because you have one stance, you have all these other ones. And just because I'm pro-choice, I'm suddenly a baby killer. Like, I've never had an abortion and I have 5 children. I'm definitely not an antinatalist, which I got accused of being. This is what I mean. Like, they don't want to address the actual argument. I straight up agreed. I want to call these people from our society and others too, but this argument was about these people. And nobody.
What race would you call?
I don't go along
Yeah,
racial lines.
Oh, okay.
There's good and bad shit in all of them. No, I actually think that eugenics should move towards a better amalgamation of the races as opposed to picking one over another.
Yeah, diversity is our strength when speaking in genetics.
Yeah, no, I just think we just need a better amalgamation in cultures because we're a global economy and it's about fucking time we recognize that we're one race, the human race, and get the fuck over ourselves and our
Yeah, but
national pride and our sexual pride and our
I mean, you're
religious
dismissing
pride.
the psychological characteristics of humans. We are tribal. We are not
Well,
global.
that's the autism coming out. So, well, maybe autism is the future. People who don't sit there thinking.
Well,
that
most
they're
autistic people are super racist and tribalist.
I hear a lot of autistic people doing that Ubermensch thing with themselves, but then they can't figure out what's sarcastic and what's not. So,
oh, I'm pretty good with sarcasm.
Autistic people are usually the last ones in the room, so that makes politics make sense.
I was just joking about a touch of the tism because I set aside emotions for rationality. It was a joke. I don't have an autism diagnosis. Nobody's ever accused me of actually being autistic. It was a joke about how I set aside all of the emotional, psychological bullshit and I look at the rational, logical side of life.
I'm sorry, I had to step away. I had a phone call, but did you ever answer the question of why would you want to remove it from your first aid kit? You know, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
And I agree with you on a lot of things except for this one. And my reasoning isn't because I shouldn't have it. It's because I don't believe other people should have it, and I don't think I'm any better than them, and I should get it when they don't.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? Narcan doesn't it doesn't pose an issue from just being administered. It's pretty much like putting a liquid bandage on someone who's ODing or in someone who's ODing.
And distributing it to all these people who are ODing on a regular basis is like putting a Band-Aid on an issue.
Yeah,
'Cause
but see,
if you just let them kill themselves off, they're gone.
There are so much more efficient ways of dealing with those problems than this one. This one is like one of those moot points where, and I agree with Flo, right? And I've always stated this has got me in trouble with my fascist circles. Drugs should be legalized for eugenics purposes, because if drugs are legalized, people who get addicted will deal with the consequences. And if they're
They're not
legalized,
dealing with the consequences. They have
a lot
Narcan.
a lot of the negative consequences associated with drugs go away if you legalize them, especially with
I'm
organized
next,
crime.
real quick. Welcome to everybody who just came over from the Powdered Dusty. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dusty, for coming and hanging out. You are awesome. I always appreciate you. Come back anytime.
I'm really glad he came to, Beth, because he got you some money, and that's kind of the point
fuck
of you
yeah.
streaming.
Hell
He was enjoying having his harem for as long as he could afford it.
These critiques are
And hi,
these critiques are incredibly unfair. Like, you guys know her position, right? At least if any of y'all have attended any of her discussions or debates
Hi, Jamie.
prior to
Good to
this,
see you,
right?
sir.
Doesn't seem
You're
like they do though,
absolutely-
Josh, with the arguments that I'm hearing.
Only because this is the topic prompt, right? And then everybody's dragging everything else in here against this one topic prompt. She's already told you an alternative solution, but that
I'm
one
just
wasn't
saying
one
there's
because
more
the topic prompt.
effective ways of dealing with addicts
course,
than
right? But
getting rid of
that's a
Narcan.
I want to call attention to the rare Josh Nikki collab that just happened right now.
Oh, no. Me and Josh agree on a lot. In fact, I think he wanted to join me in a debate against...
Not Josh, sorry. I meant Jamie.
Oh. So it's like Josh and I kind of agree on a lot. But more importantly, I think that the problem I come up with when I have these discussions with people is they're disingenuous. They come up and say things like... what about that one kid who got grandma's medicine? And my honest answer to that is, how the fuck did she get grandma's medicine? That's you. That's bad parenting. Like, that's the thing, is that accidents do happen. But that doesn't mean I have to be prepared for every fucking accident that could possibly happen in my life. The
But you
majority of
should be.
people who take advantage of Narcan are not accidental overdoses.
But you should.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that empathy is important, but it shouldn't be policy, is what I'm maybe considering as I get older in life. Because there's just, like, the world is not overcrowded by any means. That's a lie. But there are too many people. That's true. And most of them suck. Most of them suck. They're dumb. They can't take care of themselves. Their warning labels are for them. The litigious nature of a society is because of them. They literally ruin everything good. Like, life would just be better if they weren't around.
Yeah,
we have
along
good
with the
things,
Narcan, let's
and they
get
make
rid of the warning labels.
Those eating Tide Pods.
Right.
I mean, shit.
Yeah, and like, if you can't keep your kids away from dangerous drugs, your kid probably shouldn't breed. It's probably helping us all.
You shouldn't have kids.
Well, the one time you're not watching your kid or your nephew or niece or your grandbaby, that's the one time you're gonna wish the warning labels were there. But I digress. I don't tend to disagree with you two a lot, but this is literally. I believe wholeheartedly that you should be prepared for every situation possible that you have the finances to be able to be prepared for. And if you don't, that's just bad planning on your aspect. And Nikki, I happen to know that you're a prepper and this type of person, so I don't believe for a second that you're not prepared for these situations.
No, the only reason I say that I agree with taking Narcan out of my box is because I don't think it should be in everyone's box. And since I don't want to play this game of, oh, now you're putting yourself on a pedestal and you can have it and nobody else can, I thought, let's put the doctors on that pedestal for giving medical treatment. And
I don't know, maybe we should be honest about the pedestals, and people who are prepared enough to have it in their kit should have it, and junkies on the street who don't have it shouldn't.
Exactly.
And then it's up I'll to go with that too. I can see that. I concede that, and if somebody had come at me with that argument during the debate, they might have convinced me. My whole point of wanting Narcan to be from a medical professional is this idea that, like, my mom's husband, she was married to when she died, is a meth head, and he doesn't use opioids, but he's got in the floorboard of his car for his buddies 5 or 6 Narcans sitting around, sometimes used ones. Or I haven't seen him since my mom died, thank God, but he would have that, and I just like what's the fucking point to revive them and they're just gonna get high again?
Well, what's the point? Here's the thing. Like, Not Laws pointed out something as well. Like, you guys focus on the individual as the end all be all for responsibility, right? And I see that as an issue, right? Because there's part of the problem that you're not talking about is the lack of purpose humans have, the lack of organization and cohesion, this individual freedom that people participate in, just going and meandering about their lives. And like, here's the thing. Like, what are people to do if they have nothing going for them? They have an economy that's there to make them subservient to the wealthy. They can't build things for themselves. They can't have families. They can't do these things easier. They don't have access to education. I mean, like, the drug addiction is a response to a shitty life 90% of the time.
Yes.
And that's true for all. That's true for all. So what purpose does it do to just let them die and claim they're low IQ and shouldn't be breeding when the entire
Because then we can focus on the
system is
fact that the
fucked up?
shitty life is being had by the rest of us too, and quit trying to pull up the very bottom instead of supporting the middle where it needs to be.
My sister in atheism. If literally, if we
I'm not
were
an
going to,
atheist. Who the
if we
fuck keeps
fix,
calling me an atheist?
if we fix the problem,
He believes in Jesus and God and all that.
I'm being okay.
I love how that bitch kept telling me, "You need Jesus. You need Jesus." And I'm just
No. Paige did a horrible job arguing with you, and it
Oh, not
literally-
Paige. Paige. This was the other chick. What's her name?
Deacon. Okay.
Deacon accused
The
me
reason-
of
reason-
needing Jesus,
the
and now
reason-
you're calling me an atheist.
The reason
oh my God.
I said my sister in atheism because I thought it'd be funny.
Right, which would mean I'm an atheist. I'm so fucking not.
Okay, well, my sister in Christ, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'm just trying to make a
That's
joke.
even funnier. I'm a polytheist.
My sister in Pay Gang, I guess. I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ. It's a fucking...
What'd you say? Wait. I want to hear that last punchline. Say it again.
My sister in Pay Gang, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Pay Gang?
Like, I don't... Like, what the fuck do you want from me? I was making a joke.
Yeah, paganism would work.
Okay.
Okay, my sister
how
in
about,
Pay
how about
Gang.
just my sister? How about just my sister? We don't have to be sisters in anything.
All right. My sister in atheism. I'll go with that one. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you don't fix the system that we're suffering under, it does you no good to just let the addicts die, because that's manpower that you could otherwise reutilize within the country, within the system.
Oh, do you recognize that I want a bunch of fucking people to die, and this is just a start of it? In order,
Then embrace it like me, and don't get mad when people say you just want people to die. Yeah, sometimes
I don't.
You gotta die.
I stated that point at the very beginning of the debate. She said you just want people to die, and I said
No, these weird, irrelevant, illogical arguments that have nothing to do with what she's saying. That is what made the after discussion so cantankerous.
Let me ask you this, Witchy, because I've thought about this a lot, and I have friends from all different walks of life, and one of the things come up is like, are you willing to march yourself to the camps if you don't meet the standard? I am.
Absolutely. I won't meet the standard.
Then you have nothing to worry about, because everything else is either cowardice or projection from other people.
Exactly. And I've said this over and over. They said, "What?" When I did the eugenics debate, well, what if it were your kids? I'm like, my kids should have never been born if my standards were set. I just couldn't have an abortion because I just couldn't do it. Some people can't, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, it is what it is.
If there had been a way of preventing my pregnancies, and by the way, I tried a lot of ways. I tried birth control. I got my tubes tied. I did ablation. I did all kinds of fucking shit to not get pregnant, and still got pregnant until my uterus fell out. The only thing I didn't do is abstinence, but I'm a fucking degenerate. I am not giving up sex. And I was married and fulfilled that contract twice. I'm widowed twice. So people say, oh, well, you shouldn't have sex out of marriage. I fucking served the contract. It's over and done with. Which one am I going to be in heaven with now, Miss Christian? My first husband or my second husband?
Third one, probably.
That's a good question. I never considered that.
And how many of their girlfriends get to come to the? And how many of their girlfriends get to the come to the party? And how many of my boyfriends get to come to the party? Fuck.
That's what you'll be doing.
Yeah, if it's my kind of heaven, that's what we'll be doing. Yeah, that's the thing is I'm willing to concede immediately that I think a lot of people should die, and that shuts them down, and they go after me for other moral issues that have nothing to do with the argument to try and undermine me for my morality. And here's the thing. I believe morals are 100% just subjective, not just to the person, but to the circumstance. Everybody does something in the heat of the moment that goes against what they profess their ideology to be when the chips are down or your back's against the wall. Morals are completely subjective to the circumstance. Yeah, in an ideal world, I can live by a moral standard. But if it's between my kids starving and fucking killing the deer, I'm going to kill the fucking deer. Even if my neighbor's been feeding it for 3 weeks, so it's no fair and it thinks I'm going to pet it.
Oh, hell, did we just bring this all the way back around to irrationality? Oh. Anybody got questions about the topic per se?
Yeah, that's a good... At least we can finally ask questions. People are not fucking screaming at each other. Dear Lord.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I had to bounce. That got retarded, and I'm sorry for saying that. I'm sorry for saying this is retarded. I want you to know that you did a really good...
No, it did get retarded.
I should have been respectful. Like you did a really good show today. It was
Thank
a
you.
really good debate until the open panel part, and people got really
Did Snafu at least earn you some money? Did somebody at least pay to put him down, or did he pay you to come?
No, he just couldn't behave himself.
No, I did not get paid for that.
Hey, can I pivot the topic slightly? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead. You are welcome to.
Witchy, let's just say hypothetically somebody gives you a Narcan thing, okay, for your household.
Denizen, you can do
Well,
that.
he's going to talk about the topic, so yeah,
Okay.
I'll let him go.
Sure, go ahead. Sorry. I was just
Okay,
saying you can go next.
Yeah, I'll be quick. For your household, right? And
as usual.
Somebody is in need of it, okay? Now, from what I understood, if they're crossing your backyard, you're not going to administer it to them, okay?
Okay, I did
But
answer
maybe
this
it's
already.
a
Let me
test of
clarify.
God.
I did answer this already. Let me clarify. If I've got Narcan sitting in my pocket and my kid gets a hold of some opioid and ODs, I'm going to give them the fucking Narcan. If I'm walking down the street and I got Narcan in my pocket and I see a guy ODing on the ground, I'm going to dial 911. And I'm going to keep walking. I'm not even going to stand there till emergency services come. If I see somebody doing parkour, like I told that guy, and he falls and breaks his arm, I'm not going to set his arm on the side of the road. I'm going to call 911 and I'm going to walk away. I'm not going to get involved. I don't have to. I don't have the medical expertise to do what they need. So I'm not going to get involved other than to call the people who have that expertise.
But even though Narcan is the same thing like giving the little kid that's staying over with your kids that forgot to bring his toothpaste, some toothpaste.
That's different. I have an obligation.
Wait, say that again?
I have an obligation of care to that kid that's in my house. Their parent took them to my house, and now I have taken on the obligation of care by taking them into my house. I do not have an obligation of care for some random stranger on the side of the road.
Okay. So if that little kid is ODing in your kid's bedroom because he brought something home from them. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
They're in my home. I have a duty of care.
I was going to say, you can even apply the same thing to look back to when somebody was poisoning the Tylenol. Do you remember that? somebody went through and just randomly poisoned a whole bunch of bottles of Tylenol and went and put them back on the fucking shelf. That shit was like, things
Yeah.
can happen that, you don't intend for it to happen, but it happens. And it's like, God forbid that some shit, my kid takes what he thinks is a Tylenol that he found in his friend's car, and it turns out that wasn't Tylenol, and nobody fucking helps them. They just call 911 and keep on walking. I'd lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, just in that precious time, he can die.
I don't know what he took from that Tylenol bottle. What if I do something that isn't right?
The Narcan will not give any negative
What I
effect.
stated already, Danny, is I'm willing to let a few good people die to kill off the bad people. That I already ceded that.
That's the beautiful thing when it comes to Narcan, and I get what you're saying, but like that, this really is like the good thing when it comes to Narcan is that, like, let's say, somebody took something, all you know is somebody's ODing or they're not right, okay, and you give them a Narcan. If it's not opioids, it's not going to do anything to them. If it is, it will at least restore their breathing. And that's all that matters. And only for a period of time. It's not a fix-all.
Right. So let's take that a little bit broader. Let's say I walk past an accident scene. I'm out in the public and I walk past an accident scene. And there are people, the cops haven't arrived, people are making their 911 calls, and there are people in a burning truck. And I think I'm going to be the hero, and I go pull them out of the burning truck. But in the process, they had a fractured spine, and now I've paralyzed them for life. Because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And I don't know if I saved them. The truck never blew up. I don't know if I've saved them. Well, here's the thing about Narcan, is that if you're going to call 911 and you want to be someone who saves someone with Narcan, fine. If you're going to call 911, the biggest issue I have with Narcan being handed out the way it is that these people administer it to each other, these junkies, and they won't call 911. And I even brought this up in my argument. And then 2 weeks later, their kidneys are failing because they've been Narcan 6 times and continued to use. And I pay for that. My family member who needs dialysis and is on a waiting list now gets pushed back even further because this junkie has Medicaid that'll pay for it, and that's better insurance because it pays 100% than my family member who pays for their insurance through work.
Oh, now wait a second. Actually, so here's an interesting thing. Hospitals have different payment, Medicaid may pay 100%,
I'm talking about the number of medical
but they can only
in my
what they charge for what they charge Medicaid patients is way less than what they charge people with actual health insurance.
Yes, and they put those people at the front
health
of the list.
insurance is a scam.
100%.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Collecting the copays. I've seen it happen time and again. And also, their kidney failure is further along than yours, and other variations. I've seen my kids. I've seen my kids get pushed back on medical treatments because kids who have family situations get pushed to the front of the line. I'm tired of these junkies getting pushed to the front of the line. And I said that clearly in my argument, that they all get food stamps, and then they don't even use the food stamps to buy food for themselves. They claim 3 kids that their mother's raising. They get the food stamps. They don't even buy food. They sell the food stamps. And you say, oh, they're the EBT, they can't sell that. Bullshit. They go to the store with a list and they buy the groceries and they sell them 50 cents on a dollar. They go in and they steal the fucking meat because they can sell it cheaper on the street right now, to the point where some of our stores have the meat under locked cases. They have the laundry soap. If I want to go get fucking deodorant at half the stores in town, somebody's got to come with a key to unlock the fucking shelf so I can buy deodorant. And then he's got to carry it up to the register. Fucking long that takes to shop.
I get what you're saying, but I don't think it's always that way.
Sounds like a societal problem.
I've seen it a lot of.
And the ones that abuse it should be red flagged.
Well, that might be
And
a
Guys,
little
I'm
bit.
dipping out.
the
So
only
I'll
way we
see you
could
guys
do that,
later.
that is my argument, Danny, and the only way we could do that is if we know who's actually getting the Narcan.
Yeah, well, usually when you get the Narcan, they mark your name down and everything.
No, they hand it out like candy here. They don't
Oh,
even.
they do there? Yeah, no, here. Well,
It
I
comes in
suppose
a
it's
kit
different
a little kit with needles and all the shit you need to
with
get high, and
needles.
there's Narcan in it. Oh yeah, so you have safe, clean needles to use and
Oh,
alcohol swabs and.
So they're trying to off the people in a different way than the MAID program, just with
No, they're trying to save them so that the pharmaceutical can make their money on the pharmaceutical drugs that they're taking, and then make their money on the Narcan to keep bringing them back,
why are they supplying the needles in that?
so that they OD,
They're not.
so that they can use the Narcan, so that they use more opiates that the pharmaceutical companies create, so that they can use the Narcan that the pharmaceutical companies create.
Right. It's just a money scam.
It always has been and it always will be. So it's no different with medical care. Okay, medical care itself is very often quite the scam because, like I said, hospitals have a whole book of what they charge different people depending on what insurance you have, and freaking and what the ones that do get pushed through. There's usually something more to it. I don't like the oversimplification and stereotype of like, oh, it's because they get food stamps. It's because they are on Section 8 or whatever. And it's not all people who are on food stamps are all they're not all junkies and shit.
No, but all the junkies that I know are on food stamps. I didn't say all people on food stamps are junkies. I want that food stamp to be available more to people like you and me, Beth, who make a living, support our kids, but are still struggling with these fucking food costs.
I mean,
and it would be if it wasn't going to the junkie who's selling it to buy more fentanyl.
You know what? I don't disagree with you because with all my problems, I don't qualify for government assistance at all. Food stamps.
Yeah, exactly. I don't either. I don't get any food stamps.
I'm sitting here, and you know what? And people can say, "Oh, that's greedy." Da 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 da. No, I get where you're coming from, right? But I don't think just food stamps is the answer. We need government work programs like job placement and training programs.
There's
these
a
sort
lot
of
of things that are the answer. But one of the things that really irks me with the Narcan debate, since that's what we're really on here, is that the pharmaceutical companies played up to people's emotions. And instead of agreeing to have a tighter restriction on their pharmaceuticals and more supervision of people on their pharmaceuticals so that they can get the treatment they need, but they have also the proper treatment for the side effects of these drugs. So that they don't become addicted and using street drugs, and they're weaned off properly, and they're given the psychological treatment to get off of the pain meds when the time comes, or if they're on them permanently, that they're administered by someone that can't slip up the way you might, and the pharmaceutical companies don't want to play into that. So what they did is they fed into people's emotions by creating a drug that stops the OD for a few minutes so that they could keep their fucking customers and sell them a new drug at our fucking cost. Out of my tax dollars.
They make it sound like it's at our cost. Okay, look, they're getting it so much cheaper than what they're charging the American people for. So why not hold the fucking government accountable for overcharging the people?
How about holding the pharmaceuticals
it's not the government,
accountable
it's the court.
for making all this fucking money?
It's
This
the
is what I'm
insurance
saying.
corporations.
It's a bigger problem, yes, but one of the ways we start solving it is not playing into their fucking game. We need to catch them before they're addicted as opposed to handing them out Narcan once they are. And if we can't do that, we've already fucking failed anyway. Let them die.
I think Ted Kaczynski actually had the answers to our problems more so than just let them die. I'm just gonna be real with you. I won't dive any more detail into that. But
well, I mean, he said we need more hunting
That was
licenses.
already
And I said,
prescribed.
let's go for it.
Yeah, that was already prescribed in an alternative, but it wasn't allowed.
Once you're in the system, they try to keep you in the system because there's money
just
to be
simply
made.
do not obey. What is this life worth living if you have to be oppressed?
It's the
Answer
same
me
thing
that.
with any kind of social services in that too.
I
If they
don't
get rid of
mind.
you and you go to work in that, right, they're losing a customer right there. So they can lose their job if they get rid of every customer. So it's a system to keep the people in the system. It's screwed up world, man. That's my
Oh,
opinion. I'm
yeah,
sticking
because
to
as long as the people are reliant upon, the system, what else can they do, right?
I love how somebody does an internet search and thinks they know more about the state that I live in than me, but okay. Get pop off, King.
Who's
Pop off.
who's doing
So now
internet
that
searches?
now that every other topic outside of the main topic has been discussed, right? Can I go back into the topic and have a conversation with Witchy? Or
Yes.
a Q&A? Thank you.
Yes.
Witchy, do you believe that the problem, the pushback that you're getting is an entitlement in society where society believes that they should be allowed to have whatever the hell they want? Basically, they're for choice constantly. Choice meaning I want the Narcan when I want, and all that other bullshit. Do you believe that's kind of mostly what the pushback is that you get?
Yes, and the irony of is I get it from the people who claim to not be pro-choice.
Got it. Let's see here. There was another question, but it was so long ago. We went so many damn places. You'll have to give me a minute because I'm trying to catch up with it. Within Narcan, the idea of was there an alternative? So you wanted to push Narcan back into like basically like as a medical prescription, right? Like you had to be an EMT or something to produce it. Did you have anything for like an offset for the cost that comes with that? Or was this so like non-factor that if it was distributed by a EMT or something that I guess the cost that came with it didn't really mean anything?
So in the cases where we can measure the effects of Narcan, EMTs are involved after the Narcan's administered, whether it's administered by the EMTs or by bystanders anyway. So we don't have a lot of numbers about what's going on with the Narcan use that isn't having contact with the EMTs and stuff.
Right, because it's
So,
at the street level. Right.
so there's already that expense of the EMT coming out, because even if you, as a responsible, moral, I'm trying to be polite here, but if you want to be a goody fucking martyr and save someone, part of that process is still calling in the emergency services anyway.
Right. Okay. All right.
I wouldn't
So
be
there is no
adverse. I wouldn't be adverse to the average everyday person having access to Narcan if it didn't mean that those junkies on the street are getting it too. Especially if it didn't mean we were handing it out to them like candy.
Right. Understand. Is there an offset cost, or did you within your stats? I missed this part if you did cover it. Within your stats, is there an offset cost that comes with Narcan coming from an ET or EMT versus what's sold on the streets? Like basically, if it's distributed by the hospital, is it a higher cost than what's distributed retail at the store?
That depends on if you have private insurance or not. If you have Medicaid or no insurance, the cost is the same because it's provided through the same government program as the shit handed out on the street. But if you have private insurance, the cost is probably going to be a bit more. And in my state, because Medicaid can't negotiate with pharmaceuticals, if you have Medicaid, they're going to charge you just like you have private insurance. So that gets charged to the Medicaid, and it's not the actual user who pays it, it's their insurance.
Okay.
And a lot of the
All right.
people
I think
here who are junkies do have Medicaid, because we have a program here in our state for homeless people to have access to Medicaid.
Okay. I think that's my two main questions. I think that covers them. Thank you.
Anybody else got questions? And Denizen, you said you had wanted to bring something up that was a little off topic.
Yeah. First, I just want to say I've been doing every drug I could get my hands on since I was 9 years old, and I've never needed Narcan. I'm wondering if we can kind of shift into why, when these topics come up, people become completely and totally incapable of listening. their brain shut down to the point where they can't even hear and understand English. They raise their voice, they scream and yell, lash out, accuse others of saying things they didn't say, attack people's character, make assumptions about what they believe and what's going on in their lives, and completely, it's almost like to the point of being deliberate, avoid the point of discussion.
All
So-
very, very true.
So may I respond with an example tonight? What really got to me in the open panel portion, and it does every time I've done one of these when I've stuck around for some questioning, is that I get asked the same question multiple times. I concede what they were trying to back me into a corner to say in the first place. I concede it openly, and then they still come at me with what they had prepped for backing me into a corner where they never did. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, no, I concede that. I want a bunch of people to die. I want a lot more people than just the junkies to die in our world if I had my ideal
That's why when you're
solutions.
talking to those type of people, you have to just tell them, fuck your morality. Let's talk about the facts.
Well, I think that's the other thing. I think I probably get a lot of pushback about is that these people that I've been debating with live by what they believe to be a strict moral code. And I won't. One of the things Emmett said made me laugh after a debate at his panel was that I love it when they go low because then I can go low. And these people hate that I won't go low. And they even get on AVG's case for not using the low tactics with me, but they're waiting for me to go low.
You know, and I actually agree with you about morality not being objective. And it kind of gets frustrating, right, when you're having that conversation with them and they're just like, you're putting it down and it's so fucking obvious and it's easy to understand, but they're just like, nope. And so I get it. But they act like you're the one who's not listening.
It's because you're arguing.
Sorry, OG.
It's because you're arguing with someone else's morality. They're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Well,
you're right, Denison. You're right, Denison. Not arguing with stupid people. I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn.
I think part of it is that you would undermine their entire worldview to accept that even their own morality is subjective because they've built their whole life around this idea that they believe in objective morals. So you would destroy their identity if you tell them that their morals are subjective, and especially if you show them examples of ways that they've done that. But I don't want to do that because I want to have the debate about the topic, not about their morals or what kind of a personal value they bring into the world.
Ahimsa's absolutely right here, and you'll actually hear Andrew Wilson say this a lot, and that's that the only way to get to even have the discussion is you have to destroy their worldview. They will not even hear anything else unless what the belief is broken in some way.
Even though you lay it out for them, they refuse to accept it because they are not going to let go of that worldview. Like, we asked why. Why do these people come up in bad faith and be obtuse about the entire thing?
Well, so here's the question, right? And this is what I've learned. This is why I stopped engaging with Emmett, right? Emmett's my friend. This is why I stopped engaging with them when it comes to politics and policy, because they started calling me the white people's N-word and using leftist talking points and tactics, and then want to accuse other people of doing it. So I'm just sitting here, I'm listening and observing, right? And I'm formulating my opinion. They are no different than the left. They're a radical socialist movement that pretends to be right-wing and Christian. But it's socialism for them and not for everyone, if that makes sense. And they will get it at all costs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and here's the thing is that their morals are for thee and not me to begin with, because like I don't bring up things that AVG has talked about on in the debates, but I will here. Um, especially since she kind of went to create her own panel safe space for the echo chamber instead of sticking around to participate in the panel here.
I found
I
that
know we
weird.
were I know we were very courteous about it, Beth, but I found that very disingenuous. That she's
Wait.
taking her audience away to go play by themselves instead of staying in
No,
the general.
no, actually, I can understand. I mean, her audience was over there the whole time anyway. Most of them were over there the whole time anyways because she was restreaming.
Yeah, but I don't see why she had to go create her little safe space and
that bothered me.
because,
But
yeah,
what
and
I
not
was trying to, the
participate.
point I was trying to get to with that is that they will sit there and talk about their morals, but they don't follow them themselves. And I don't attack ABD on that during the debates. But since she pulled what she did today, I don't feel bad saying the woman is admitted live on panel to taking birth control for years. The woman has admitted to using Botox.
I know.
She talks about the name brands of her belongings, all of which is vanity and to sit there in judgment of other women who might use a form of birth control and sit there in judgment of other women who might be vain or how they look like if you saw her
I get it. I get
if
it.
you saw her thumbnail, she thinned out her own face and rounded out mine. And I don't mind the AI did that, but that's the photo she chose. It actually, I think it's flattering because it makes me look older and humble and her young and a little bit flashy. Not trashy, guys, flashy. Um, and and yet she professes this moral code that she doesn't follow. If she really believed in the moral code that's presented in the Orthodox Church, vanity would not allow her to go and get Botox, much less speak about it to people publicly while dancing to techno music.
Who are we
Fine,
talking about now?
it's all the ortho bros that are like that, and they're worse than the regular Christians. Like the more Christiany you Christian, the
Admitting I'm a
more of a
degenerate.
hypocrite you are.
Yeah, they
Well,
would accept me for admitting I'm a
it's
degenerate
movement.
while acting degenerate in public. Like she sat
It's
there drinking for money on panel. I've never done anything
Oh,
like that.
I don't think. See, I don't beat her up for that. I think it's nice to see her.
No, it's
actually happy.
Well, let her do it, but fucking don't ride a high horse after you're doing that. Don't say I don't do degenerate things while doing fucking degenerate things.
Yeah, but it's movementarianism, right? People are in the West because we are an atomized democracy or a republic, whatever you want to call it, because we have no actual culture. Even the people in Europe have no actual culture they're allowed to be proud of. That's why we're seeing the problems we're seeing in our nation states today.
Okay, Griff,
These
pause.
people are.
We're going way off topic here, so I want to Griff pause real quick, guys. I'm here now on the after part. I had my fun in the debate. I'm here in the after part to help Beth make some money. There's 35 of y'all out there. Beth, I'd like you to set a 10-minute timer. And since I'm the one who is being questioned, I'm the one whose viewpoints are being opposed. If you can't get at least, $5-10 in the next 5-10 minutes,
We
maybe
shut
I can just
down.
leave.
That's right. I am dropping the links out there, and if I don't get $10 in the next 10 minutes, absolutely, we are shutting down, saying goodnight, and we'll just go party off stream together. Y'all don't know how much fun those are. So, there you go. It's 10:17 p.m. where I'm at. Y'all got till 10. Well, I'll be nice. We'll make it, 10:30 on the dot.
The
I'm gonna
very
dip out.
next person who interrupts me that's not the channel owner and says we're off topic after the debate, I am going to lay into you so heavily that it will be a next biblical chapter will be fucking written. I'm so tired of pretending people want to have these conversations and then cut them off when we have them. Anyway, as I was saying, we're so fucking atomized in society that these problems, I don't forgot what I was going with. So fuck it. There you go. You win. We don't get to have conversations now.
Well, to be fair, it was a debate. It's a debate panel.
The debate's been over for how many hours?
Yeah, but the Q&A basically got side. Well, hell, it pretty much got canceled.
Nigga, if you got a Q&A, ask the person and ask the panel host, ask the people that were debating. But if you're talking about something and you want to interrupt, the conversations flow naturally, and all these things are connected. There's no reason to argue. There's no reason to interrupt other than fucking money on the table.
That's literally what I was doing, was grifting. What
Yeah,
the
but
fuck?
you chose a really shitty. You could have done that at any point prior. You chose a really shitty situation to do it. That's why I said the very next time somebody does it, that's not the channel host, regardless.
Maybe I can
The guy is
jar your
changing the
memory.
subject.
Maybe I can jar your memory. And what was being discussed was how uptight these people get and how judgmental they can be, and while they're actually being hypocritical and doing the very things that they judge other people for.
Thank you. It's movementarianism because we do not have any culture or anything we can be proud of. Movementarianism is people looking for purpose through movements. You have people joining the Tea Party movement.
Bowel movements.
Let them stop interrupting.
Nah, you got too many fucking retards on here.
Ben, I'm gonna jump down. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, you could have done that before, but cool story, bro.
No.
No, you could have done that. You just had to be an ignorant fool. So now stay up here and just talk shit. Because you could have done that without being you're so fucking witty and funny.
And that's exactly what you did when you said it. So shut up.
Why are you people this way?
Oh, can we
bad.
talk to
Why are you people this
movementarianism?
way?
Because I looked it up and I have a question.
I can't hear your shitty insults. Oh, why did you go?
It wasn't
You
insulting.
didn't have to leave.
I said, can we go back to movementarianism? Because I have a question.
No, we're good. We're good on that. We're good on that.
No, I have a question about it. Are you talking about like? Are you
Hold
talking about
on,
the
she
cult from The
wasn't.
Simpsons?
She wasn't the one who interrupted you.
I was actually trying to interrupt Danny and bring it back to OG, but you know.
Yeah. I
had
caught that.
I had the stream muted when he was talking. I'm tired of retarded people.
Oh, I was just trying to bring it back to you and ask you, are you talking about like the concept of movementarianism that was brought up in The Simpsons as like a cult?
No. Movementarianism is the concept of atomized individuals having no actual identity or political beliefs that are looking for the next big group to be a part of something. And many people...
I would argue...
Go ahead.
Sorry. I'd argue that's most Democrats and Republicans too. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's called movementarianism, and the reason it happens is we have no unifying culture, we have no unifying principles within our nations because we've become capitalist or socialist or communist consumers. The only identity that matters is either the state or what brands you consume.
I do struggle with this concept. Are we more atomized than we used to be because we sure still seem like we are? Or was I less atomized because I was young and naive? It's it seemed like even Democrats and Republicans shared most of their values when I was a kid. And we had an American identity. And people who would come here, they came here for that identity. And that seemed to go away at some point. And now we're just a mishmash of the worst qualities of every corner of the earth. And the only principle we have is fuck you, I'm eating.
So do me a
We are more
favor.
atomized.
Do me a favor, OG, and type up that definition on Urban Dictionary and claim your credit for a new definition, because the only thing I can find about it is it's a satirical term from a fictional brainwashing cult on The Simpsons. I can't find an actual definition anywhere. And I love your definition of it. So do me a favor and upload that on Urban Dictionary so we can share it with the world.
Fuck yeah. Joe
So
Cool
we're-
is in the Urban Dictionary. I want to see OG in there too.
If it's not in the Urban Dictionary, nobody's coined it, dude. You need to fucking coin the term because it fits. If you take the pieces of the word and their definitions, it fits the description you're giving, but nobody's ever written a definition for it other than a satirical term from The Simpsons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and you have a lot of this. I guess I coin the term movementarianism. You have a lot of this happening. That's why you have new. That's why you have. That's why you have. I don't know if you guys spend a lot of time talking politics. I know a lot of y'all spend time talking policy. That's why you have people claiming to be fucking monarchists in the 21st century.
Hey, Josh. I think this ties into my question too. My pivot, right? Which is, why do people act this way? And it's because they identify we're in a politicized world where the ruling class needs us to be invested emotionally in order to maintain their control. And so people are brainwashed into identifying by their political party, by their economic stance. Um, and so when you criticize policy and you criticize systems, you're actually causing a psychic break within the individual between their beliefs and their identity, their very existence. And so in a way it threatens their very lives, right? Because it questions the foundation of their reality and who they see themselves as. So it's almost like not being, right? Not like you're murdering someone, but you are unaliving them, ironically, because they no longer exist without these beliefs that they hold, that are so intertwined into their personality, and how they do all the other important shit, right? Like how they interact with their loved ones, how they take care of their children, what they do for a living. So all this stuff that actually does matter, it stands in between them. It's like a filter, a membrane, like an interface between actual living.
Well, what I've seen since early like preteen era, because I don't really consider myself smarter than the average person, but I do remember my interests and the things that I noticed and the things that I like to study and look at. And I know that I'm not normal with that because I've always liked politics and seeing how humanity interacts with it. And what I've seen since I was a teenager or a preteen is people are constantly shifting, engaging in movementarianism. And every once in a while, there will be a movement that comes along that gets ideologically captured for some people, whether it's at the right age or the right things happen. And they just spend the rest of their fucking lives there. And I see that this is starting to happen with this neo-nationalism and neo-fascism, because what we have now is not traditional fascism, traditional nationalism. It's some weird bastardization of it. And then you're also seeing some neo-Marxism and neo-leftism happening. And those are ideologically capturing the people. So you're seeing a bunch of retards leaving conservatism because it's no longer tenable. You're seeing a bunch of retards leaving market liberalism because it's no longer tenable. And you see the new organizations growing. And it's not even political extremism, Mars, because political extremism is so 2016. Like, these are the actual political movements and organizations now, because we're living in a period of time where the nation is changing, and it's either going to become extremely leftist and global, or it's going to be extremely right-wing and nationalistic. No, Michael Gambetta, you be quiet. Actually, why don't you come up here and talk, baby?
Yeah.
He's too much of a fucking snob.
Where's our timer at, Beth?
Well, we got 3 minutes left and $10 to go. Oh. Ask Beth for the link to her eugenics. Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'll grab that link and I will drop that off in the chat, because that was also a really, really good debate.
Come on, people, give Beth a little bit of money. There's plenty
She's
of you in
not
there.
ready to
$1 or
stop.
$2 each.
She wants some more. God bless her. You've been bit by the debate bug, haven't you?
Well, and I just
Who's
want
the?
I want it to be worth it for you. I'm getting joy out of this. You're putting in your time and your effort and your money in StreamYards and all of that shit. People can
StreamYard is
pitch in a
not.
little. I'm not even asking for a lot. There was 35 people last I checked. That's like, come on, $1 each, and we can go on for a while, and you can enjoy taking clips and whatever it is you need to do, or even just listening if that's what you're doing, or you can come up and call me names, but let's get Beth a little bit of something for it.
There's the link for the eugenics debate between AVG and Witchy here, which, by the way, since we're so close to the end, I'm going to put your name back, Witchy, because you might not know you later. You've had a different name for quite a while.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm gonna talk more because I hope Michael Gambetti's butthole completely closes up. I just want you guys to know this.
I hope so too.
I hope he like just fucking
No.
just surgery.
No, I don't want to have to deal with him constipated. He's
Oh.
already sassy enough when he's regular.
Donna in Texas, thank you very, very much. Before I play the new Marte clip, for those who do not know, in case you haven't heard, Donna, on the 23rd, I am going to be debating Marte on the prompt. Marte is not a patriarch, and I'm taking the affirmative, and I am going to give him the spanking that he needs.
Why does he get all the fun?
Beth, who's moderating that? Where's that going to be at?
That's gonna be at Tyler TV. I don't know. Like, literally, he reached out to me, and actually, we all know AVG had challenged him to debate about the blind pill, and she challenged him twice publicly, and he was totally ignoring her. And that was the first topic. I received a message from Mr. B with Tyler TV and said Marte would like to debate you, and the first option given to me was the blind pill, and I called it right out, and I said AVG has challenged him on this twice publicly now. The second option was Marte is not a patriarch. I said I'll debate him on patriarchy only if he debates AVG about the blind pill. So the two ladies got their way. At the end of the day, I will be laying the smack down, and I can't wait. It's going to be so good. And we got our money, so y'all can keep on talking.
Thank you,
Mars.
Donna.
Yes, thank you, Miss Donna. Mars, I just want to say, fuck your metropolitan utopia. I would prefer an agricultural utopia. I'm a rural country boy through and through.
I prefer being rural too. I've lived in both. I've lived in all of it. Like, from as a little kid, I lived in like a gang-controlled neighborhood, and then kind of, mid-city with big colleges, and now I'm out in the country, like deep in Amish country. I love it.
I was born and raised in the woods. Then about 9, 10, we left to live in the ghetto. And then from about 12 to 14, I lived in the big city. Then I moved back to the ghetto. And then, I traveled around for a little bit. And now I'm here. And I prefer the country to everything. I can go shoot my bow. I can go shoot my gun. I can go swim. I can go jump in a fucking creek. I can go hop the fence and go jump in the fucking cow pasture's pond to go swim.
The thing about Mar that bothers me the most is everybody calls him Mars. Isn't a
Mar.
We got
It's
plenty
just
of beautiful
Mar.
blondes
He is a
and
Mar. He is a Mar on the face of the earth, and he always will be, and he admits it by calling himself Mar.
I prefer him to be Mars. All right, you ain't gotta be a Mar on the. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Yeah, no, we got plenty of beautiful blondes and redheads in the rural areas. I prefer them. That and black chicks.
Also, when did utopia become the standard? Right? Like, I want to do things that make life slightly less shittier than it is. It doesn't
Amen.
have to be perfect any utopia, right? Like,
Right.
Listen,
when
don't
does
you
that have to be the
understand?
standard in order to do things?
Don't you understand, Dennison? In order to fix something, right, it has to be a utopia. That's how so monumental it is to get any change passed.
Oh my god. But see, that's the thing is, if it's a utopia, then there's no reason to change. Nobody would ever grow and evolve and become anything better because everything is as good as it can be.
Well, that's why
I'd like to see
That's why
that.
you.
If I were
That's
God, I
why.
would create that universe.
That's why you introduce artificial. What's it called? What I had a term for this. Artificial struggle. You input artificial struggle, and you allow things like hazing. You allow things. Certain bad things to happen that aren't actually bad. We just think they're socially bad because we become sensitive and soft.
Yeah, I don't think that humans would carry on very long if there wasn't some kind of adversity to overcome. I really
Struggle. At the end of the day, the biggest problem with humans are themselves, either against each other or against their own mind. And I've actually learned this. Like I've meditated, and like I'm making it my purpose for the next 2 weeks to build good habits, to be reaffirming and like changing. Like you see how I've been handling Snafu, Imperious, everything. Like I'll argue with them slightly enough to let them know that I won't bow down to them, and then I'll just let them spurg out on their own. Right? And then like I'll correct people if they say you're emotional. I'm like, no, not emotional. I just don't like retarded people doing stupid things. But I won't argue with them anymore. I still find myself going back and forth with people. Then I got people like Dennison to remind me of what I'm doing, even if they don't know what I'm actually doing. And like I'm going outside being active, or I'm specifically having fun and engaging with people that I want to talk to, not just for. Hey, Heaves, shut up! I know what you're doing, woman. Silence.
Hello,
Me-
Lawrence. Good to see you, sir. And you best be careful talking to my sister that way. I'll fight you next.
I ain't worried about either one of y'all. I will fight both of y'all. All right. I'll text her to shut up right now. Hit her on fucking hit her on right now.
It is one of the advantages of upper body strength.
Shooting the bow?
No, you literally could take on Ahimsa and Beth at the same time. One-handed.
Hey, I know I'm small. But
Yeah,
but
small like SMOL small.
Small.
Small, very small.
Small. Very small. But no,
I
like
may be small, but I'd like to see him catch me as I'm scaling the cabinets to get up on the top and shit.
I don't have
Well, if you're
to
running
catch-
away, then I don't have to. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. Like that's what when people go, they run away. Like that's why when
Ahims,
I
I could bench press you, girl. Don't even.
Fair. I don't fight fair. I don't believe in that concept.
I don't either. I'm too small to fight fair unless somebody's the same size as me.
I just have an equalizer, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Wait, if I as a man also have an equalizer and have no morals about using it, does that mean that we're no longer equal again?
That means we are equal. We are equal to who is the fastest draw, right?
Me.
You say that, but
What if it's always in
I
my
don't know
hand?
that. From what I hear, you keep missing the target. Is it your own report? Is that you guys aren't sharing the videos because you keep missing the target?
No, that's not my own report, Dodo. No. I hit the target plenty. I hit the target overwhelmingly more than I miss. It's practicing. And I don't want to waste time editing practice shots. even in my, I make jokes about me aiming worse than I am. I don't. I know how to hunt with a bow. I don't know how to shoot a bow for archery practice, for like long term distance archery.
I'm trying to learn too. See, but
Well-
here's the funny thing. This will make you laugh, okay? I am learning on a compound bow that was I got my son when he was young. So it's a child's compound bow, but it fits perfectly in my hands and I have the ability to actually fucking draw it.
I'm doing recurve, and that's kind of part of the blessing and the curse. Because like it's not a child's bow, it's a training bow, but it's like only about 20 foot-pounds more than a child's bow. And luckily for me, it keeps the arrows from going like bejeebus far away when we miss, because we have to go digging through the bush to find them, which is kind of fun, not gonna lie. But today I did horribly though. Today I did bad. Like I usually don't miss as much as I did. I wonder what the fuck was off today.
Sometimes it's just one of those days. When I was on rifle team, I had days like that where it was like, God damn. But then, quite frankly, I'd go get high with my other rifle team members and fucking be right back on point again.
So me and my homie did 2 sets of 6, and the reason it takes so long for us to do the sets is because if we miss, we go and help each other find the arrow, and sometimes it takes up to 50 minutes to find the arrow. And we're like fucking basically hiking through the woods, doing this fucking like all this fucking work to find the arrow. So it takes a minute. But like, so all out of my 2 sets, my first shot I hit damn near close to the center. Like it was right off from the bullseye yellow, right? And like after that though, I missed like 3 fucking times, and then I hit the fucking target with every other arrow. After I missed with my second arrow the 3 times, and then like the 4th arrow fucking hit the center of the target and bounced right the fuck off. It didn't stick in. And then like my homie did better his second round, and then my second round was fucking god awful. That's why I missed the 3 times. I missed like 2 times. I may have missed 6. It was maybe 3 and 3, but I swear to God, it was bad. And my second round is where I lost the arrow again today. Like we actually have to find it because I pulled it all the way back. There's some things about like I thought it was 2 fingers to pull it back. It's actually 3.
Dan, did he just admit to missing a lot like I accused him of?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Well,
I was reading.
I heard him loud and clear, and yeah, he did.
Okay, I don't care about these. I don't care what women say. I'm more accurate than I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I promised you I could shoot. I promised you I could shoot better guns than anybody on in this panelverse.
I had to.
Okay.
Oh Lord, ask me about my shotgun sometime. That one's a funny story too.
Well, there's a lot of like people in the panelverse, and I happen to know a couple of vets who are sharpshooters who are in the panelverse, and I really don't think OG shoots better than them. He may shoot better than me. I don't know. I've been shooting my whole life, so I'm not going to get into that debate with him.
That's why me and you had this conversation, old man. I will outshoot you. I will outshoot you with pistols at 50 yards, sir.
That remains to be seen. I hope we never have to come to that, OG. I like
I'm talking about dueling the man. I'm talking about like actually fucking, well, maybe a form of dueling, but us going to the range and shooting. I mainly want an excuse to go to the range and shoot.
I'm just throwing it out there that the hyperbole of that you're better than anybody in the panelverse is probably stretching.
I bet Grid could outshoot you.
I bet you he couldn't.
Well, I guess you need to go to Dallas.
Grid's the one with planes. He needs to go see OG. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, y'all need to come to me. Me and you can work that out. I'll hit you up either on
OG's
Facebook
house burned down. Grid has multiple houses and planes. He can fucking go to OG.
That's what I'm saying. And and I talk this shit because even if I lose, I want the challenge because it tells me where I need to be better to overcome you people and actually be better. But yeah, no.
I'd go to a range with you guys.
Well, and you get to meet Grid in person, so win-win.
Yes. Yes.
Gert is awesome. He is the same in person as we know him on here.
I am emotional today. Like I just all of a sudden got angry and annoyed this stream. It's coming out of nowhere. I don't know why.
You're surrounded by women, OG.
Maybe that's the
Our
problem.
cycles are syncing up.
I just meant it to be funny, but because Dusty was
Beth
reveling
just
in it,
wants-
and because Dusty was reveling in it, and you seemed to be agitated by it.
Oh no, okay, no. I have to pick on Dusty. You can't use Dusty against me. He's got to be here because other than that, if I start talking shit on him, I feel like I'm being a bad friend because
I was
Dusty
just
is like
saying
one
he
of the
was
realest
reveling
people.
in being surrounded by the women today, and you.
I know because he's a fucking woman.
He tried to kick all the men off the panel.
He did successfully for over a half an hour. That was kind of impressive, actually.
That's why I said I'm so glad Dusty came, because not only did he put money in himself, but he also got other people to pay money. I think him and Emmett played tag for a minute. I'm still kind of reeling from the fact that I told Emmett I'd see him at the debate tomorrow, and he goes, "Well, that's if I even go," and I'm like, "Oh, you're coming." And I knew he would come on the panel too. He can't help himself.
I like Emmett. Emmett
I like Emmett a lot. I
is
find
the
him
first
very
person
interesting.
I ever debated.
I like Emmett.
I had to debate him, but you did plug your debate AVG. If you don't mind, I'm going to plug mine. June 19th at AVG's. I am debating Emmett. I am the affirmative for Christianity is witchcraft. This will
Yes,
be
I can't wait to watch this one.
probably my most fun debate yet. I mean, today was really good, so it's going to be hard to top, but
I'm excited. Oh, and then on Tuesday, we have AVG debating Marte about that blind pill. So that one's going to be a lot of fun, too. Is blind pill a net positive for men? What do you think about that, OG?
About what exactly? I'm sorry.
blind pill.
Blind pill.
So what
I
he
think
proposes
Marte. I think Marte is a retarded loser, and I don't understand why he hates women. I really don't. Like I don't hate women, but I think my gripes for women are pretty reasonable, and I think they're okay to talk about because I also have gripes with men. Like everybody likes to project and run their mouth and say I fight with women, but I'm actually still technically fighting with more men than I am women.
Yeah, it's just because they only notice when you fight with women because you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, and instead,
So if you
equal
hold a
rights
woman
and equal
accountable,
rights.
everybody loses their shit.
Exactly.
I wouldn't say everybody. I mean, I believe in holding women accountable. And I think that more women need to hold each other accountable because every time a man tries to do it, they fucking get demonized for it. However,
Yeah, it definitely didn't mean everybody.
However,
Using sloppy language.
Marte most definitely does seem to have a hatred for women.
I just wonder, Beth, I just wonder why
Hatred?
so often on these panels, the men who are on them, you'll be discussing things and somebody directs a question at them and they're like, what? Because they just weren't paying any attention to it.
I have ADHD. I'll be honest. I'm watching videos. I'm listening to videos. I'm either fucking with this fidget spinner of the 1911, or petting Tucker, or like if my bow was still in here, stringing it, restringing it, making sure the bolts are tied on it. Like I'll be completely honest. I just don't pay attention to men or women. It has nothing to do. Like if the conversation doesn't involve me, I tune out.
Didn't say it was women talking. I said when other people are talking, a lot of men on the panels.
I don't think
if they can't talk over them.
I don't think she meant it directed at you, sweetie.
No, but I
could talk
I
over
told her.
you.
I also
got
can
bored.
talk over you. there's no point.
I
Like I'm
can't.
trying to be
I
a
can't
better
remember
person.
what. I can't remember what happened or what the topic switched to, but I got bored, so started doing something.
Shintai, I actually own Zippos, but because I have reverence for the Zippos I own, I don't flick them all the time. I used to. You can ask Beth. She was here before the house fire when I had Zippos, and I'd be flicking it on stream. I'd like, click.
So you're a bit of a pyro, and your house burned down. That's a joke that writes itself.
I'm not a pyro.
I wouldn't touch that one.
Just because I flicked a fucking Zippo open doesn't mean that I was lighting it. I flicked it open because I like the clink of the Zippo. Just like I like the fidget spinner I'm playing with in my hands right now, or I pick up my 1911. I don't joke about that.
I'm curious, bringing it back to this for one more question, to the men on the panel. Well, actually, and also to you too, Witchy. What do you guys, what's your take on why Marte is suddenly challenging women to debates like this?
Because he doesn't respect women. He thinks that women are beneath him, and he thinks it's an easy win. And he knows that you're not very popular with the crowd that he runs with. So, and since you are becoming friends again with that crowd, he's trying to disrupt your social position with them. He's trying to force a dividing line, and he's only going to play himself by doing so.
So before I answer my question for clarity, is you said that he challenged you, and in order to accept his challenge, you put a caveat that he accept AVG's challenge. So he's not challenging women.
Yeah, you're right.
You. So here's my take on it. If that's what the case is, he's challenging you. My thought is, Beth, that he sees it as a way of, and I don't mean this to like tie you to Dusty, but he sees it as a way of pulling himself into the crowd that you found so that he could add that to his arena. He's trying to take advantage of the fact that you found a niche over here and draw that into his arena.
Oh, no way. Especially with as much as him and Dusty go at each other. Holy shit.
I'd love to steal some of Dusty's regulars to come over and side with him because they agree with him and not you. His ego. Wouldn't his ego love that?
Yeah, I do tend to agree. Like, when I was thinking about it, I really took the same position you did, OG, that he underestimates me and sees me as an easy win. And because of the social situation, you know, it's an even better one because there's a whole lot of people over there who really don't like me. So, and he needs to do something because he's not been looking very good lately.
Well, the rats are. If you guys are anything like my political ideology, there's a song called "The Rats Ain't Hiding in the Walls No More," and that's pretty much Marte right there. The rats ain't hiding in the walls. Anyway, he and there are several other people. Damn, I meant to talk to Dusty about that other thing. Yeah, no, the rats ain't hiding in the walls no more because their grift, what's up, Snowfire? Their grift is getting recognized, and as we become more atomized, and here's another thing too. The reason I say everything is connected. The more we become atomized as a nation, the harder the economy gets, the worse the entertainment industry is going to be off. And we are a part of the entertainment industry. Like I've been talking to somebody that is very intelligent, and they've kind of made me see that we are part of the entertainment industry, and people, as we become more atomized, people are going to gravitate towards commentators that are somewhat political, and they're going to want they're going to want to support the people they agree with. And then you're going to get a bunch of bullshit loyalty tests and tribalism tests. That's why if you look back when I was arguing with that one dude and who was saying Republicans, because like the tribalism is retarded to me. And you're going to get more and more of that, and he's not secure in his position within the hierarchy or his ideological group or his tribe because of the external attacks. Because he is so bad there's a few people that are so bad that they make people question the legitimacy of this tribe and their political or religious beliefs.
I can see that. Well,
You
of course,
mentioned you are entertainers, Beth. You want to throw out a grift?
sure. Same game as last time.
I mean, how did you get like just the 10 to meet the goal last time, or did you get more?
Yeah, just I got $12, so.
So yeah, just probably this. I mean, the same. It's
We'll
your
do it
channel.
again.
You do your grift,
$10.
but I'm just saying. He mentioned we're entertainers, so let's throw out the grift again.
And actually, I mean, it is a good time because it is 5 minutes to 11 p.m. here. I'm gonna set a new goal, another 10 minutes for $10. I don't get it. That's cool. I'll close down and go do something else with the rest of my night. But I do like hanging out here with you guys because, y'all are awesome. And I appreciate everybody who's come out tonight and all the fun we've had. And this is great conversation. But yeah, 10 minutes for $10. And we'll keep on going if I get it.
Well, go ahead, my bad.
Just to throw out on the grift, to add to the grift, guys. I'm hanging out with y'all instead of doing my dishes, and my old man will forgive me more if we get some money coming in for it. Even though it's going to Beth, he understands that the more we can build these shows, the more all of us can make.
That's right.
Yes, a rising tide raises all ships, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Amen.
And my kid is about to graduate from high school, and I got to throw a graduation party. So let's fucking go. I'm really proud of him. I'm so excited. Both my kids graduated from something this year, so hey.
I had 3 graduates this year, and another one coming in December.
Congratulations, Mama. Good job.
I got something for Heemza, by the way.
Okay. And I was gonna say, as far as like that whole with the religious side of things, they need to do something to look better, because I think a lot of what they've been doing and how they've been acting has been a negative on them from people that are not within that community. It's like, yeah, you'll hear them say a lot like, oh, thank you, Andrew, I came to Orthodoxy because of you. Well, on the same note, I've also heard a whole bunch of people say, because of you, I would never come to Orthodoxy. Not because of you, but because of your community and things I've seen from your community.
So before before you play that, because it's for Heemza. Yes, you should be worried, Heemza. You're making me relive my trauma. But before you play that, let me say this, because I have to go to the restroom after this. Have you noticed how all of the Orthodox dudes get really sensitive if you ask them their place in the church? Like, it's none of your fucking business. It kind of is, because their version of Christianity is very collectivist. So you have the right to ask. And, all right, give me 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, you are right. Are you stepping away? Okay. Well, while he's dealing with what he needs to deal with, I'm going to go ahead. Ahimsa, you haven't seen this yet? Oh my God, this is absolutely wonderful. One of my new favorite shorts.
Say it. Say you got it. You say it, and I will leave the panel.
Whoa!
say it, and I will leave the fucking panel, and you all got the fucking W's. Okay.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry.
Are you okay, OG?
No! Oh my God, no! Oh my! There's video of Marte balls deep in the dude's ass right now. Somebody
what?
Discord.
Oh my God, I almost died. No. I almost died. That was so scary. Thank you.
It's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
No.
No.
What?
No, I'm done.
Say it.
Hey, shout out. Powder Dusty. Huge shout out to the Powder Dusty. If you are not subbed to the Powder Dusty, you should make sure that you sub up to him. That
I'm sorry,
And it was
I had
on
a
that day that OG became a man.
against my will.
I squash.
I'm sorry. I had a friend call me. I'm sorry. I missed it. I wish I could have watched. I missed it. I like that short of
And this is another one of the reasons I've been so grateful that I am outside of the little side chat circles. Like, there have been pictures circulate in this community and videos circulate, not just this particular community, but the whole panelverse, like all the panel places, that people are like, oh, did you see this? Did you see that? And I am so grateful to say that I am clean enough in that area to not have seen most of it and been traumatized by
it. Yeah, I've seen more of Marte than I ever wanted to at all, and I get the feeling Donna just sent me more.
So
I'm just glad that I haven't seen that man's penis.
What is this?
There's this woman in the community where I used to be around a lot who did this thing called Chatterbait, and there were pictures of this elderly woman with a very poor figure who's an alcoholic debasing herself in sexual ways for money on the internet, and I was one of the lucky people who never saw that shit.
Smells like a wet shit in a Waffle House in here.
Yeah. I haven't heard of that one.
Or then there's the one where Bird did a fake self-unaliving, and that got passed around for fucking ever. Like, I never saw that either, thank God. That would have been traumatizing as fuck. Yeah, the shit people pull out here, man, and the videos that go around and the gossip, and that's the other thing that gets me about these ortho bros, is they not only gossip amongst themselves, they bring gossip up in their debates. Well, didn't so-and-so say you did such and such, or didn't you say you did such and such in a private
because
chat?
they're
And here, let
women.
me show you my DMs. It's fucking gossip, yeah, but they're ortho bros. The Bible literally says it's just as evil to listen to gossip as to gossip,
on.
and the gossiper is forked-tongued.
I can help. Do you know how, when hunting, you put on camouflage?
Yes.
That's what the ortho bros do. Every single one of them hates women, loves men. You figure it out.
I literally heard several of them having a discussion recently in clips about how men are the fairer sex. Am I quoting that right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
take
You
off
have
the
it
makeup
dead
and
to
stuff?
rights.
Or if the men got to wear the makeup or something. I couldn't quite follow that. If we took away makeup
I didn't
entirely,
get it either.
or if the men take the makeup back like they used to wear when they used to fuck each other at the bath and only fuck their wives to make babies.
Well, I mean, if you want to go a Sparta route, we could do the entire eugenics program.
No, I'm not talking about Sparta. I'm talking about Orthodox Christianity, where they used to hang out in men's clubs and do all their shit, and they only fucked their wives to make babies because they were required to through the church. You know, the Russians?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. It's just I never actually believed that that was the way that went, right? Because first of all, I believe everyone is just as degenerate and debased as they could possibly be, and they all hide it. So why not those people too?
And that's why they don't like me. They don't like me because I don't feel the need to hide it, and that scares them, or they're jealous or something.
Oh my God!
Fucking degenerate, and I'm proud of it. I'm
Perfect.
happy with it.
All right.
I love my life.
Madam,
I've done my shadow work, and I can live
you
with
get
my
a shot.
demon.
Here's to you and here's to me, and may we never disagree. But if we do, to hell with you. Here's to me. I choose evil.
I see, and I don't conscribe to good and evil as separate things. They are
Oh, no, don't
together
misunderstand me. I
intertwined.
choose what other people would consider evil tonight.
Thank you. I choose to just live and accept that every day is a new adventure and not try to tell myself how I should behave in a certain situation until I get into it.
Donna, ick. Look, I'm sorry. Donna sent me a video recently posted by March Hay of him and a bunch of bodybuilders out to eat, which also included some bodybuilder women. And look, the bodybuilding physique is not my thing. Honestly, it's really not. I think a dad bod is way hotter than what I just saw.
You know what it looks like to me?
How you doing
Jeff?
there?
It looks like fresh sausage wrapped and hanging at the butcher
I got a
shop.
pot belly for you. I'll even put googly eyes on it and make it smile.
Oh man. Yeah.
Can I chime in on the whole Narcan situation?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Just I was busy doing other stuff all afternoon. I haven't been able to. Anyway.
Well, glad to see you now.
So addiction is a lifelong process.
Sure.
And I don't believe, having been trapped in that trap myself, I don't believe in the concept of lost causes. Now, that being said, it is possible to not reach rock bottom enough to trigger a recovery. And so someone may appear to be a lost cause and die in the thrall of addiction. But quitting is not the end game. Quitting is what you do every day. When you wake up, you make the decision to not be a dope fiend and you follow through with it every day. Now, at this point, when I wake up in the morning, dope's not the first thing I think about. It's fallen in 9 years to the third thing I think about. Right after I pop my shoulder back in place and crack my neck and get my fucking back straight. And then I go, that was a lot easier back when I was on smack. But everything else was so much harder. And I move on with my life. Narcan, and I know at least 2 people in which this has been the case. And I know it's an anecdotal thing, but at the same time, Narcan is sometimes the difference between life and death of a recovery. Sometimes that one experience is enough to push them over the edge to rock bottom where they actually have the need to recover. Sometimes it's not. And recovery isn't something you just do. You try and you fail, and you try and you fail, and you try and you fail, and you try and you fail. And sometimes you OD when you fail because you did try so very hard. You went long enough to change your resistance and your tolerance levels. And so when you go back into the smoke, you do the same amount you were doing when you left the smoke, and suddenly you're ODing, and it was a completely oh shit situation. Bam, some Narcan, you come out of it and have another chance to quit. That's where the usefulness of Narcan comes in. On the other hand, I agree that all drugs should be legal, and that the whole problem will sort itself out over the course of a couple of few years, because there will become what we refer to in alcoholism as a functional alcoholic. There are also functioning smack addicts, functioning meth heads, functional benzo poppers. These people have little to no effect on society in general because they handle their shit. Is it a bad thing? Is it a problem? Does it sap an immense amount of money out of them? Yes. But that's the process you go through in order to recover. Once you've become an addict, I don't know of any surefire way to flip a switch and make them not an addict. In fact, right now, 9 years clean, I'm still an addict. I have to be aware of that. If I go to a doctor, I have to be aware that doctors are the best dealers on earth.
I was just going to ask if you agree with the sentiment of, once an addict, always an addict.
Maybe somebody out there doesn't feel the way I do and doesn't wake up and within the first 2 hours of being up about time you get your coffee in you and go, boy, I wish I had a Percocet. One of them old skateboards, big yellow fuckers that you can't even fit in your mouth.
It doesn't even have to be like that. I mean, they could be at a point where, no, they don't think about it every day. But then that one time that they fucking, fell and dislocated their shoulder and the hospital gave them a shot of some good old Dilaudid and they went home and that, that mentality starts setting.
I've lost two
Let's say
friends
they-
almost
fair,
exactly
guys.
that way.
To be fair, guys, almost everybody who has come up here with this understanding that the argument was to do away with Narcan entirely, and it's not the argument at all.
Yeah, no, medical professionals would be able to possess and administer. But on the same note,
Thank you for having me, Beth. I gotta bounce. Thank you guys for
Because
the
you
time.
hate me and you know I'm going to win.
What? No, I'm gonna win.
Winner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Loser.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
I'll be
Watch
back.
this.
I'll be back. I'll be
Damn.
back.
Yeah, right.
Sure you will. Right.
Where's our timer at, Beth?
Yeah, we went over the timer and I didn't care because
I'm staying. I'll just mute now.
I got you, bitch.
Dude, I did that on AJ's channel one night. I was like, I'm gonna go to bed, and they all started yelling "rage quit," and I was like, "Oh yeah, what? Fuck you! Watch this!" And I just muted up and calmed down and laid down and went to sleep. I woke up and they're still streaming.
Bro, Beth, you'll love this one. I was talking. I might have to go.
I'm gonna
get it and
reset
see
the
if I can
timer
see
in a
it.
minute, Witchy.
I don't understand the timer.
Oh,
trying to
10
drift
minutes.
here, Sass.
They're gonna have 10 minutes to send me $10 or I'm shutting down.
Oh, good girl. So I was on a show last
Here,
night.
we'll
I think.
start it right now. It's 11:10. I'm restarting the timer. I don't care. I lost it before. That was my bad. So we're starting all over because I fucked up.
In that case, allow me to do this first. Ladies and gentlemen, this show will be ending in 10. That is 10. That is 10 minutes. If you or some of your brethren there in chat do not expend a tiny amount of money to extend the show, how long?
It's just
Another
an
half hour?
extension.
Just extend the show.
10 minutes for 30
Tiny
minutes.
amount, a pittance. Go search the change in your sock drawer. Go look for the change in your couch. I want the pennies out of your loafers. Send this woman 10. That is $10. In fact, I'll send her 5 myself. I'll send her
$10
5.
cumulative
We'll make it
between
happen.
you guys is less than 50 cents a piece, guys. Come on.
$10 for 30 minutes.
I got 5 on it.
More than fair. You got 5 on it? Look
I
at
got
that,
5 on it.
everybody. Only $5 to go. $5 to get 30 more minutes out of the show.
All right. The fuck was I saying? Shit. Oh yeah. You'll love this one. European woman. She's full on anti-gun, anti-free speech, anti-everything that's American. All Americans are idiots. They're all wrong. They're all right-wing Nazi freako weirdos, right? And witchy bitchy over here. This woman would call her a Nazi, and they are literally clones. Anyway, that's the joke. I'm sorry.
I would call what a Nazi? I didn't.
This chick,
You
no,
lost me.
no. She would call you a Nazi because you know
Oh.
the whole American Canadian thing. Your New World ideas are too much for her, right? So I got into a conversation between her and a guy who is a little bit, well, kind of like OG after a fashion, but a little too friendly with the Austrian painters concepts. If you catch my drift, you know, and I'm not even certain how I did it.
Did you just call him gay?
Which one? Probably, but which one?
A little OG, a little too
No.
friendly with the Austrian painters.
Do you know who the Austrian painter is?
Oh, never mind. Duh. Yeah, I done fucked that up. I thought you were calling him gay. And then
But
it
yes,
clicked.
OG is gay, obviously.
Okay, I apologize.
I mean,
Funny.
clearly. I mean, he wants me to come over him. So we're in the middle of this conversation. It's about, generally speaking, the concept of like freedom, self-determination, individual liberty, free choice, free speech, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
The Second Amendment was a very tiny part of it. And in the middle of the argument, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I asked her, something along the lines of, so if you're in New York on a subway at 2 a.m. and you get attacked by somebody, you don't want to be able to protect yourself? She's like, I didn't say that. And suddenly both of them switched sides and started arguing the other person's point in the middle of, and the host of the show was sitting there and he went, what the fuck is happening? And I'm laughing maniacally because I didn't plan it, but I saw a gap and took the shot. I thought maybe, just maybe, if you poke them right there, the weaponized humor will have an effect. And it did. They both giggled, and then they lost track of what they were saying and started arguing the opposite side of what they were saying previously. And God, it was, my nipples got hard. I'm not going to lie.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, they're hard now, but that's your fault.
I always enjoy, they say a good debater has to be able to argue both sides of an argument. And it surprises me sometimes how many people can't do that. They can only argue the stance that they would take themselves.
I can argue both sides, although I might only be able to do one straight-faced.
And I've done both sides on a lot. And when I was on Grids, when he was doing his debate night shows, I often would take the opposition just because, I got sick and tired of, half an hour trying to pick a fucking prompt. Nobody wants to debate the other side. They just want to debate this one side. And I was like, you know what? I'll take whatever side you put me on. Just fucking pick a fucking prompt already.
My dad, when I was younger, told me you don't have a right to an opinion on something you can't argue both sides of, because then you haven't researched it enough to have an educated opinion.
And I can agree with that.
There is a catch there. Hold on. There's a catch there. Yes, I don't disagree. But here's the catch. Most people, through the concept of confirmation bias, believe that they are educated on it because they have an opinion on it. That comes before the decision that they need to do the research. A lot of times you'll come across people, oh my God, engineers are the fucking worst. Somebody who is an expert at hydrology. No one can touch him. The man is a genius, no doubt. When he walks in the room, everyone shuts up and listens to him talk about water for 3 hours, right? But when it comes to things like clay, rock, gravel, sand, dirt work, not so much of an expert there. He knows what water does to it. What he doesn't understand in things like, permissibility, permeability, transients, transition stages, stuff like that, riparian zones. He understands the movement of water. He doesn't understand the movement of soil, sand, rocks, and dirt work, that kind of stuff, right? So he'll come in and have all these big plans and lay down how it's supposed to go, but then somebody like me or the guy who taught me comes in and it's like, okay, listen, this part is clay, all of that is fine. That part is gravel. You can't do that there. We're going to have to pull all of that gravel out and replace it with clay. And then the next part, solid rock, we can't even go through that. We're going to have to blast that shit out. So either change your design to go around some of these features, or we're going to have to do $3 million more work than we were planning. He's like, well, this is the best way. I get that. Gravity works. Downhill's great, and that's what we want to go for. However, gravity still works over 700 feet and not 100 feet. We can go around all of this and still be working with gravity here.
Okay,
And
pause,
so
pause.
it turns into a
I
big,
think we got
big
3
argument.
minutes left, Beth.
Money speaks, actually, as long as Squatch actually sends the 5
Awesome.
they pledged. Donna has met your other 5, so we get another 30
I got
minutes.
you, babe.
I'm gonna play 2 clips, one for each of them. But first, I wanted to say yes, Abe Dinkus is one of the only other debaters besides myself who would take the opposite side at his own detriment, knowing damn well those judges were never gonna let him win with what he was arguing. So the first one for Donna. Here you go, my
Whee!
dear.
Skipping through the eggplants! Whoa, sliding time! Ow! Slap! That tickles! Oof! Another one! Phew! What a ride!
And then Sasquatch, blonde, brunette, or redhead?
Don't fuck with me.
Pick one.
Redhead.
I don't have a video with all 3 yet. Here you go.
Redhead.
Here you go, babe.
Thanks for tipping, Beth, y'all. This roast is getting so juicy.
What roast? I have no idea what you're talking
I apologize for
about.
interrupting you, Sasquatch, but Beth forgets about the grift, and we got to push that grift here because
I'm getting better.
If she's ever gonna spread that wealth around to the debaters who come to her channel eventually and attract even more debaters, then we've got to get the wealth there for her to spread around.
Thank you, Donna. I'll look into that.
Are we paying people to spread their own narrative now?
Well, if we want us to make this something that can be happening regularly, people have to be compensated for their time to some degree, especially Beth.
And
Yes, Beth. Pay Beth by all means. Pay Beth. Do not pay T-Jump. He's a fucking prick.
He is such a prick. And I am working on following the Powder Dusty model for my YouTube business.
Oh, in that case, you're going to have to become much more aggressive. We need to get
I
together
know.
backstage so I can scream at you a lot.
Why do you think I keep reminding her to fucking grift?
Good job.
Because she forgets she's too nice.
Me too.
These
I'm
people
the same
only
problem.
deserve us if they're willing to pay for the entertainment. By the way, guys, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but this is our time up here. This is me sitting here with you guys, and Beth sitting here with you guys, and carrying, and Sash sitting here with you guys and carrying on. And yes, we enjoy it, but at the same time, like, we're putting ourselves out there so that you don't have to and you can be entertained.
Not to mention all of our personal information that ends up getting put on blast and
all the hate I take.
God. Oh, me too. Yep. Getting yelled at by people. And I'll tell you right now, throughout the debate tonight, I was so angry. You have no clue. Thank God I was in the bushes. The entire debate, I was getting blasted with messages, primarily from Spin City, who kicked it all off during your opening statements when he put in, I can't come on your panel, say thank you to crew, snafu, you know.
Oh my God, crybaby! Wow.
I'm like, that's what I said. I'm like, oh my God, dude. Okay, and this all goes back to like I didn't even see what was said in chat because I was busy watching the timer and doing other things for the debate the entire time. Like he then went on to like, oh my God, it was like, I know you're trying to grow your channel, but this isn't a good look for you. Letting doxers, you know, say my wife's name and stuff, and it's
All
like,
right.
dude,
Can I talk to Spin for a second? Just outright.
Please.
I'm assuming somebody will care.
Remind him he owes her money.
yeah, no, he
Oh,
doesn't have it. He's not paying me shit.
So, first of all, sir, this is not your channel, your panel, your place, your station, your box, your circle, your group, your friends, your enemies, none of that. You decide what it is for you. You don't get to decide what other people do. And the idea that you think you can control something on someone else's channel is fucking repugnant. That is the most ridiculous, entitled thing I've ever heard you say, sir. And I've kind of suspected you had that kind of opinion. But the fact is, the only thing you can control is what you do. So rather than bitching and moaning about whether or not you're going to come over here, just fucking go away. I love you to death. I hope you stick around. I'd really like to have those conversations we talked about. But if you can't handle it personally, maybe you should go somewhere that you can handle it personally. And that's not hate. That's not any of that. That is an honest bit of advice. If you can't handle the smoke, don't fuck around in the kitchen.
And that's the thing is, again, yes, everything about us ends up getting out here, okay? And especially, you don't say shit like, I dare somebody to try to find my wife. Because there are people out there who clearly
I'm
will
autistic enough to do it. And Witchy put it best. She put it best, talking about being an open degenerate and not being offended when people are offended and just talking about it like it's a perfectly ordinary Tuesday. I get the same kind of hate. Do you remember the thing with that I can't remember where I was at. I think it was on OGs, and it turned into questioning me about my sexual relationships with people and how it's not normal. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't remember where it was, but it was either OGs, maybe Richie's or something. Anyway, it was in an unusual location where I typically don't talk about that kind of stuff. But the topic came up. Everybody pretended they didn't know what they were talking about. And so I was like, no, that's not how that works. You have to have understanding. You have to have agreements. You have to have interactions. You have to have the conversation before the cheating starts, or it is cheating.
Right.
But they don't have conversations even in general. Like
they don't. They talk about talking.
That these people won't even have conversations with their partner about what they like or don't like. They'll sit and bitch to everybody else about he's not hitting the G spot, but they won't fucking show him where it is.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Meanwhile, I will mount you from behind and beat you with my back scratcher while screaming, "Be tighter, you fucking cunt." And there's no hate in it at all. It's because if you're into that kind of shit, it's great. If you're not, you can tell me to stop.
And Sasquatch, I want to throw out that what he's doing reminds me, and you'll get this reference, Den, if he's still around, will get mad at me for making it, but
I don't think he's here.
It reminds me of Rebel when he would, I'm going to go on a silent stream, and if you want me to, you even want to hear me talk, you have to pay me. But then he'll go over to somebody else's stream and join the panel and talk shit about his own chat. That's kind of what it reminded me of, is that entitlement of, my presence is so important that you're going to change everything on your panel just to have it on your panel.
And that's the thing.
Speaking of which, I mean, I have to put up with this broad as Mr. Witchy Bitchy, so, be kind, open your wallets.
Someone paid for that. But yeah, and that was the thing, is because Spin used to be an EMT. So yes, he would have had awesome input tonight. But the bottom line is
pause, please. Wait, pause. I have to ask this. Den, did you just call yourself Mr. Witchy Bishy?
Yes, somebody paid to change his name to that.
Oh my god, I didn't see that. I love
That's
it.
been his name.
I've said it twice, I think. Or did I accidentally say Mrs.? I apologize.
That's been his name for hours now.
Accidentally.
You were.
I came outside to not be yelling while my family.
They named you Final Solution, and they renamed AVG Valkyrie, and they renamed.
I saw me as Final Solution. I just didn't see Den as Mrs. Witchy Bishy or Mr.
And they renamed Dusty Mr. Huggles, and then they renamed him Margay's BFF. But no, see, and that was the thing, was Spin would have had awesome input, really. But by the time he had badgered me for fucking 40 minutes of U2's hour-long back and forth, I was like, no. I don't even want you on my panel. I don't want it. I don't want to deal with it. The amount of shit that we deal with nonstop as content creators and as panelists. Back when I was a panelist, I was already dealing with similar bullshit. So it was like, what's the difference? It's just a little extra work, but at least I can maybe make some money to help do stuff for my kids, But But yeah, you guys have no idea. Dear Lord, some of the shit we deal with is outrageous. Sorry, didn't mean to rant.
Well, and then it's not just that. There's the prep work that goes into it. And like I'm not talking about like me and AVG going out and getting our sources. We both wanted to have this debate, so we did that. But you had to create a thumbnail and you've got to sit there and negotiate. Me and AVG are fairly reasonable, but not everybody's like that. And so you have to negotiate between, like you did with the whole thing with Marte or Margay or whatever the fuck you guys call him. I don't even know the dude. So never been to his panel. Never. Only time I've seen him is in clips on you guys' panels, and those are
Oh
entertaining.
my God.
So even if he's a fucking hypocrite, at least he's entertaining and making people money.
You gotta go watch him and Dusty debate mandates, fitness mandates. It's wild. Absolutely wild. Like, it's something else. And
I just find it interesting how people would like name Dan Mr. Witchy and people try to imply that I'm somehow in Dusty's group or we're on a side together. And
they do
I've
it
been
to
all these
ABG.
places. I've been on Emmett's panel. I've been on Speakeasy's panel. I've been on Dusty's panel. I've been on OG's panel. I've been on your panel.
Honey,
I go to all these
they
places.
do it
I don't
to
take none of them sides. I like you all. You're all interesting in your
Yeah.
own way.
I'm the same way. I like everybody. And like they're
Don't
doing
lie,
it
you know I'm your favorite.
they're doing it to
Yes, Dan.
AVG right now. AVG is catching all kinds of hell for her quote unquote unholy alliance with Dusty. Do you need water? I gotta get the dog water, chit chat.
I could see how Orthodox people might be giving her a hard time about the degenerate behavior I've seen there. I'm not against her doing it, but I could see how they could see the behavior that they're seeing there and call it out. But that's not what they're calling out. They're just calling out that she's at Dusty's doing it, not the behavior, right? Oh, she went to put the dog out. But that I assume that these hypocrites that they are, they're not calling out her behavior or offering her spiritual guidance because of her behavior or any of that. They're calling out the fact that she's at Dusty's because that's fraternizing with the enemy, right? Like
Exactly. And I dealt with a lot of that too. That's part of why I like became so involved with Dusty's side and stopped
I
going
might
over
even
to
gain a little respect for them, Beth, if they were like, oh, look at what's going on with ABG. We're worried about her. Let's privately offer her some spiritual guidance. Let's pray with her. Let's take her down to meet with the priest if they think that the behaviors are unbecoming or something. Which again, I'm going to say I'm a degenerate. I'm all for it. But this, you're on the wrong side of the track. Like, what the fuck,
dude? So
the track has a fucking bridge over it for a reason.
Let me tell you about when I met Dusty. This story is fucking great. I was debating on Grid Ones, and Dusty happened to be there, and we kind of got into a meta conversation between debates about marriage. And Grid was like, guys, sorry, need to get back to this. And I was like, okay, no problem. And he was like, when you're done debating, here's my link. Come over to my channel and talk to me. And so I went over, and I had not even been up there for 2 minutes, and my phone was blowing up with messages. And it was people telling me, you need to leave right now, you don't know where you are, this is not good for you, blah 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 blah. Okay. And I was scared of Dusty back then anyways. I'd seen him debating, and I was genuinely like, this guy's intimidating to me. But over time, as I started coming over more often, like that's when, like the group I was with, which is the same group AVG's with, I started getting called a feminist. It moved to calling me a J lover, and even they were using the K word, the K slur, and I was a K lover, and I was a Zionist, and like I was getting so much shit. And then it all really just overloaded, especially the first time I was debating at Grids, and it was hot enough that I was wearing something where you could see that I had all these tattoos. And they're like, oh, she really is like that. And that was the point when it was just like, you know what? I like it better over there. They don't give me any shit. And I started staying over at Dusty's.
I do want to throw out that that's another one of the benefits I have. You, as the host, have all these conversations with people, and that's how you get, relationships to build your channel and whatnot. One of the benefits of not being in all those private discussions offline is the only place I get shit is people talk shit on a panel, and if I hear about it, I go and I'm like, okay, let's say it to my face now, kind of thing, and then that's about it. But I don't get any of that private haranguing that you might receive just because I cut it off at the fucking balls. I'm like, I have nothing to fucking talk with you about privately. Why are you sending me a DM?
And I want to be clear, it wasn't everybody, but it was enough people that I was like, yeah, I don't like this. I don't like having to choose. I'm one of those people, if you're going to make me choose, I'm going to go with the side that isn't making me choose.
I think too that what people don't realize is that when they create this huge dichotomy of us and them all the time, and they're othering people, that in the long run, what they're doing is creating an image of themselves that nobody is going to want to be around. Like eventually, even the people closest to you start to fall off if they see you judging everyone close to you so harshly.
Well, unless they share the ideology, and there's often a lot of that. But I think that my main point,
but they're only like, okay, let's use Andrew Wilson by way of example, because I've seen a lot of his people fall off because he holds them to a standard he doesn't hold himself to, and then when they don't meet it, he doesn't just call them out. He wants everybody to ostracize them. And there comes a point when you're in a group like that where you keep ostracizing people where you run out of people to ostracize.
I actually...
If your whole grift is ostracizing people, eventually you're going to not make anything.
I actually don't see Andrew Wilson doing that. There's people under him that do that. Andrew himself, I've never watched him actually do that. Like, the worst I've ever heard him come out with was that whole thing at Dusty's about
My wife is watching you.
licking the scraps. Oh, she is?
Yeah, she just called me. Told me to shut the fuck up.
Tell you to shut the fuck up?
Yeah, sort of. Not really. Not really. She called me up. She said that I sounded angry. Right?
I don't think so.
I don't.
Was she defending us? Was she trying to defend us women? Thank you, Mrs. Sasquatch.
Witchy, just to wrap this up real quick, Squatch, hang on. Witchy, I will say that actually, if you wanted that behavior, I've seen more of that out of speakeasies. And
I don't know any of these people. I've just watched clips and all the shit you guys.
I get what you're saying, and I'm just throwing that out there. But my main point with Spin, just to wrap that up with a nice bow, is that I don't know why he doesn't understand that being a content creator, that what he's getting is exactly what happens. Okay, this is gonna happen to him again and again and again. And somebody saying your wife's name, if that's the worst thing that happens to you, you should be fucking grateful, because way worse has happened to other creators for no good reason. Squatch, what was your wife saying? I'm sorry.
Well, no, she called the rail on me for a while because she's out of town. She's been out of town for like a week and a half, and she hasn't had a chance to really chew on me about anything because I'm not there to fuck up, so she can't bitch at me. And so she was basically like, "You're talking too much. Stop it. You didn't quit."
You're not. We love it.
I want to go. I'm gonna go try to find this. I don't know what to call it. I guess it's a short, a reel, maybe. I don't know what it was, but it's this couple who've been married for like 25 years, and there's one sitting on the couch and the chick sitting on the floor, and they're watching some random fucking TV show, And he says, I just thought of something. She's like, what? Why do I love
Why
you?
don't you
Why do
play
I
the
even hang
real?
around with you? Why in the world do I associate with you when I've seen you do some of the most atrocious things on earth, like things that would curdle someone's blood? I've seen you do it, and I still love you. I still hang out with you. I don't even want to go see my other friends. I like you. She's like, I know. I've seen you do the thing that you do in the bathroom right before you come out. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. It doesn't bother me. Like, I'd rather sit here and watch this 25-year-old show with you rather than go out and talk to any of the other chicks that I've got in my life. And then I sent it to my wife, and she called me. It was like, wow, there are people like us. The most degenerate shit you could possibly fucking imagine. And we've done it together.
Yes.
So I want to throw out that I recently was approached about debating by Speakeasy because I went on his open panel once and I've been in his chats
Madam,
a couple times. And
I would be very careful with anyone
Yeah.
looking like Speakeasy approaching you at all.
let me finish what I was saying. But I watched one where there was supposedly a prize pool, and then right before he would have to award it, somebody pays a huge dono to throw everybody out, and now nobody gets the prize. Is that like a common theme?
It
over
happens
there?
all the time.
Has he ever paid out one of those prize pools that anybody knows of?
He's paid out some, but I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you offline. I don't want to.
Oh no! My question was about like I'm trying to determine whether or not I'd consider it, and
even
the
if
question was about the prize pool. Like, does that actually ever get paid out? Not that I would ever win it with his crowd. That's not a chance in hell. But does it ever actually get paid out?
I have heard of some people winning the smaller prizes, like the $100 or $300 or whatever.
My favorite are the very timely anonymous donations of exactly $100 more than Dusty gets.
Well, the one I saw was that suddenly somebody on the Rumble had donated $1,000 to kick everybody when they were competing for $1,000 prize.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about, and
Okay, so I know what my conditions would be if he were
even if he will not change the rules for you. You cannot set any conditions. Even if you were to win that, you should probably expect to not get your prize.
Oh, no, somebody like that, if they're going to run a grift like that, I would expect payment up front to even participate. That's just...
Yeah, no, he won't do that either.
Then I wouldn't participate. That would be my condition.
To my knowledge, just regular, like if you were doing a 1v1 or a 2v2, you don't get paid for that.
Well, no, it's not that I would want to get paid for like a 1v1 or a 2v2, but if I've got to go be a heel on something where he's grifting a prize he's not even going to give out, well then, yeah, I'm not going to do that for free for anybody.
Yeah, no.
I feel like he's looking for people to melt down, to lose their shit.
Well, then he doesn't want me anyway, because I'm the opposite of that, and you guys know that. I'll just cede the point rather than melt down about it, because I'm a degenerate. Who gives a fuck?
If you want, if I heard Grid 1 might be considering restarting his debate night thing, I highly recommend it. Grid has always paid out, and actually sometimes more than was expected. But the way that one works is you don't know who you're debating or what you're debating about. They're speed debates. Okay.
Oh, that's my favorite. Impromptu debate is my favorite.
Everybody, the crowd pays to pick two people, and then you figure out the prompt real quick and what side you're on. You get 1 minute opening, 5 minute back and forth, and there's 3 judges. And at the end of the night, winner takes the pool, which is usually around $100. I've done it a whole bunch of times. I love doing it. It's a really great show.
Me, Beth, I'm not big about making money out here. My point would be
Grid actually
if you're going to ask me to, and that'd be fun, and I might want to participate in something like that. I don't even mind being the heel and having the raw end of arguments that what would people in these streets consider the raw end of arguments, because I often agree with them anyway. But even when I don't, my issue would be participating in something
This one, Mike?
that is just a grift, not a fun interaction, without having a piece of the grift. Like, what the fuck? I'm not a patsy.
I will also say, I will also say that Mike 23 does always pay his gifts. Absolutely, 1000%. I don't need to be paid to say that.
Well, my understanding is Mike 23 is on vacation, so I haven't seen any of his shit. I've only seen him drunk on vacation on panels.
Oh yeah, no, I've had many sober conversations with Mike. Mike is actually very intelligent.
Well,
He's
I
very
did
kind.
qualify that with that he's on vacation.
Yeah,
that's the time that I've known him, that I've been seeing him on panels. What I know of him is his vacation Mike. So,
Abe, I'm curious. What do you mean? I don't think she gets how all of this works. Could be me you're talking about. I don't know.
no, he's saying probably me. I
No,
didn't ask to be
You're
on
welcome to
TV
come up
these
for a
days,
couple
so.
minutes. The link's right there, and we don't bite. At least not that hard. And usually we get consent first. Just you know. What's up, RLM? Good to
You
see you.
have
Love.
to pay me to bite. Fuck consent.
If you don't like
The time has come, the walrus said, to speak of many things, of shoes, of ships, of sailing wax, of cabbages, and of kings, of why the sea is boiling hot, and whither peaks have wings.
If you don't like me biting, you just smack me with a rolled up newspaper, and I'll stop. Maybe.
I'll squirt you with the water bottle and say,
bad kitty, bad.
See, and that's another thing that I find annoying in nomenclature, is that the fact that witches will melt with water. We are neither made of sugar nor salt, so we're not gonna melt.
RLM, you too. You're very welcome to come up.
RLM, hey girl.
Just the different grifts on different channels. Best not to join some. I agree with you, Abe, and that's the thing is, you know, a long time ago, like a year ago or more, AVG was encouraging me to go and debate at speakeasies. I watched an episode or two of VK, and I decided, you know, that just wasn't for me. In fact, I actually kind of got a little triggered when I watched, you know, a poor guy who'd been debating for hours on end and lose his prize. And I'm not talking about you, Abe.
I think
Like,
AVG could be fun.
even worse. But, you know, hey.
I mean, she's a natural sub. She can't even help it.
Well, it was like the poll tonight. The reason I asked for the pre-poll was to do a post-poll to see if we'd actually changed anybody's point of view, if that point of view on the actual topic had changed. Because when you put up AVG or Nikki, and I'm not knocking this at all, it's okay. They're voting on the personality and not the argument, which is fine. The wins that AVG has, like she all of these wins she talks about. The one time that I know she lost to Dusty, again, it was a popularity thing. The people liked Dusty better than her in that space, and I don't think that people actually consider the argument then, and it kind of draws from the debate.
Clearly, they didn't even fucking listen to it.
Right. However, the popularity contest thing is how these a lot of these debate arenas work, and it's unfortunate because it would be so much more appropriate if the exit polling question had to do with the topics as opposed to the people.
Yeah, I get that now. I see what you're saying now, and I'll be sure I'll change that in the future. For sure.
Well, I mean, it's your channel. You can do it however you want. We definitely
sense.
If you want to keep AVG debating me, we got to have the popularity contest because that's important to her. It doesn't matter to me. Most of these people are never going to affect me personally.
They're never going to like you either.
Oh no, because I'm not. One of the things I said to my girlfriend Miss Cat is she talks about integrity a lot, and I'm like, I don't have integrity because I'm willing to change my mind. I'm not going to stick to an ideology if it doesn't suit me anymore. I'm willing to change and grow and be different tomorrow than I was yesterday, and I make
Yeah.
no apologies for it.
No, I actually do. I can see the utility in writing the poll that way. I was just like kind of rushed trying to pull it together as fast as I could while talking, and so my brain went to what's the easiest way to do this. Because I'm weird like that. I have a hard time talking and
Future debates, Beth, where I'm not one of the participants, if you'd like some help creating like a cheat sheet kind of so that you don't have to come up with these things in the spur of the minute, you can copy and paste them as you need them. They're pre-prepared. I'm happy to
yeah,
help you.
I've got to do that for sure. I actually was already on my own case about that earlier. I was like, God damn it, if I had this all set up before right now so that I didn't have to fucking type it all out right now, my life would be easier. So, yeah, no, that's part of the whole prepping for the debate and setting up for it that I should have done. And did not do that part because I'm a dumbass. So, I suffer the consequences.
Well, I'm not trying to call you out. I was just trying to make a suggestion and
I
offer my help.
I understand that, and I'm just saying that I actually agree with you. But
So, OG said he had to go. Did he like just go live against you?
I don't know. Did he go live?
I don't know.
I wasn't
got a
paying attention.
notification. Let me check.
Oh,
What
I
room
wasn't
he
paying
said
attention.
it was.
Oh shit. Oh, I know what that is. Thank you, babe. I thanked you though.
Oh no, it's somebody else's panel that he's advertising. Huh.
That's okay. But we're kind of at the quiet time at this point now, that the wind down.
This is definitely coming to a definite middle.
Middle.
Oh my god. I don't know, have we passed your half hour to grift again, Beth?
No, not quite yet. I don't think so.
I'm just trying to
anyways.
remind you, I'm not paying much attention to the time.
I'm not either. I'm just kind of enjoying hanging out and chatting with you guys. But I'll probably actually be shutting it down before too long.
You can totally do that backstage. These people don't have to get to see it. But I think Mike's got you.
Mike's got me.
Yeah, Mike, help us out.
All right.
I'm trying to convince Mike to buy 500 acres out west somewhere and start a ranch. I'm not talking about just him buying it. I'm talking about like
I'll
maybe
come
a
help.
couple of folks.
I'll
I
come
need
help.
someone to run
Do
the
it,
chickens, yo.
Do it in New Mexico.
I have
got a plan.
experience.
I'm
I have
throwing it out there.
experience.
I have worked like 132 different farms. Like I have unbelievable amount of experience in like all kinds of shit. What I don't have is a whole shitload of fucking assets to fuck with at the moment. But when I do, I have a plan. It involves about maybe 5 Connex trailers and a single wide trailer. I think we can make it work.
I don't know. Here in New Mexico, they're taking used tires they can get cheap and Adobe and making some badass fucking houses, dude. And we live in
The
the
Earth ships concept over there. That is fucking
Yeah.
beautiful. I dig it. I'm going a slightly different route though. The problem is not everywhere has quote unquote dirt. A lot of that area is just rocks.
Well, I mean, like, the Rocky Mountains do run right through the center of the state. I mean, they're not called the Rocky Mountains for no reason.
I get it. I dig it. I totally dig it. But that's what I'm saying. I have an idea. I have assembled a whole bunch of points from like tons of different ancient societies, methods of growing, different growing methods of just history, right?
Right.
As much of it as you could possibly force into a single template. The idea is to create something the modern version of the rustica. What was it called? The Villa Rustica. The Villa Rustica was the Roman method of creating a colony outside of Roman control. And basically what it was like part of it was a defensive method, part of it was a business, part of it was farm, and almost all of them had like a vineyard of some type.
Yeah.
Mike's asking you to do something.
Mike is asking, sorry, I was answering a message. Yes, sir, coming right up. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Mike 2030. Beautiful, sir. Beautiful. It's poetry hour on Culture Corrections.
Hour? How many people would you have to assemble for that to make it an hour?
That's already happening.
I mean, I can do some hellacious slam poetry, but the thing is like my weaponized humor intrudes immediately. It all right, so I need a moment.
All right, I'll tell you what. Oh, did you need a moment, or are you good to talk?
I'm good to talk. I need a moment to talk.
Okay.
When I was in high school, a series of errors took place that resulted in me having written 2 full copies of the local school newspaper poetry and like essay newspaper thing that they did, right? It was called the Golden Quill, and anybody could submit work, and I never did. Not once did I ever personally submit anything to the Golden Quill. But I'm handed a copy one day, and by a buddy of mine, he giggles and he pokes me and he goes, "Here, you need to check this out." And I took it and looked at it, was like, whatever, and stuck it in my bag. A couple of days goes by and I pull it out, look at it. And there's one of my poems attributed to someone else. There's another one attributed to someone else. There's another one attributed. There's another one. There's another one. I turn the page. There is a painting on page 4 attributed to me that I did not do. And then there's one attributed to me. And then the rest of them are mine, attributed to various pen names that I've used. And I was like, what the hell happened? I got to go talk to the guy, Mr. Twombly. He runs this whole thing. I'm going to go talk to him. We'll straighten this out. That said that doesn't happen again, because that's kind of weird, right? So I'm going to go talk to him. I end up helping with the football team and the track team and doing some other shit. I get bogged down in everything I'm doing. I never quite catch him alone to talk to him. And the next week, the same thing happens. One poem belongs to someone else, but that one's attributed to me, and one of mine is attributed to her. And so I go with the past 2 weeks and get there at the same time Nicole does. Like, we happen to choose the same day to go talk to him. Like, hey, that's my, she's saying that's my poem, not his, right? And I come in going, I really need to talk to you. He's like, okay, what's the problem? Actually, deal with her first, because that's easier. She's like, look, this is mine and it's attributed to him. And I'm like, I did not write that. That is definitely hers. He's like, okay, no problem. We'll do retractions. We'll reprint the next issue. No problem. I said, it might be a problem. He's like, how could it be a problem?
Right.
And I pulled out both issues, set them down. I said, there are 2 poems in these 2 issues that I didn't write. And he cocks his head to the side and pops this big ass cheese grin, reaches over in his desk drawer and pulls out a 3-ring binder this thick with
God.
hundreds of balled up pieces of paper, napkins, fucking the backs of like different newspaper, the column, the like the margins on textbooks that had been torn out, right?
Yeah.
And he's just got this big ass folder of just all kinds of stuff, and he slaps it down and he names 10 of my pen names in a row. He said, "You are this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, this guy, that guy." I said, "And a few more." He's like, "I don't know the other ones." I said, "Can I see your notebook?"
Oh my God.
He's like, "No, those are just those 10. I said, "Okay, well, those are almost certainly all mine. Do you have any others you're planning on printing in the next couple of weeks?" He's like, "Absolutely." He reaches over to a different drawer, opens it, pulls out a big ass binder, slaps it on the desk, opens it up. The very first one on top, that's mine. That's mine. That one's not. That one's mine. Not. And I started just pulling them out, just tearing them out. Just, that's mine. That's mine. That's a pen name. That's one of mine. That's one of mine. And I ended up pulling, I don't know, not a quarter, not quite, maybe 15% of the binder. And I set them to the side. These are all mine. The rest of those, fair game. Go ahead. Do whatever you want with them. He said, "Are you telling me I can't print your work?" Print them under the proper pen names. And I don't have a problem with it. What I don't want to see is an entire issue with my name stuck at the bottom of it. I don't want to see that. No one wants to see that. So if you're going to use multiples of my pen names, use the pen names. And by the way, I don't paint. He's like, "What?" I'm like, "I don't paint. That's Jeff. He did that. I was actually there when he did it. So like, that's definitely his work." He's like, "Oh, my bad. I'll print a retraction."
So
Thank you, Mike. Mikey, you got to tell me what clip you want. If you want one of the girls, if you do, you guys tell me blonde, brunette, or well, actually, wait, never mind, scratch that. Pretty Italian girl for Mike tonight.
Thanks for tipping Beth, you guys. You're much appreciated.
And she's got salad on the table, which bothers me.
So, Sasquatch, I won first, second, and third prize of a poetry contest I didn't know I was entering in. I used to sell poetry to people because it was, back in my day, people wrote little notes to each other to flirt with each other. We didn't have like text messages and memes. We wrote notes that were passed in class, and boys would want to write poetry or draw something pretty for girls. And I was a hustler. I was raised by a hustler, and I was a hustler. So I sold A grade, B grade, and C grade papers. I sold poetry. If I could do it and I could find a way to make money off of it, I probably did. I'm not like that now, but I was that way for a very long time. It was how I was raised to be. And I sold a bunch of poems to my high school classmates, and they had a poetry contest to write. I can't even remember why the theme was a love poem. I think it was maybe there was something going on at that point, a royal wedding or something. And so they were using stuff like that, and they hyped up this poetry contest in my school, and there were prizes. I think they were like donations from local businesses, like a certificate for a meal or that kind of thing. And I didn't enter it because I didn't typically enter those kinds of things.
Yeah, no, I didn't enter competitions like that because the amount of product that I produced was absurd. I couldn't help it.
Yeah, and so they announced the winners, and we had like some kind of assembly, and they read their poems, and I'm just sitting there going, "Wow, I wrote that one, and I wrote that one, and I wrote that one," and I'm thinking in my head, Well, what they paid me for their poems is more than they're winning in prizes, so I guess it's fair.
Dude, I used to do all that same shit, and I have a shoebox full of stuff that is just like mine, right? It's things I wrote for me that nobody's ever fucking allowed to see. And when my daughter was born, like, I lived in a house with my mom, my aunt, my great grandmother, and my younger sister. And my younger sister, she's a real fucking piece of work, okay? And one day, I happened to find a piece of mail that had been opened laying around. I didn't open it; it was already fucking open. Had my sister's name on it, and I looked at it because it was from like a publishing company or some shit. And I looked at it, and this bitch actually like submitted something that I wrote from my fucking shoebox, and got a check because they added it to a collection book. It was a book.
Yes, I've had that happen.
I was so fucking furious.
No, this was weird. This was really strange. So after that conversation with the guy that was running this whole poetry thing, he took it upon himself to submit a bunch of my poetry to all kinds of different stuff. And within, like, I don't know, a couple of months of him having done that, and he gave them my address and my information and all that stuff, I started getting these, thank you for your submission, but unfortunately right now we're not, da 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 da. And then I received $100, and then $50, and then $120, and then a different one. It was just these, what do you call them? The collection books that you find in like dentist office and shit.
Yeah, they're like coffee table books.
That shit. So I'll tell you two of my pen names. The Artful Adept and Billy Newbile.
Oh my goodness.
I've read some of your works, Zach.
Yep, me too.
So, Beth, I want to answer a question in your chat. Abe Dinkus, who you seem to communicate back and forth with, so I'm guessing
Abe's a good guy.
Somebody you know. He asked, is Bishy's opinion she should get a cut from grifts of channels she takes part in? I'd like to answer that by asking you a question, Beth. When we first agreed to debate on your channel, did you offer me to put my Cash App, PayPal, and other stuff into the chat?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
What did I tell you?
Nope. You wanted me to get the grifts.
I said if anybody thinks they want to, you can even tell them this. If anybody thinks they want to donate to me, it should go to you. No, I don't think I should get part of the grift in someone's channel. I believe that if we build up the grift in these channels well enough, and people are participating enough, and it becomes a business, yeah, people could eventually become employees of a business. There's nothing wrong with that in providing entertainment. But no, I don't think the panel guests have a right to a piece of the pie. I think if that's in reference to me saying I'd want to be paid in advance, that has to do more with, I think, that what those people are doing isn't legit, and so that would put them in a position of either paying me as an entertainer, or I don't participate in something that isn't legit, because I would be a legit entertainer and not part
What
of
if
the illegitimate things they're doing.
It's not entertainment.
Well, here's the other thing too, is that specifically is offering a cash prize, right? There's money involved up front that is advertised for that program, competition, whatever you want to fucking call it. Coming over here, yeah, I make no promises like that. I'm not offering to pay my debaters. These two ladies have just been awesome and like debating one another.
Well, we came to Beth and asked her to host this because AVG and I wanted a platform to do it on that was, I don't want to call it neutral, because
neutral's a good way to put it.
But I think it was more about that it wasn't like on AVG's or my channel. We needed somebody separate, and we both have a respect for Beth, so it worked out. Like the debate I'm doing with Emmett is on AVG's panel, and it'll be the same thing. I'm not going to put up my money. I'm not going to. Now, I did ask this time that Den be allowed to restream, and his audience may donate to him in the course of that. And I got permission for Den to restream the debate with Emmett too. But I did that more for the fact that I'd like to have our own copy of it, if that makes sense. And
Absolutely.
Den, I say our own because Den is one of the few people who I would review these debates with.
And that's totally, that's, I mean, not out of the ordinary at all. But yeah, no, there's nothing untoward. And yeah, she absolutely was like, she didn't want anything out of it. But again, too, like I said, it's not like I was offering to pay anybody or nobody. There was no discussion of money up front. Now,
let me throw out there: if Beth was making $4 or $5 grand a stream, and I'm on
I'd be
every
paying
stream,
you guys
her
well.
and I are going to have some negotiations in the background, mind you.
Absolutely.
I'd have to be like on every stream or a lot of them, and there would have to be like, I'm bringing something to the table. People are coming to see me get my lashings or whatever. Like, I would have to feel like part of the entertainment value is.
Yes. If this was earning actual like
if we did this
dollar amount, I would absolutely.
If we did this as a bit for every month, and she started out making, $50 a stream, and by the end she's making $2,500 a stream, and I'm on every one of those streams. Yeah, we're gonna have some negotiations in the back.
Shit, even
Got
if
a
I
handful of
made,
gas and a handful of matches, never be found out.
even if I was making fucking 500 off the stream, because I have two people who I'm highlighting, and it's their time to make this event possible, I would be giving them a cut of it. Absolutely.
Well, it's not about the amount. What I'm saying is, if it grows, if like having us come and debate on your channel makes those streams more money, then there's value added. I would have to show value added before I would ask anything of anybody in a business situation.
Observation.
Like when you go to an interview, one of the things they're going to ask you, and if you're not prepared with what value you add to a place, you're not going to get the job. Value added is the number one commodity a person has.
What's up, Squatch?
So, first of all, Wishy, you determine what value you add. I still would not ask or insist on any cut. If y'all want to send me some money, it's right here at the top. If you don't, that's fine. I ain't got no issue with you. If you want to come to one of my shows and send me money, that would be even cooler. But I mean, you don't have to do that shit either. And a lot of people, they seem to. It's weird, man, especially with Dusty. And I've noticed this, especially with Dusty. People get butthurt as hell when he gets in a groove of grifting and it starts working and they can't figure out how to do it. I just shrug at it. I mean, that's like asking a fish not to swim. That man is in water. That fish swimming, that's what it does. That's its purpose, its function, that's what it does. It's like the cat's purr. When he's doing that thing, that is what he's designed to do. Don't interrupt art when it's taking place. And certainly don't be offended because it's working. I mean, how selfish are you? Go make your own money. Go do your own thing. Don't get upset because somebody else is successful. That makes no sense.
Well, that's not at all what's being said. What's being said is if...
Oh, no, he's saying it generally.
If the reason that a person is getting more is because of your participation. And the only way to prove that would be to do like one of these a month and see if on those streams she's making well above the average on her other streams. And that's the thing, is it would be a business discussion behind the scenes. It wouldn't be something anybody else would have anything to do with. But that would only be if you could prove you added value. And here's the thing, if somebody is like Dusty is the grift on his channel. It doesn't matter what he does or who else is on there. He is the grift and he's great at it. And That's wonderful. But if he had a person who's coming up every single day and being the butt of his jokes so that he could get those one-liners, and they're coming back willingly every day, putting in their time to give him his, say, spark at times. It's like saying that what's her name? The black chick from Howard Stern. It's like saying that she shouldn't get paid for showing up every day with Howard Stern, even though he's the face.
Well, Dusty actually really does. Like, I mean, he supports other content creators like
Dusty
crazy.
spreads it around, by the way. I've seen him
Oh
donate
yeah, but
everywhere. So
what I'm saying is, like, if I had a show where like everybody knows that on every Sunday I'm gonna host a debate between two people, right? And so people start coming for that debate night, right? To watch whoever I have on there. And I start making significant donos for that event. I don't care who's debating, they're going to get a cut of it as a thank you for, your time, your putting yourself out there, your time, your energy, your everything.
well, and look at tonight, Beth. Like, you're a frequent flyer over at Dusty's. You're a staple, I would say. And tonight, when you did this thing, he came over here and not only helped grift, but participated in the grift by playing tit for tat with Emmett until Emmett gave up, and that padded your pocketbook tonight. Like, the support doesn't have to be direct, but the people who want to keep people coming back, who build their channel, spread the wealth. They just do.
Abby, my sister is too. Badly. Like, my sister's not allowed on my property. Not at all. She might get hurt if the cops take too long getting here. If she were
This
to
is what my sister calls me. She doesn't call it grifting. I'm not a carny. I'm not the gift of gab. It's none of that. I am just a bullshit artist, and that is not the case. That is not. I have a few talents. I can tell a hell of a story. I have the ability to kind of hook people on a narrative.
You're entertaining us.
Yeah.
That's
I
what it
was
boils
raised
down
in a
to. You're
stoic
entertaining.
household,
People
Witchy.
want to watch you.
I was raised in a stoic household. I am not joking. When I was a kid, we would sit down to dinner and eat the entire thing over, 45 minutes, and no one would say a word that wasn't directly questioned by one of the adults in the room.
Keep chatting. I gotta put on some pants. This coat is getting chilly.
So,
I am totally
That's
against
why I
this
think I've told
concept
you this
on its
before.
base.
I think I've told you this before, but there's a lot of ways that you remind me of my dad, my stepdad, who raised me, rest his soul. Not that he was a man of few words compared to you. He wasn't really a great storyteller, but in the idea that by questioning everything your child does, you force them to question everything themselves and put them in a position to be better than you at critical thinking. And so my dad was very similar to that, and I just recognized that we were probably raised very similarly in that. Don't make a statement unless you're prepared to defend it.
True. My father was a little bit more final. He wouldn't respond to things. It's always struck me as odd. I've never really understood it, right? Because my brother and sister both are more loquacious, but not like I am. I'm an errant. I am a sport. I am different, right? My mom says that I take more after her side of the family. And I used to love going to my mom's family reunions because it was like stand-up night all the time. My dad's family reunions, though, there would be more bullets than teeth in that crowd. Let me just put it that way.
Oh shit. Yeah, my family is.
You know the South, right? Sasquatch.
I'm sorry. What?
You know the South, right?
I've been here. Yes,
Do you know where Aberdeen, Mississippi is?
I am aware of where it is. I've never been there.
My dad who raised me, my stepdad who raised me, was born in Aberdeen, Mississippi. That's
I get
probably
it.
why you guys have a similar like point of view kind of thing. Like why I get that connection.
Let me drop an example on you. My uncle died, my father's brother. I found out 26 minutes before the funeral. Like, they were literally standing around at the funeral, was like, hey, has anybody told Sasquatch? And everybody just kind of looked at each other and shrugged. And so they text me, and I'm like on my way back from out of town. I'm like, okay, well, I'll get there as soon as I can. They're like, fine. I show up, I'm wearing like cargo shorts and a t-shirt, and everybody else is in suit and ties and dresses and everything like that. And I come in and I hug my pops and I talk to my brother and I talk to all of Uncle JW's sons and go through the whole thing that you do at a funeral, only to have one of the people walk up to me that's operating this and going, sir, this is a family affair. You're going to have to leave. And I turned and looked at my dad, and my dad shrugged at me and was like, I don't know, knock him out, tell him to go fuck himself, go talk to him and figure out what the problem is. This is how my dad solves shit. He's like, take a pick, act, do, or don't. That's your choices. That's it. It was like 10 words. It's the most I've heard him speak in like 3 years. and the guy's sitting there. Now, here's where it gets funny. The owner of this funeral parlor was a principal at the high school, and so we've met. He knows me, right? So he sees this young dude over here trying to kick me out, and he comes running over, going, whoa, 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 whoa. Listen, hey, come here. That guy. And he's right in front of me. Like, they didn't walk away to go have this conversation. They're right in front of me, my father, my brother, my sister. He walks up and kind of stage whispers, hey, that guy will fuck you up. And I was like, whoa, calm down. Oh, whoa. Mr. Jenkins, listen, this is my uncle. This is his brother. This is my father. These are my siblings. Those are my cousins. I am family. I just didn't find out about it in time to go like do the things.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's fine, Sasquatch. Whatever. Just don't hurt this guy. And I turn to look at my dad. I'm like, what the hell? And he looks at me. He goes, you've hospitalized 17 people in your high school career. Really?
Yeah.
I turn to look at my brother. I'm like, really? He's like 19. They didn't know about the ones that happened after school. And I was like, oh shit. Weapons are useful.
That is funny and a shame. Were you close with that family member who died?
We had a lot in common, but not talking. Let's say, let me put it this way. I had 3 uncles that were like blood relatives. The rest were married in. And he was my favorite uncle because he could say something, you would understand it, and everyone else would misunderstand it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, he could walk up and say a sentence to you that you would understand to mean a certain thing, but everyone else would hear him invite you to go eat a ham sandwich or something, like something completely innocuous. It was an amazing ability. Many moons ago, sorry, I'm slowly drowning of my own fluids over here. Many moons ago, I went. They lived in another county over here. They had a whole compound thing going on over there, and I was dating a chick from that county. And so I go to like the little street dance thing that happens over there. And I'm running around with this little scandalous redheaded chick. And you know how that shit goes. He catches me with her. I say catches. It wasn't like we were hiding, but we were kind of hiding. He catches me over there, like fooling around with her and stuff. And he's like, Sasquatch, come here. And I walk over to him and he goes, first of all, excellent fucking choice. That bitch is bad as hell. Second of all, I need you to do something for me. I'm like, what's that, bud? He says, you see that dually over there? It's got a red cooler on back of it. I want you to go over there, get the half gallon that you see in there, bring it over here and grab one of those sodas and bring it to me. Okay. I go, 10 steps, like no big deal. Like, well, I don't even know why you're asking me to do this, but okay. I bring it over to him and he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a pint, cracks it open, pours it into it, sets it down, puts the top on it, hands it to me and hands me the drink, puts the top on the liquor and was like, I want you to go and have the best fucking time you can have. Are you driving anywhere? I was like, absolutely. I'm not driving nails. I'm not doing nothing like that. No, sir. And he's like, all right, cool. Take that, go have a good time. And if you need some money, come back and holler at me. Oh, thanks. He's like, I don't ever really get to hang out with you. So like, we're going to do this instead. And I was like, all right. And so every single time I came across this man, I would run into him at like a family wedding, funerals, graduations, stuff like that. No more than 5 or 10 minutes interaction. And homeboy would have either given me a sack of dope, a sack of weed, a fucking pint, $50. Like whatever happened to be happening at the time, that's what happened. And he was, and now listen, my dad had 6 sisters and his dad had 6 sisters. I'm related to everybody. So did this man. He had 14 sons, 6 daughters, and adopted 5. He has, I think it was 15 ex-wives, and 7 of them lived on his property in individual trailers where he set up a trailer park for all his ex-wives and his kids.
I wouldn't want family that close. That's the bad thing I'm touring with, right? Is it's good to have family close, but then it's like some family you really
It's good to have good family close.
Right.
If they're not good family, look, if a foot goes sepsis, you got to cut it off. You don't got a choice.
Oh my
You
God,
got-
that was my argument earlier. Thank you.
if a brother goes toxic, you got to cut it off, bro.
Somebody,
Like, my
Exile
brother's
got mad at
schizophrenic.
me about that, didn't he? Didn't he say something about like Poon Handler? Is that true? Did Poon Handler pass on, Sass?
I haven't. Maybe I haven't seen him in ever, like in a long
Yeah,
time.
I haven't seen him in a long ass time.
In
thought
fact,
it was
I hadn't
Exile
even
who
thought
said-
about him in so long that when you first said the name, I was like, wait, that rings a bell.
Yeah, Sass. I was bringing up about the junkies being the septic foot, and we got to cut it off. And I think it was Exiled because he didn't stick around long. Somebody
he
got
got
upset
mad.
saying that I was being insensitive because Poon Handler had just died of sepsis from his foot. And I was like, oh, I was thinking of like Rick Crude, where they cut it off and saved his life. Like,
But that's the thing, is you have to cut it off. If you don't,
the rot spreads.
right.
Dude,
So
like I said earlier on a different panel, once upon a time, I had a patient who got gangrene in his dick. Guess how that worked out for him? The problem was he didn't cut it off soon enough, and it did cost him his life, ultimately. True
Well, he
story.
didn't want to cut it off.
Well, if gangrene is not fixable, I'm sorry to tell you.
nope. You can't boil that out with peroxide. That's for fucking sure. Wash your dick, folks.
For real.
Just on principle.
Just
your dick,
pull back
wash
the
it.
skin and soap and water. Get yourself a washcloth. And if you got a little sore in there, you fucking Put some antibiotic ointment on it. I don't
Let's
fucking know.
skip that part and just take that to some shit and they know what doing with it. Go to a doctor.
Go to I was just gonna say, go to a
However, regardless of all the rest, and every woman on earth will thank you for this, wash your fucking cock. I don't care if it's a rooster. I don't care if it's a phallus you keep in your closet. Wash it. It's dirty. Wash it.
Yes.
If you haven't washed it, wash it now. What is up, RLM? You just happened to walk in on the perfect moment.
Hi, RLM. Again.
I'm actually proud of that little radio.
RLM, how are you not up here fucking talking shit with us? Oh my god. But yeah, no.
How much longer we got?
Let's see. All right.
Because I got
12:30.
a song I want to sing and then we'll leave.
It's 12:30. Either we start a new grift or we start shutting it down.
Well, I mean, I'm already shooting shots. I'm just saying, I have a really filthy song. I'm going to sing it, and you're going to end it in the middle of it because you don't want to hear the rest of it.
Oh, really? You think so? That sounds like a challenge.
I'm not challenging you per se because you might like it. I'm just saying it might not be the best thing to have happen on a monetized channel.
Oh, so then why do you want to do it then?
Oh, I want to sing it so bad. It's the bestest ever.
All right, so then I'll tell you what. I'll give you. Hi,
I got
Rob.
time. I'm not quite half a pint deep. I'm calling all of this when I get down to the half pint. So you do you, and if I happen to be ready to leave, I will talk about it. Oh no!
All right.
We lost Wishy.
Oh no!
Oh no!
It's just you and me. I don't think Den's here. I don't think OG's here. It's just you and me, Squatch.
I know. I was gonna screw with you earlier.
Why?
I send you a couple of bucks to kick out Orthodox just because he wouldn't
Oh,
notice.
Witchy's back.
You're gonna bury.
I gotta go check on my chickens real quick. They're fucking.
It's a mongoose. It's gonna get them.
No, it's probably the fucking raccoon. God damn it! And I don't want to have to.
Fucking vicious.
I don't want to have to shoot it, but I think it's gonna
Right
go
in the
there.
face. Get paintballs, dude. Just get paintballs or airsofts. They freak out.
They're not all screaming yet, so I got a minute to find my fucking flashlight. What the hell? I step away and y'all start fucking. Oh, nope. I added Witchy. Why y'all being quiet? Entertain.
I was
people.
coughing up a lung. Thank you.
Well, maybe the people would have been entertained. God damn it! Listening to you do it. Where the fuck is
You
my
want me to do
flashlight?
it? Are we doing the thing? What's the question? What are we doing?
You're entertaining people.
Paintballs. Listen, if you have problems with raccoons fucking with your chicken, go get an airsoft gun or a paintball gun or whatever, and you can just terrorize the shit out of them. First of all, it's tons of fun, and second of all, it's tons of fun. It's unbelievable. Doesn't hurt anything. They learn not to fuck with chickens. It's great. Right? And then you turned the other half of his face orange and he fucked right off and stopped messing with you entirely, didn't he? Try it with a skunk. It's a little different.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, guys. My computer said, fuck you, I'm turning off. You've been streaming for too long and I'm overheating. So I had
When
to
that
go to the
happens,
phone.
and I'm not even joking, it'll do the crash thing, and the second it crashes, I'm using a laptop. The second it crashes, and I realize what's happened, I let it do the whole shutdown thing that it does when it crashes. Then I unplug everything. I walk over and set it in front of the fan and just leave it there for like 3 minutes. Then I can bring it
on a
back in and
fan?
set it back down and hook everything up.
It's on a fan system that because he trades on it, and I forgot to plug the fan in. So I plugged the fan in for a few, and like it's on like a pad that has fans in it that I just fucking forgot to turn on. And I was outside, and the computer was inside, so I just switched over to my phone for now. So
I was just fixing to say, I'm not sure you're on the right mic, but if this is your phone, that's probably right.
Abby, I gotta pull up. I gotta show you my raccoon, dude. She's huge. And no, they're complaining. I forgot to turn their light on. I turned it off during the day because it was so hot. And Waffle likes to see everything. I guess I'm done.
So you're going to show a raccoon while you're pulling that up. We've had a neighbor or at the neighbor's house, we had a bear try to hibernate under their porch. We have a bobcat that's taking a chicken out of my yard. In fact, if anybody has not had the chance to visit my channel, I'll plug my channel a little bit. There's a video on my channel, and it is Witchy Fishy, of a bobcat in broad daylight taking a chicken out of my yard.
Oh, that's awful. I don't want to see that. And
no, she was a pregnant bobcat, and she's never come back again. She took what she needed and left.
So this is the menace raccoon that I currently have coming to my house. Yes, I gave it a can of dog food because it actually listens to me when I talk to it.
She's not messing with your chickens?
Nope, not at all.
Wow. Most raccoons don't. Occasionally, you'll get an especially aggressive raccoon that will. And listen, raccoons can do some wild fucking shit.
Just fucking kill them all.
Yeah,
yeah,
I've had a raccoon in the past that I had to shoot because it snatched up one of my chickens. I managed to get the chicken back unharmed, but then it was trying to break into my chicken coop. And,
they won't take just what they can eat. They'll just kill them all when they're like.
No, minks do that shit. Fuck minks, yo. I will fucking kill a mink in a second. We had the great mink war.
I think I encountered the work of a mink once.
Oh.
I'm in Georgia. I'm a little too far south for mink. They don't generally come quite this far. Although I am in like the Appalachian, very southern area of the Appalachian foothills, and so I'm kind of on like the very edge of their territory. So it's not unheard of. It just is very, very rare. I've never seen a mink. I've never encountered one, and I've crawled thousands of miles of Georgia, and I've just never encountered
up close and personal. It
was at the same time
running around between my fucking feet.
I've also never encountered a scorpion, and there are literally millions of them fuckers here.
Donna, in response, I thought we loved the raccoon, that we were going to domesticate it. Didn't we just see her feeding it dog food? Yeah, she is loving the raccoon.
I am loving the raccoon.
Raccoons are dangerous to the chicken.
Yeah, this one is being good and not bothering my chickens. And as long as it stays that way, I will not hurt it. I've hand-raised raccoons before, so, like, I'm cool with raccoons. Now, minks,
shout out Ross
fuck a mink.
In the chat. There's an OG right there, a real OG, not orthodox guy, but an OG, original gangster. She's part of the real crew.
You mean
life.
Ross Khan?
Yeah, Ross Khan.
She badass. I love Ross.
So I got a locked room scenario that I encountered.
Why do you think, real quick, why do you think it was the work of a mink? I'll tell you if it was the work of a mink.
This is the locked room encounter. This is what I'm talking about. Let me explain what I came up with. All right. This is BB Bantams. You know what I'm talking about? Little tiny chickens.
Yep.
They lay eggs about the size of quail eggs.
Yeah, I know what they are.
They're just like normal chickens, but tiny. Okay. Yes. My neighbor is raising them in an old rabbit hutch. He's using the rabbit hutch as a brooder breeding nesting box. And these chickens never leave this box.
Mm-hmm.
It's built for 16 rabbits. It has 4 chickens in it.
Yeah.
It is enormous. for the volume of chicken. Okay.
Got it.
It is sitting on two sawhorses in a lean-to beside a barn. There is no grass anywhere near this thing. Nothing but like sweet sugar sand, beach sand that's been ground finer than beach sand. There is a wall 6 foot on one side, 12 feet on the other side, and a 15-foot ceiling. On the other two sides, there's nothing. Open air. On top of this thing is a huge metal pan with two tractor trailer tires, rim and rubber, probably 200, maybe 350 pounds. The guy has he uses a 3 or 4 foot long pry bar that he slides in under it to lift it up to do things inside that he can't do through the handholds, right?
Mm-hmm.
The handholds are gloves. It's built like one of those cleaning boxes that you would use to clean like really, really dirty parts in a machine shop. You know what I'm talking about, with like the gloves in the box? It's literally those gloves. He took one of those boxes apart, put this in so he could reach in and do things without having to lift the top. 300 pounds on top, maybe more. I can't even lift one of those fucking tires. I have no idea how much that thing weighs. My point is, I couldn't get into the goddamn thing if I tried. Right?
Uh-huh.
Have you ever seen a rabbit hutch?
Yes, I raised.
You know how they got they'll put like the screen inside and the hardware cloth on the outside.
Yes.
All right. So the screen inside has a couple of tears in it, right?
Just little ones.
Actually, no, they're pretty big.
Well, they only need to be tiny. The whole
tears.
Yes, I got you. When it comes to a mink, if a rat.
Here's my point. Here's what I'm getting at. The hardware cloth across the bottom are 1/4 inch squares.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me set the scene. I'm at home, high as fuck. I've been sitting around banging all goddamn day, or actually all fucking night. Took me a good nap and woke up with a phone call with my neighbor saying, "Hey man, I just seen some shit and I need you to tell me what the fuck happened." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Come over here. I need some answers." I think he's blaming me for something. I think like, what the fuck did I do last night while I was all fucked up? I don't know. So I go over there and I'm all like contrite and shit because I don't really remember what. He says, "I want to show you something, but I don't understand it. And I don't want you to take it the wrong way." And I'm like, "Okay." He's like, grabs me by the arm and he's like, "Walk over here and look at that." And inside these 2 rabbit hutches are the 4 baby bantams, except there's only one leg from one, another leg from another, the head of the third, and one wing from the other. There is blood inside the cage, not a drop on the ground.
Yep. That's a mink.
There, like I said, I haven't encountered minks. And after I'm not even joking. I stepped up onto a spool that was outside, stepped onto the shelf that's on the opposite side of it, and then stepped out onto the stack of tires and sat cross-legged and stared at this situation. There is not a single footprint on the ground anywhere.
Yep.
Nothing. It's doodle bugs as far as the eye can fucking see. Nothing has touched that powdered sand in months, probably. Right?
Yep.
He has these big, like 5-pound feeders in here, and so he almost and huge, and actually the water is hooked up straight to the fucking house, so he doesn't even have to go out there and water them. And it's perfect. But of course, he goes out there every day, checks. He's got a stick he bumps the feeders with to make sure the feed's going down and everything's up. And so, like on the opposite side of this, there's a little area where he walks back and forth. And this guy's dad is the only person that goes out there. Okay. So the question comes up. Eric looks at me and he goes, "What the fuck happened?"
That's
and I sat there like the thinker, and I shit you not, for an hour, just logging all the details I see before me. Nothing lifted the top unless it was a bear, and a bear would have eaten all of the chicken. Nothing crawled in that could have crawled out. Nothing came in through the hardware cloth. It's a literal locked room scenario where parts of these chickens were simply removed from the inside and parts of them were left.
You're lucky.
When all was said and done, I climbed down off the tires and got down and laid down up under the thing and sat there and smoked a cigarette staring at the bottom of it. And I noticed those little tears in the screen, right? And I was like, this is a fucking mink. He's like, a what? I said, a mink. It has to be a mink. A mink is the only thing whose paws are small enough and strong enough to actually pull a chicken through that goddamn wire. And he's like, through it? I said, yeah. It got a hold of its claws and drug the fucker down through the cloth. You can see the grime, but then it licked the fucking hardware cloth to remove all of it. It's on the top side where it can get to, right? It has to be a mink.
No, Squatch. What it does is it just like a rat, any hole that its head can fit through, so can its body.
No, man.
Trust me, I had a mink.
I hear you.
Doug, I had a
You
mink.
misunderstand what I'm saying.
But
hardware cloth across the bottom of the wood. And literal aluminum screen for the chickens to walk on.
Yeah,
the screen was torn, not the hardware cloth. 1/4-inch holes. And I tugged and pulled and poked and prodded. I tried to find any way in that box for anything bigger than a mouse could get into. Right? No.
That's what I'm
Nothing
saying.
went in.
All it takes is a hole the size for a mouse.
It wasn't there.
Even
it didn't
that.
exist. I searched every
It
inch
had
of it. It didn't. No, there was just enough grime left on the top sides of the hardware cloth that you could tell that's not chicken poop. That is dried chicken blood. Right? Chicken poop looks different. You look at other parts of the cage, there's chicken poop. You look over at this part and the chicken poop's not there. There's this weird black crust. And I'm like, okay, a raccoon could feasibly get a hold to the things inside if they happen to come to this spot right here. But they wouldn't have the strength to drag that fucker through the hardware cloth, right? And that's crazy. And so I left. I looked over at him and said, I'll be back. And I left and I went and sat down at a computer and I searched everything I could think of that might be able to do it. And what I came up with is a mink. Mink. His snout is just small enough and his fingers are just perfectly shaped enough to be able to get 3 of them into one of those 1/4-inch things, catch a hold to the leg of the chicken, pull a bit of it out, get a hold to it by his teeth, and then literally shred that fucker through it like a goddamn grinder. The chicken never has a fucking chance because it has to stand on it, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Also, their fingers are long enough to reach through it and get to the screen in the first place to be able to make the rip that they pulled the chickens out through.
Look, my mink literally had a network of holes because my eggs kept disappearing. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? And at first it was taking the eggs, but then winter set in and the girls weren't laying as much. And literally it took out half of my fucking flock. I go out there, there's dead chickens. it's well, how this all happened was actually rather somewhat entertaining because I saw it attacking. I saw something. I heard my chickens freaking out. And I went out there, and when I opened the screen door, the chickens started flying into my house, and that was a whole nother problem. Okay, whole nother problem because my dog was right behind me. God bless him. The dog didn't hurt anybody. He picked up my little bantam and walked away with her. I got her from him, put the dog up, go back out, gotta rescue this fucking chicken. Fucking, this mink, they like grab them and they do a crocodile death roll. And they literally puncture through the brain when they bite them. And it had killed multiple chickens. And this night he only got the one. It was the next day because he got away. He was fucking running figure eights around my feet. Okay, as I'm swinging a machete at him and my rooster's fucking chasing him. It was a whole fucking shit show, okay? Came back the next day, killed 3 chickens, left with 1 head. That's it. Left everything else. Piled them up nice and neat. Chomped off 1 head and left.
Okay, so grift break real quick. We're loving the stories. We're enjoying ourselves. Beth said she's gonna go to bed. It's 1
Yes.
o'clock in the morning. How much can you guys? There's 30 of you. How much can you generate to convince her to stay up another hour with us? Nobody else is live. We got some really great people in the chats, and even more people not chatting and watching. It's 1 o'clock in the morning for Beth. She's been doing this. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. I've been here the same time with her, even a little early with her. So let's give Beth some love, guys. Let's convince her. Sass wants to keep talking, and maybe even some of you want to join
No,
up.
I'm going to
talk.
keep talking. We just might do it backstage.
Let's throw her some money and convince her to stay another hour, guys. And I don't want to set a limit on this, guys. Let's give some money. Maybe, let's just do what we can. It's middle of the night on a Sunday, guys. Come on.
I'll give it 10 minutes to convince me. And no, this was not
And then
a
I get to
coyote.
sing my song.
I actually saw this fucking mink with my own 2 eyes. I know for a fact that's what killed him.
That's racist.
Oh my! They're the cutest things in the whole wide world. They're
Have you ever
absolutely
seen a cougar?
evil. This is
I've seen a cougar or 2 in my day.
Okay, so I got something weird. You've heard of panthers, right?
adorable but evil. This is the face of evil right here.
Oh, that's not the face of evil. That is
Oh,
the face of feed him your chickens.
They're
If
evil.
you
They'll
have
kill
chickens,
they'll kill the whole flock and just leave with 1 head. I'm not kidding.
Yes,
Evil.
because minks are notorious assholes.
Oh my god. By the way, the funniest part of that whole fucking story, I come back inside and now I've got to do something because my plant room is full of my chickens. And remember, my dog, my husky, had picked up my little bantam Silky and run off with her. I had gotten her back and put her, and I tossed her in the plant room, put the dog up, went out, dealt with the mink, yada yada. So I'm like, where's Fluffer? I gotta find her. And she had wedged herself, like I have like a Chase lounge chair down in my plant room, and she was between that and the wall. Squat, I grabbed a hold of her to pick her up, and she started screaming, just straight up, just ah, and like one long fucking scream. And I picked her up and I looked at her. She stopped. Yes, her name was Fluffernutter. Okay, Shintai. Because she was a fluffy white silky. I'm looking at her and she stops. I shit you not, she took 2 breaths. She went, and then looked at me again and went, ah, just screamed right in my face. I fucking died laughing. She was absolutely traumatized from the dog. And yes, Donna, the mink freaked me out so bad. it was absolutely fearless. It had no fear of me. Like, we actually fucking, I ended up locking up all the chickens after it killed half my flock. All my chickens got locked up in my plant room where absolutely nothing, you'd have to chew through the house itself to get into my plant room. And that pissed me off because they destroyed a bunch of my plants. Some of them were very fucking expensive. But the mink then took it upon itself to work its way into my ceiling. And so it was between my roof and my ceiling. And we were listening to it running around looking for a way to get inside the fucking house. It was insane.
I
Fucking
take it
insane.
you don't know a whole bunch of traps.
I put out all kinds of traps. All kinds, dude. I put out
Did you
the
purchase the traps?
No. I borrowed half of them. I own a
But they
humane
were
trap.
manufactured traps, correct?
Yes.
There is this book called Gray's Anatomy of Traps. If you ever
Okay.
want to catch something, go check it out. You can
Okay.
catch it, whatever the fuck it is. I don't care what it is.
Did you where did you hear about Gray's Anatomy of Traps?
Dungeons and Dragons. I stumbled across a reference to it, went and found it, and realized, holy shit, this is better than the Anarchist Cookbook.
Oh yeah, the Anarchist Cookbook is largely ass.
How did nobody tell me about this whole time that I've been sitting here for fucking 2 weeks now trying to catch my
I
daughter's
can
cat?
catch an elephant. I can catch an elephant, a chimpanzee. I can catch OG's ass.
Now
No,
wait.
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't.
I certainly fucking could. There's one of them that'll get your ass. I'll just keep trying.
check DMs. Don't share it. That is my fucking arm, Beth. Just for like an hour and a half of shooting the bow without the fucking Vanguard on.
Ow! Damn! Ouch! That looks painful.
Hey, it actually doesn't hurt that bad. Like,
By
it
the
doesn't
way-
hurt when I touch it.
5-minute warning, or I shut down the stream.
Shut up, Sasquatch.
I'm just saying, dude, that's the only reason the string hits you in the first place. And you
Is
know
what?
it. The Amazons didn't have that problem.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
I said, lose weight, bitch. the
Hey,
bow is designed a certain way. You're literally having to pull that. Fucking with you, bro. I love you.
My friend is a lanky, tall motherfucker, and his arm got it worse than mine did. I'm not bleeding.
That's because he's a loser.
that.
I assume you're better than that.
By the way, you think fluffer nutters are a bad name for chicken? My daughter named another
Sing
one.
the song yet?
We had a chicken named Broomhilda.
I had a goose
ever
named
let
Bonaparte
Sasquatch
that
sing
would
his
beat up
song
pigs.
Now I still have Nugget.
Why
a
would you
chicken
assault?
Nugget.
That's assault on an officer.
No, I'm dead serious. Look, I grew up on a pig farm, right? Occasionally we had other animals. At one point in time, we had like 200 freaking chickens, 50 pigs, 12 dogs, and a partridge in a pear tree. Anyway,
Fucking sounds like it.
I get weirded out when I'm watching YouTube videos and people talk about the difficulties of keeping chickens, because as far as I could tell, there were no difficulties. You just get a good goose and let him handle it. Right?
Yeah,
That's all you got to do.
I need a goose.
Get what you do is you get some chickens and you do all the difficult work that you've got to do to keep chickens, and you get a goose on the second round of chickens. You raise the goose from gosling with the chickens, and the goose takes the chickens as its flock. And then when the goose decides to go to sleep, he'll go get all the chickens and literally freaking ramrod them fuckers back into the roost to go coop up for the night. He will not let not a single fucking one stray. They will all stay together. They will be his flock because he said so, and he outweighs them by like 40 pounds.
Right, but then you own a goose and they're his flock, not yours.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I will straight fucking deck a goose. I will take a goose straight on. Like, I got no problems with it. Peace was never an option.
Bro, I'm a Sasquatch. I'll deck a goose all day long. And plus, why
I will
not just
eat
get
that
geese
fucker.
anyway?
I have no issues.
Yeah, geese are big. Geese are better. Geese eggs are better than chicken eggs.
Let me put it this way. That motherfucker is volunteering.
No, like I said it on my stream a while back. Geese are the N-words of the sky, bro. I hate geese.
You have a goose, you also have to maintain a pond for them. Geese need water. You can't, like, you talk about these.
That's when you get a kiddie pool.
I live in a swamp.
My chickens have a kiddie pool.
No,
I lived in
we
a
live in
swamp.
Georgia, and that's like 90% swamp.
Technically, my chickens have a couple kiddie pools. So this year, I put dirt in one of them and flaxseed and some buckwheat and some barley.
Fuck
and
that.
shit-
Grow rice.
That shit's growing in the kiddie pool, and I'm putting wire
Wild
fabric
rice.
over the top of it. Rice.
Honey. Wild rice will grow like gangbusters and goose shit and chicken shit. You could straight put like 4 inches of water in the bottom of that thing, throw some wild white rice in that fucker, and all summer that shit will almost be able to outgrow 20 chickens. That shit is
just
crazy.
rice out of the bag. I don't need to get any particular seed.
Wild rice.
Got you.
Where do you live in the swampland like he does?
I
where
do.
you can just
Yes, it's Georgia. It's middle Georgia. Yes.
He actually lives further north than I do. He's on more bedrock and stuff, and so the water just builds up on the bedrock.
Actually,
Here-
you know what's funny? I have a creek that runs my property, and because of the slope of my property and everything, down at the end of my property where there should be a ditch, but the state of New York will not dig me a ditch. I don't know why. I've been begging for years. They just won't fucking do it. It's
Tell you what you do.
constantly-
I can
it's
fix that. I can fix that in 6 months.
It's a perpetual swamp down there.
I can
so
fix that.
I'm gonna fucking grow rice because fuck that shit.
No. First of all, it may or may not grow. You're far enough north that it'll grow during the summer, but it might not survive the winter type shit. Here's my point. Go and find you, and this is very important. Do not purchase or adopt running bamboo. No, that is a no. Fuck that. No, you don't have enough cows for that shit. You don't have enough goats. Clumping bamboo. And go just throw that shit out like within about 12 foot of that culvert. And within a year, maybe 2, they'll come dig that shit the fuck up. They will. Because that shit will grow and it will clog that culvert and then it'll flood that whole fucking street and they'll come take that shit out.
It's a state highway.
I don't give a fuck if it's to Mars. They'll come take that shit out.
You might want to wait a couple of years now because it could get you in trouble listening to Sasquatch.
So we
Actually, no. Clumping bamboo is perfectly acceptable as an ornamental, and if it happens to get out of control and blocks a culvert, that's the state's problem. It is accepted as an ornamental. Running bamboo, on the other hand, is considered a highly, highly negative invasive species, and no, fuck that. You don't want that smoke.
Beth, he's asking you to commit a crime that you could be fined a lot of money for because invasive species being planted on public property is not legal.
No, it's
Right.
not.
That's what I said. I was very clear about this. You plant it away and then just let nature take its course. I mean, it's not your fault, right?
Somebody before I lived here, for whatever reason, in my creek, we have that. Oh my god, it's not bamboo, but it's like bamboo. Knotweed.
Dude, that shit is fucking crazy in the wrong situation.
Oh my god.
It's not quite as bad as kudzu and not quite as bad as hogsweed, but it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, we got hogweed too out in the front ditch.
Careful with that shit, dude. You get splattered. All right.
Last
If
summer
I
I
get
learned-
splattered with that shit, it's like battery acid.
I ended up in the hospital last summer. Fucking, I had it all down my arms, on my fucking hands. I have massive blisters. Like that shit is
Right?
fucking awful.
What the blisters are,
Oh,
all right, so hogweed won't blister you by itself.
It needs the sun.
It needs the sun. It's so fucked up.
Yeah, I know. It was bad. It was bad. Like I had even and the thing was like I didn't realize what it was that I was pulling because of course like we just said, it doesn't bother you until it's been in the sun for
Well,
a
no,
little bit.
in my
The
case,
juice gets on you, and then the sun activates it, and
I
within a couple of
have
hours, you have massive blisters.
The
And
story,
by
Beth,
the way, when a lot of your skin is compromised by blisters or burns, your body can't regulate its temperature, and oh Lord, that's
yeah,
uncomfortable.
Beth, you mentioned earlier about like foraging, and I talk to people about foraging and stuff, and everybody's like, "Oh, don't touch the mushrooms, don't touch the mushrooms," and they'll let their kid go around and kick and touch any plant out there. And the thing is, topical reactions from mushrooms are one in like a billion. Topical
Yeah,
reactions from plants are the most common allergic reaction that sends people into anaphylactic shock.
dude, I
I've
fucking
been in the oxygen tent 4 times. I've
I
been
thought
stuck in the anaphylaxis, the that thing where they put you in the thing so that you don't
I'm
react
just
anymore.
saying, they're not afraid for their kids to touch plants, but listen to these stories that you guys have to tell about just touching a plant.
I fucking I didn't know that that was hogweed that I was pulling. And so I was literally carrying it with my arms in bundles over to my fire pit to fucking burn the shit.
Oh my god!
I ended up in the hospital. I'm not even kidding. In fact, I had a debate that night and I did the debate and I was like, I'm really not feeling good. And I was in the hospital like I was in the hospital that fucking night. And oh my lord, that was awful. They had to put me on both oral and topical steroids.
Bitch,
The
I got the IV
IV
drip. Listen, this whole story, how this happened. Hold on, where's it at? Is it this one? Yeah, this thing,
I
right?
don't have any of these stories. I'm pretty good at identification of what grows in my area.
Oh, that wasn't the
I've
issue,
not
madam.
had poison
This had
ivy or any
never
of that shit.
this had never grown near me. And on top of that, I mean like I'm not afraid of like poison ivy and shit. I have a whole creek full of jewelweed. I can fucking take care of poison ivy like that, you know. So I don't necessarily always think. And this plant had never grown on my property before. But my neighbors with this big ass field next to me, they died. And nobody used the field and they let it get overgrown last year. And a bunch of shit from over there got blown into my property. And fucking it grew up in I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, look at the pretty yellow flowers. Huh. Well, we're getting rid of it. And fucking literally, because, yeah. Learned a bad lesson.
So I call it a bean allergy, but it's not actually a bean allergy. I'm allergic to specific plant products, right? And so things that affix nitrogen break me out. So legumes, monkey grass, layer fucking sunflowers, peanuts, you name it.
No
If
way.
it affixes nitrogen, it's like a topical allergy with me. It's not anaphylaxis, nothing like that, unless it gets really intense. When I was about, I guess I was 12, I was like doing a summer trip with a couple of buddies of mine, and we were traveling with one of their moms, and some shit went wrong, sideways, went haywire, and we stayed in a place down here in Douglas, Georgia. And there's one thing about Douglas, Georgia, it's kind of like Idaho with corn, or no, Ohio with corn, but sunflowers. For whatever reason, everyone grows sunflowers there, and it was goddamn gorgeous. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen at that point. And so naturally, I hop out the fucking car. We all go running through the fucking sunflowers, right? That's what you do. You got these fucking huge ass yellow heads. It's gorgeous. It looks like a fucking puzzle. Run through them. Yay! About 20 minutes of that shit, and my ass looks like a fucking balloon, and I can't breathe anymore. And I'm over here going.
That's what it was. I was wrong. It wasn't hogweed, by the way. It was wild parsnip. So, same thing.
That'll burn you, but that doesn't involve sunlight.
That's where we out of
it's
the grip.
Oh, Griff got paid.
Okay, so another hour before you get to sing your song.
I suspect you're not going to hear this song, Witchy.
No, not a full hour. Not a full hour.
Oh, okay.
Not a full hour. We're only doing like 30 minutes here.
I was going to say, Sasquatch, I suspect you're right because you guys always tend to be up so far past my bedtime that I'm
only 30 minutes, and this time we'll probably end it because it is very late for me too. This is the shit. Okay. It doesn't seem like much. I'm telling you, this stuff is nasty. Nasty, nasty. No, it's not.
Yes,
the kind
no,
of
I didn't say it wasn't bad. I just said it. I said it not. It's not. It wasn't sunlight. Sunlight didn't do it. That shit'll just
yes,
fucking
it does.
burn you.
Yes, it does. It takes
the sunlight will make
to
it worse, but that shit will straight burn you. If you go grab giant hogweed, get some of that shit on you, and go straight inside, sit around and play video games all day, and then go take a shower, you'll be fine. But if you go fuck with giant hogweed and you walk out in the sun, your ass will get burned like you got hit with a torch.
Yeah.
Parsnips will fucking burn you.
Yeah. Oh my god. It was so bad. Like, and I did too. I'm not kidding. The worst of it was right like in the inside of my elbow, because the way I had been carrying it, I had a massive blister from like my tattoo like up to here, and like right across there you could see where like it had laid over my arm.
Blister story. Let me know when you want to hear it.
Go ahead.
I have one tattoo. Have you seen my tattoo?
Yes, you showed me.
Oh, wow. I must have been drunk. Okay. So I've got this one tattoo, and I'm allergic to red dye. Red 40 specifically. And most of the other reds to some extent or another. But red 40 specifically. This tattoo has a pink element in it. And I specifically... when I chose the tattoo I wanted, I chose the version of this tattoo with a black nose. It was changed by the Hagrid looking motherfucker that did it, because I'm pretty sure the chick that introduced me to him was blowing him. And while, don't get me wrong, she loves me to death, but she's one of the greatest trolls I've ever seen in my life. Quiet troll. She'll do shit to drive you nuts for 20 years without ever saying a word. A pink nose on my ass that constantly makes me itch is just the type of shit she do.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I've got nothing but fucking respect for it right now. I am sitting here right now with an itchy spot on my ass because that bitch is a better troll than anyone I've ever seen.
It's literally, I mean, she didn't have to suck a dick for it, but she is a female, so I mean, like, maybe she liked
Oh,
that.
dude.
I don't know.
One day I'll introduce you to her and she'll suck your dick too.
Oh my god, the story just keeps getting better and better.
It does. Here's the thing. She's an absolute fucking artist, but here's the problem. If she had as many dicks poking out of her as she has had poking into her, she'd look like a fucking porcupine.
Damn.
I mean,
She also has over 300 tattoos, if that interests you.
Wow.
I mean,
To make
Sasquatch,
that
you
happen,
already
she has
had
to
me
get
at
to-
blowjob.
Hashtag. Just saying, though.
To make that feasible, she'd have to get to keep all of those dicks that have been in her. So she'd have your dick on her, right?
She'd try. She'd do it. Yeah. No. Yes. Yes.
No, I'm just saying, if you want her to have every dick that was in her on her, sticking out of her, then that would
She'd
mean she would have to
suffocate.
collect them, and that means she would have yours, right?
Sure. Suffocate. I'm telling you,
to
she would die
clarify.
under the weight of penis.
She's just clarifying the easiest
Clarifying
way
that
for us
your
to see your
penis
dick.
would be one of
Yes.
the ones.
Oh,
to
dude.
survive.
Hold on. Let me rephrase this to be perfectly fucking transparent, right? Clear. If she had my dick poking out of her as much as I poked it into her, she would look like a fucking porcupine. She is the mother of my child.
That made it even better.
I call my kid the second coming for a reason.
Dude, like, no shit. If I could pull a troll off like that on the father of my child, I would do it in a fucking heartbeat, and I'd love every second of it for the rest of my life.
Hey, stop being fucking weird. I wanna, hey.
And he's one of my dearest friends, by the way. But my daughter's dad, one of my dearest friends. Absolutely, we get along great.
This fish fixing to not let me do this. God damn.
What?
Fuck.
What's your problem? Say no.
I guess I haven't signed in on StreamYard in my phone. Don't bring up the me again when I pop up backstage. Don't bring it up.
Gotcha.
Okay. I need you to share the StreamYard link backstage, because if I copy it out of YouTube, it comes out 10 miles long.
You mean mine?
Yeah, this StreamYard.
Gotcha.
God damn, that's loud.
There you go.
All right, cool. I've got a character I would like you to meet, and you probably rather do it after.
Okay.
He's not. Let's just say I fucked up. Come on, function properly. Copy link. Right.
Yeah, guys, we're only gonna go for about 15 minutes longer, and then the old folk gonna shoot the shit for a minute, and then probably go to bed.
You'll either hate this guy or absolutely fucking love him. There's no middle ground with him. His channel name is Car Thief News.
Oh.
I know what you're thinking. You're
Oh my
wrong.
God,
Tow
no.
truck. You know Car Thief. You know Car Thief. Hey, I wouldn't have sent him the fucking invite, except we're fixing to end, right?
And I'm gonna go to bed soon anyway.
You know who this is, Witchy?
So Beth, one of the things that is brilliant about me is I'm often invisible, even when I'm on panels all the time. So I've been in 28 automobile accidents. 24 times people have hit me, and most of them rear-ending. And the thing they always say is they didn't see me. And so I've been around on the YouTube panelverse. This Caucasian Sasquatch knows. He's one of those people who doesn't.
Yeah, she's been around for a while.
People quote me and they'll be like, somebody said on a panel, but they won't say it was me. And I get forgotten more often than remembered. And this is a blessing, not a curse, by the way, most of the time. So I'm not complaining. But I've been around watching and attending panels now for nearly a decade. And you get to know like a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because everybody bounces around from group to group. Like, I think RLM was from Book of Bob, right? Or
Gospel of Bob.
Gospel of Bob.
Right. Those.
I was wondering
over
if
there.
the Book of RLM came from the concept of the Gospel of Bob.
The
Well,
Gospel of Bob is a G. All right, Bob is a G.
I
Um,
like I
repeat
recently
that.
discovered Mexican Einstein, and I think he's pretty cool, and that's part of that crowd.
He's a
So
what?
Bob is a
I'm
G.
just
Bob is a G. Bob is the homie.
A
yeah, I'm
homie.
just saying
Okay.
that
I thought you said cheat.
I
Oh
thought
no,
so.
no,
I
no,
thought
no, no,
that
no, no,
first
no, no.
too.
No, bro, I ain't got
No, I
nothing
like
but love
Bob.
for Bob. Yeah, me
I
and
like
Bob
Bob.
had like a 20-minute conversation last time I was over there. Bob likes me for some reason.
Listen,
most
I
people
missed
stick to
Bob for
one of these
4
groups,
fucking months on his
and then
Hang
channel.
there's
on,
people like
Witchy.
me who go to
Guys, she
all
was
of it.
talking. Go ahead,
So
Witchy. Sorry.
so most people stick to just like one of these groups, and so you know them from that realm. But there's people like me and Sasquatch and Den who like literally go
Hi,
everywhere.
Dusty.
Sasquatch, Sasquatch. Click his link.
Oh,
Click his
what
link.
is this?
Click his link.
Oh, what did
Do
Dusty
it.
do?
What
You're
is
muted.
this?
What was that? What was that? What was this?
I'll share it. I'm fucking sharing that shit right now. Hang on. Post from the shower. Powdered Dusty. Yeah. Good one.
But nah, Bob is the homie. I like
Yes,
Skywalker. Mexican Einstein is Skywalker's brother. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there though that like when Sasquatch brought up car thief, like if you bounce around for as long as I have on the panels and different areas, like almost every name someone mentions, you know, but somebody tonight said one that I'd never heard of. Stark Vegas, is that a channel?
I'm not sure.
Darth Vegas?
Stark Vegas. Like Ned
Oh.
Stark. Stark Vegas.
Oh. If I had to
I couldn't
guess,
find it.
if I
It
had
asked
to
if I go over to
guess,
Stark Vegas, and I went looking for it, and I can't find it.
that would be a was it Vegas Paranormal alt account? But I'm just guessing.
I forgot.
Wow.
Donna sent me something for us.
Hey Beth, look
Sorry, Donna.
backstage. Is there some weird fucker screaming at the screen?
No.
Are you sure you got me the right link?
Yeah, I'm double checking it. I don't see him.
Okay. Hold on, I'll try again. OG.
Here, I'll give
Stop
it to you
being
again.
gay.
What? I ain't do shit. What?
There you
But
go.
that's so gay.
You're gay.
So Donna says it's what people call Starkville. I still, that's a new one.
Donna sent me something earlier and I forgot.
Oh, it's an actual place.
Wait, was it Donna? Or no, it was Ahimsa. Ahimsa sent it to
No,
me.
it was Donna. She says it's what people call Starkville, MS. It's where Mississippi State is. I've only, Donna, been to
Oh,
Mississippi once. My stepdad.
Oh, did she send you the truck? Did she
Yeah.
send you the truck? Bro,
Yeah,
that shit's crazy.
I'm gonna put it up. We're gonna watch it. Ahimsa sent me this. Not Donna. Donna does send me a lot of good shit. She didn't send me that one. She sent me a
Donna
video.
sends some of the best shit, to be honest.
There's
Yes.
a link backstage to my very, very earliest YouTube credit ever. It is 16 years old. And if y'all send Beth $20, I'll let her share it.
Nice. Hey, so check this out. We got a pickup truck carrying a trailer full of fireworks. It explodes on a Tennessee highway.
Pretty sure that's my cousin.
Oh, shit.
Hold on, look at this dude in the window over here. He has an absolute shit-eating grin. He looks like a mule eating briars, bro.
Oh, my God. That's wild.
He looks like a kid who stumbled on a impromptu fireworks show. All innocent and happy.
Yeah, it's like, yay, it's not even the 4th of July yet.
The best fireworks show I ever saw was actually a pine tree. Yes.
I'm watching.
I'm not even joking. There was a 50, 60, maybe 70-year-old pine tree in the middle of a field.
Did you make this video?
No. That video? No. Okay, so full disclosure. I had a traumatic brain injury several years ago. I do not remember involvement in this video, but not only am I partially visible in the video, but my wife is in the video, and I apparently wrote several of the lines and stuff. I had like some part of making it.
Not
I
quite.
have no memory of any of it. I had to call the guy who made it and be like, "What the fuck is this?" And he's like, "That's the video we made." And I was like, "When did we make this?" And he had to tell me the whole story. And then I had to call somebody else to get the rest of the story from him because dude shared the link with me, and I was like, "What the fuck is that? I don't remember doing that." And he was like, "Oh yeah, no, we used to do a bunch of stuff like this back right after we got out of school and stuff." We
God, he looks like somebody I know.
That's
He really
Gene.
looks weird. What's his name?
Gene. I call him Meanest Genus.
Oh, I see your wife's name. I'm guessing. I see you.
She's the chick in the sundress.
Oh, it looks like you have several people with your last name.
That happens a lot. It does. I would appreciate if that part of the video wasn't played, of course.
There's a good chance Sasquatch and I are related because of his last name. By the way,
There's no way it's not possible.
I have a feeling that you're related to Ahimsa too.
I will give you even money.
Who's your daddy, OG?
Aww.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Not
and this is a
Sasquatch.
regular thing in my family. We tend to have 4 girls for every 2 boys. So 2 girls for every boy. So for like 12 fucking generations, there's 2 or 3 sons, maybe 4, with the exception of my uncle who did like 25 or some shit. I don't know. He's got a bunch of bastards out there and stuff. But with the exception of him, it's 2 girls for every boy in my patriarchal line. All right. So even if you've never even heard my last name, at one point in time, I had relatives in Antarctica, the Arctic, and the space station all at the same time. That's hardcore.
Oh my God.
You can call me Sasquatch. I don't mind.
Wow. What the fuck?
I know, right? It's fucking out there, dude. Like that's Garnto. He's one of my. Let's just say he's not a fan, but he recognizes talent when he sees it, and immediately yokes that shit like a fucking ox.
Yo, being high wouldn't even help the video.
Stay awake to hear Sasquatch sing us out. And did anybody give you the 20 to play his video?
No, I'm watching it though on my own.
Oh no, yeah, I have permission to play his video, and if not, I'll get it as soon as I find his ass.
No. So are you gonna sing us out then, Sasquatch?
I can whenever the time comes.
All
and
right.
She'll crash this bitch immediately. I promise.
Well, okay, let me get everything all set up here, because if that's the case, I need to be ready to, because you have to click end stream technically twice. You click it the first time and it opens up, and then you got to be ready to click the second time. And you know damn well that it still takes a minute for the stream to actually
end. I'll get a bar out.
Jason, wake up! Wake up, Jason! Go ahead, Squatch. Sing us out.
Are you ready? Are you ready? You ready?
Wait. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
3, 2, 1, go, and I'll do it.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. You've all been wonderful. I've had a great time with you tonight. I will be back on live soon, guaranteed, with probably the same characters that you've enjoyed listening to tonight. Hopefully, a little less screaming, although just enough to, entertain you.
And
Hope you all
thank
have a
you-
blessed night.
Thank you,
anything-
Mike and Donna and
Yes.
Sasquatch and Dusty and Emmett for making it so that I'd stay up late tonight. And
Yes.
especially Donna and Mike and Sasquatch who kept us going. I don't know who else did, but those are the ones I know. And yeah, thank you all for making Beth want to do this again because I enjoy it.
Yes, I really truly appreciate you guys, and especially everybody who donoed. You guys are amazing, and Dusty for spending his time over here and helping teach me the ways of the grift. Now, Sasquatch, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Don't bite the dick that fucks you, honey. You gotta learn to suck it funny. Not all cum tastes like rubber covered with goo. Some comes thick, some comes runny, some comes thin, some comes silky. Don't bite the dick that fucks you, honey. It'll be good to you.